Come, found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come. It commands obedience. Come! How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come. It commands obedience. Come! How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and on and on and on and universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come.
Hello, 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 everybody. How we doing? Hello. Hello, Erica. Hello, Andromeda. Hello, Rivalry. Hello, Cupcake Chaos. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, KG Bogula. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, Mirror Black. Hello, Reed R. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, PC Schwartz. Hello, Olive Ryder. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Harold. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, everyone. The old blood craves the bones of dead stars. No. It was applicable. It was applicable. Hello, Law Dog. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Salomon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
It's a lovely top. Thank you. I think it's a pretty good look. It's a little bit more risque when you can actually, like, see that I'm wearing a mesh top, but it's fine. It's fine. A little bit less risque is fine, I guess. I've had to argue with so many people trying to say that the Assad regime falling is bad. Nah, they ran fucking concentration camps and, death camps. So, yeah, it's good they're gone. Opportunity to, an opportunity to, at the very least, improve. The bar is very low. Oh my god, you had the Glenn Beck book? I have no clue what I would call this style, King Metalos. I think I got this off of, like, Shein a while ago for, like, $5. And ever since, I just kind of pop it out from time to time. It's not good, really, for wearing in weather, but it's fun. I like it a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of floral, but, like, I don't know what I'd describe the patterning. It has almost like a tiger print. I don't know. I'd call the style "My husband disappeared under mysterious circumstances." Oh, I miss him so. Anyway, here I am, wasting away with my live-in nursemaid, who's extraordinarily attractive. The mysterious circumstances, the husband became a wife. God. Now, folks, I do want to ask you, and I don't want to make this like a whole thing, so it's probably not going to be like its own standalone segment or anything, but how many of you have seen conservatives talking about New Orleans today? Have you heard like a peep? Have you heard any of them talking about New Orleans? Especially like the accounts that talk about like trans kids a lot. Have you heard them talking about the city of New Orleans? No? 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 Not one of you? There's not like one of you in the audience who's like, no? Oh, well, I think that kind of shows how hollow and empty their think of the children rhetoric is. Largely because, well, this news story dropped today. New Orleans Archdiocese covered up a decades-long abuser within their church. And, we're hearing all about how trans people are inherently predatory. Think of the children, think of the well-being of children, etc., etc. The Catholic Church has been spending ungodly amounts of money protecting child rapists. And I know this isn't like big news to anybody, but like, they haven't even attempted to curtail the cover-ups. So, this Guardian piece is phenomenal, by the way. I'm going to link it in chat. Encourage you all to check it out. Of course. Now, we're not going to go into like some of the details here because it's pretty disturbing. But in the case of serial child molester and retired Catholic priest Lawrence Hecker, the cover-up failed. But it wasn't for lack of trying by a coalition of high-ranking church officials and sympathetic judges who prioritized the predator's comfort above justice for his innumerable victims until the evidence against him was so overwhelming that, rather than stand the humiliation of a public trial, he pleaded guilty last Tuesday. The 93-year-old's decision not only saddled him with an automatic life sentence, it also exposed how Catholic bureaucrats in Hecker's hometown of New Orleans, one of the church's strongholds in the U.S., repeated the same sins that produced an eerily similar scandal in Boston 2 decades earlier, events later immortalized in the Oscar-winning film Spotlight. Which, like, I don't know. It seems like if the last time we opened this, we found rampant child sex abuse, and then the next time we open it, it's rampant child sex abuse, and the time we open it after that, it's rampant child sex abuse. It kind of seems to me like the wider institution needs to start being held responsible for this, in a way that's actually going to impact their policy making, because it keeps happening. And it's not like, oh, well, one bad apple ruins the whole bunch. The whole bunch covers for the rotten apple. They're all rotten. Like, I'm sorry, doing a rape is bad, but it's almost as bad to then cover up for your friend who's the rapist. That's also unspeakably evil. And so, like, this guy is 93 years old, and he's only now getting his life sentence. He lived his entire life predating on children. Like, and he basically got away with it scot-free. What, he's gonna be in jail for like 2 years and then die? This guy was ordained as a priest in 1958. and immediately began molesting children. He has been getting covered by the church since 1958, almost 70 years. And you know how you're like, well, maybe they just didn't know. Maybe he was really sneaky about it. He's not. He wasn't. He wasn't sneaky about it at all. In fact, as I read through this earlier, I was flummoxed by the fact that he wrote confessions to numerous people within the hierarchy of the Catholic Church over and over again as his way of, like, asking for forgiveness. So all of the higher-ups in the Catholic Church knew that this guy was doing what he did. And you want to know what happened when things heated up a little bit too much in the 1980s? They just gave him a paid vacation to New York and then sent him back when people stopped talking about it. Think of the children, say people who are, like, turning a completely blind eye to rampant child sex abuse on an institutional level. It really is. Like, I'm not diving into all of the details on this, but, like, it's pretty beyond the pale. It really, I wish I had a better way to kind of, like, wrap this up. But frankly, like, maybe even one more disturbing than the Catholic Church being in on it is the judges who presided over a lot of the legal proceedings, who also covered up for this priest. They found out he was molesting children repeatedly over decades, and the courts that found out were like, well, actually, this is just super secret bankruptcy information, so we're not going to release it to the public. And I don't know how, because The Guardian is a little bit cagey on the actual details, but someone slipped some of this guy's confessions to The Guardian. And, like, there's no doubt that he did it. He, like, I do not understand what would motivate someone to cover for a child rapist. You know? That's something I just don't get. And I guess I don't really want to get it. Like, I think they also need to go to prison. I think, frankly, every single person who covers for this guy, covered for him in the past, refused to release that information. Every single person who did that and enabled him deserves to go to jail right alongside him. And I know it's power. It tends to revolve around power, but, like, I don't know how you can live with yourself when you turn a blind eye to that kind of abuse. I don't know how you can believe that God is just like, oh, well, you apologize, totally fine that you enabled the rape of children. Like, I don't get that. Like, I understand that they do it. I don't emotionally understand how you can survive that. Seems like some real death of the soul type actions. Anyway, read the article. Very good, but I'm not going into it because it is not great. Just thought you should be aware of it, because I do think it highlights how full of shit conservatives are on the think of the children issues, when it's very clear that they're only thinking of the children as a cudgel to use against trans people. Full stop. I can't say what I really think because TOS. Hey, you know what? Know what has me thinking that? This news story, everybody. That's right. South Carolina House member Jim Clyburn is trying behind the scenes to get Joe Biden to pardon Donald J. Trump. When we talk about liberals being allies of fascists, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is like some kind of collaborationism that I find disgusting. Like this is Vichy France type shit. Like, well, you know, that Hitler fellow is going to be invading the southern part of France soon. I think we should simply pardon him for his crimes. Yes, let us pardon this Hitler fellow and work closely with him. Like, that, it really is like that. Like, I'm sorry. He may do what he wants to do anyway, but that's no reason to pardon him. There's no reason to make it easier for him at every goddamn turn, and yet here they are presenting their buttholes for him, and it's really disgusting. Ro Khanna came out in support of Elon's stupid Doge bullshit this week. I mean, look, on that front, there's a part of me where I'm like, you know, Elon Musk is very stupid and impressionable, so it's possible you could trick him into cutting the military somehow, but also that agency doesn't have real power, and also kind of seems like they're regardless of whatever Elon wants to do, they're going to cut, you know, Social Security. They're not going to want to cut the military. If anything, they will cut like the like healthcare coverage for soldiers, but I don't think they'll cut the entire like military budget. But a lot of some progressives seem to think that that's a viable route. I know Bernie is kind of in that camp. I guess when your back is up against the wall, there's only so many things you can try and do. I just don't think it's gonna work. So. But yeah, what absolute cowardice, you know? Let's simply, you know, we don't want to have a criminal president, so let's pardon him so he's not a criminal president, and then he'll be nice to us. Some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. This is politics. It's cutthroat. Not surprised, but it is sad that our leaders are all Neville Chamberlain. Wow, how did I mispronounce that like 3 times? Neville Chamberlain. There we go. It's not that hard. Yeah, I mean, I do think that Joe Biden basically torpedoed Kamala Harris's chances. I do think that was part of it. Like, his entire campaign team did their best to run her straight into the rocks. More like Neville Chambercook. Never change, chat. Now, folks, remember, we're at the beginning of stream. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, for goodness sake. Okay, there's like over there is only I mean there's only 150 of you in here. Those are rookie numbers. First of all, get those numbers up. Share the stream. Get your friends and family to watch. Get on all your accounts. But also those are rookie like numbers. We only have 40 likes. Let's get that up. We can hit 50. Okay, we can hit 100, I think. Let's go. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do the Glenn Beck thing first. Because you know what? I haven't actually seen Glenn Beck in a hot minute. I always thought he was gonna, like, swirl down the conspiracy black hole, but I don't know if he's done that yet. I mean, he probably has. He made an entire career out of using a whiteboard, so my hopes aren't high. But let's take a look. Let's take a look. How far has he fallen?
At such an exciting time, everything is changing, and strange times create strange bedfellows. More and more, I find myself sitting down and having actual conversations with people who even just 5 years ago would have never thought to talk to me or me talk to them in a million years. But things have changed in a good way, and people on the right, people on the left, and the people somewhere in between or nowhere at all are starting to agree, hey, we have problems and we have to stop this political division before it destroys us completely. Christmas is coming up, and you'll probably be getting together here soon with a family member who voted differently than you. Can you bring that back together? That old friend that you had? Can they believe that you're not a fascist or a communist? How do we maintain the vision of e pluribus unum? How can we come back together? I think we can. To test my theory, I am joined today by a prominent political commentator from the left side of the aisle.
Oh my God, who could it be?
Welcome, host and producer of the globally popular online news show, The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian. I can't wait to talk to Anna, and I hope you listen to this entire conversation.
Not to rub it in here, but this is more embarrassing than when Samantha Bee teamed up with this guy in order to, like, fight Trump. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember that in 2015, Samantha Bee and Glenn Beck got together, and it was like a whole, oh, Glenn Beck is moderating. He's becoming more liberal. See, we can work together with the Republicans. It's happening again. Time is a flat circle. It's all happening again. And you know how well that ended for Samantha Bee, right, guys? Oh, it didn't end well for her. Oh, it was a deeply embarrassing flub that Glenn Beck used to increase his prominence and normalize himself in the eyes of the public. That's crazy. Okay.
Conversation, because I think this is really important. And we're going to talk about abortion. At least I have it on my list. Let me talk to you about preborn. The left would like you to think that every woman who gets an abortion magically gets happier. And some people on the right want you to believe that they're magically evil.
Oh, my God.
I don't know the people who want to shout their abortion. That is evil. But the truth is, women are trapped and babies die. And the only way we're going to change this is by changing people's hearts and their minds. The Ministry of Preborn is fighting for moms who are deciding between the life and death of their unborn child. First thing they do is they introduce the mom to their child on a free ultrasound. That doubles the chances that mom will choose life. Then they show.
Oh my God. This is just an anti-abortion clinic. This is just an ad for clinics that masquerade as abortion clinics. I'm on their website right now. Yeah, they're pregnancy clinics. They're basically there to guilt trip you until you decide not to get an abortion. How fucking embarrassing for her to be on this show being introduced right before an anti-abortion ad read. My God.
Show those babies and mothers God's love by providing additional assistance for up to 2 years, because many times these moms feel trapped and alone. Right now, you can make a big difference. At the end of the year here, your tax-deductible donation can be the difference between life and death. $28 will buy an ultrasound. $15,000 will buy an ultrasound machine. $5,000 covers the entire thing for a day throughout the country. And through a generous match, your gift is going to be doubled. To donate, dial pound 250, say the keyword baby. That's
You know, I guess this is a healthcare setting that wouldn't call someone a birthing person. So, guess that's a win for her, huh?
pound 250, keyword baby, or go to preborn.com/Glenn. That's preborn.com/Glenn, sponsored by Preborn. Anna, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Very good.
Thank you.
So, for people who might not know
Thank you for the
who you
$2
are,
super
how
chat
would you
and for the first dono of stream? I'm just so angry.
describe who you were? Because you've had some transition on some things. Who you were, how you would.
Oh, by the way, sorry, I spent today doing a lot of editing, so I was going over old bits of streams today. And I went over one of the streams where we talked about TYT and Dave Rubin, reaching out to Anna Kasparian saying, "Hey, we should break the internet." And it made me remember that on stream, like maybe 2 weeks ago, one of you, and I think it was Cream Bun Mommy, I think was the person who did this prediction, but literally called in 2 weeks, or 2 months, Anna Kasparian and Dave Rubin will be having their crossover. And I gotta be honest, it really seems like it's about to happen. Like, I thought it would take a couple more years for things to get this embarrassing, but here we are. So, my God, but props to whichever chatter predicted this coming so soon.
Self-identify yourself over the last 10 years?
Well, I would say that I was firmly identifying myself as a Democrat. I think that if you look at my policy prescriptions, for the most part, I'm still pretty much left-wing. There are some social issues
Hold on. Definition of left-wing.
That's such an interesting phrasing. For the most part, I'm still pretty much left-wing is very loosey-goosey.
There are some social issues
Hold on. Definition of left-wing to you. Is that Democrat or left-wing? What does that mean?
Well, left-wing in regard to, I would say like one of my grounding political values is that workers should have better pay, better working conditions, a seat at the table. Unionized labor, I think, is incredibly important, which, it's something that's been decimated in recent decades in this country.
Hey, Paladin.
But that's like my number one interest in politics. And that's not really something that has really been favored by the Republican Party, traditionally speaking. And historically, unionized labor was something that the Democratic Party looked out for. And I don't really see that as the case anymore when it comes to the mainstream Democrats. They're certainly more corporate now. They're certainly captured by their corporate donors. I think that the way that this last election went down really does show you the kind of political strategist rot that exists, the corruption that exists, and there's real tension now between the voters who want very specific policy prescriptions in order to deal with the rising inequalities that we have in this country when it comes to wealth and income.
Sure.
And then you have the Democratic Party, which is heavily funded by corporate interests and moneyed interests. And what those donors want severely conflicts with what the base of Democratic voters want.
True. So far, true.
And so this has been a growing issue with the Democratic Party. And what I see as, their campaign call is more and more culture war stuff. And it gets more and more extreme every election cycle. And I think that they're pushing more and more people away by sticking to the corporate politics while also getting more and more maximalist when it comes to some of the culture war type issues.
So
she thinks that working class voters are refusing to turn out because
fucking pronouns.
it really does boil down to that. Yeah, I mean, we've hit turf. We've hit full on turf territory. Like, give her like 2 more years, she'll be doing the Graham Linehan thing. It's embarrassing.
As I look, because it is so hard, what you do, what I do, there's so many words that come out of us every single day, and then out of context or not worded, exactly right. The way
Hey, Sake Tanuki!
You betrayed the left. I am the left. Judge Dredd vibes going on at TYT.
Oh yeah, no. So hard. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
I look at the Democratic Party
Story
or the
Bard.
left
Thank you for
is
gifting
that
a little Morphine Annie
there
sub.
is the machine that is in bed now with big business, and that's just the crony capitalism,
real
just
quick?
the vomitous kind of corruption that we all hate in either party, any party.
Right.
Then there's the average Democrat who
Right.
might disagree on taxes or whatever, but they
Okay. Yeah. Glenn Beck and Betsy DeVos. So he's backed by the DeVos family. That's cool. Literally starting last year. If you're wondering why he has the amount of money to put on a production on a gigantic production stage, it's because he's backed by a billionaire. Every single one of these propagandist individuals, former Fox News people, inevitably they have some kind of billionaire benefactor that will just support them to make whatever kind of slop they want.
believe in the Constitution and they believe in the Bill of Rights and everything else. And I think that has been that is the majority of people.
Is Glenn Beck a Mormon? Wait, I didn't know that if he is.
Absolutely.
And then there's this crazy left-wing Marxist, destroy it all kind of group. And that, I don't even know, maybe 8%, 10% is that. And it's the middle people who have been either lied to so effectively by so many people, mainly mainstream media.
Like, I'm sorry, how does one go on this show and not engage with the fact that he is a stooge of billionaires? You know?
But we're at the beginning in the Democratic Party, possibly, of those people waking up and going, I don't like either end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I take a little bit of issue with the use of Marxist in this context because honestly, I think that there's maybe a total of like 5 actual Marxists in this country. In reality, we're talking about individuals whose politics is mostly based on, some fringe issue or some cultural issue that they have. It's not just that they care about that issue, it's that they've taken that issue and they've made it part of their identity, the core of who they are. And it's almost like...
Dude, she's just talking about trans people on Twitter again. She's just talking about trans people on Twitter again. The nebulousness of trans people on Twitter. Guys, you hear it, right? Like, she's talking about, these are people who have made an issue core to their identity. And, like, you're talking about just trans posters on Twitter who disagree with you. Like, best case scenario, she's talking about, like, the people who identify as Marxist-Leninists and are LARPing about, like, oh, yeah, with, like, 100 guys and pistols, we could march on Washington. Like, those people are not a significant number of people enough to even mention in a conversation like this. So, like, I have to assume she's talking about trans people.
What you would expect from religious zealots. you know, and so there's a fundamentalism involved
in
the way that they treat these issues, and there's no room to negotiate. There's no room to maybe consider the thoughts and concerns of other individuals. And so as they become more and more kind of like authoritarian in what they demand, they
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, guys, this is the same kind of Silicon Valley, like authoritarian, or not authoritarian, authoritarian definition that is being pushed by like that weirdly kind of like lefty fascist movement. It's not like lefty, but like corporatist fascist movement that we talked about not that long ago. Like the gray shirt movement in San Francisco. It's really the same. They talk about the real authoritarians not being, you know, like the wealthy and the powerful, but they talk about the real authoritarians being like the academics and like the activists who are talking about who are being authoritarian over your language. She's parroting that idea. That actually kind of makes more sense to me that she'd been like sucked into that. I'm gonna find the guy's name who we talked about extensively on stream, and we'll talk about him in a little bit here.
They are pushing people away. And there are some issues in which the rights of one group might actually end up conflicting with the rights of another group, depending on what type of legislation you're pursuing. And so, of course, this has come up with the trans issue. And I've always been supportive of the transgender community. But when the rights of transgender people, particularly transgender women, start to cause some tension with the rights and freedoms of women or the perceived safety of women, well, let's have a conversation and avoid assuming the worst of the people who want to have that conversation, right? Because I think that in a country like America, where you have so many different people with so many different backgrounds, beliefs, people of faith,
Yeah, I found it. It's that Balaji Srinivasan. We talked about him at length. He goes on all kinds of podcasts. He's been on like the Lex Friedman podcast. And he talks about this kind of like kingdom of the cloud, where like it's essentially just like a little fascist fiefdom where you can maximize your corporate power. And it's the idea of that has taken pretty firm hold in like tech spaces. I feel like she is regurgitating some of what he's saying, and I'm wondering if he's an influence.
The only way this works is if we respect each
Sorry, I was looking for Balaji.
Assuming the worst of the people who want to have that conversation, right? Because I think that in a country like America, where you have so many different people with so many different backgrounds, beliefs, people of faith, the only way this works is if we respect each other and actually engage in these conversations in good faith. And I felt that the left was able to do that back in the day. And I don't know what happened, but we've moved further and further away from being able to have
farther back. Damn. Okay. Sorry.
kind of like authoritarian in what they demand.
This is what I was
They
talking
are
about.
pushing people away. And there are some issues in which the rights of one group might actually end up conflicting with the rights of another group, depending on what type of legislation you're.
Oh. That part. That part. She's talking about how the rights of like trans women are overlapping with the rights of cis women, and that's not acceptable. Yeah. Yeah, that's some transphobic bullshit. And unless she's talking about another group of people, but I genuinely have no idea what other group of people she'd be talking about here.
You're pursuing. And so, of course, this has come up with the trans issue. And I've always been supportive of the transgender community. But when
that's an interesting but right there.
The rights of transgender people, particularly transgender women, start to cause some tension with the rights and freedoms of women or the.
Oh, okay. All right. So I totally missed everything she said while I was looking up Balaji Srinivasan. She was just talking about trans women and cis women, but of course she just calls cis women women. Yeah, trans women are trans women, but cis women are just women. I see.
The perceived safety of women. Well, let's have a conversation and avoid assuming.
What conversation is there to have? Like, I'm sorry if some people are uncomfortable when I use the bathroom. I don't think you should cater to those people because all I'm doing in that bathroom is using the bathroom. It's all I've ever been using the bathroom for. And so she's out here talking about like the perceived safety issue because there's not a real safety issue. And on top of that, like, what is the productive conversation that you're reaching at the other end of that? You know, what are you getting here by catering to and coddling these fears? You know, like, I don't know. I don't think we need to cater to the, you know, comfort of like a member of the KKK who's uncomfortable that a black woman uses the bathroom at the same time she does. You know, like, sorry, I think that white supremacists should be uncomfortable. I think they should be uncomfortable wherever they are, not just the bathroom. I think bigots should be uncomfortable operating in a society where bigotry is unacceptable. Like, what conversation is there to have outside of like coddling bigotry?
The worst of the people who want to have that conversation, right? Because I think that in a country like America, where you have so many different people with so many different backgrounds, beliefs, people of faith, the only way this works is if we respect each other and actually engage in these conversations in good faith. And I felt that the left was able to do that back in the day. And I don't know what happened, but we've moved further and further away from being able to have those conversations in good faith without assuming malice toward individuals who have a slight difference of opinion.
So, I mean, well, let me just...
Oh, man, those of you saying she's really pulling a Dave Rubin, just... 1 second here. Let's see here. Ooh. Where are you? Man, I'm really afraid. I'm not going to scroll on Twitter right here. Ah, here we go. Found it. Boop. Yeah. She's going so far Dave Rubin that Dave Rubin is actually reaching out to her. What an embarrassment.
Ask you first. You believe in the Bill of Rights?
Of course, yes.
All of them?
I love this country.
Yeah, I know.
I love this country. I love the idea of this country.
Right, I'm not questioning. I just want to know, do you believe in the Bill of Rights as written?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That used to be our unum. We could all come together and disagree and live different lifestyles as long as I'm not taking away your rights. You're not taking away my rights. I have a right to disagree with you. We can have conversations about anything and walk away and go, see you tomorrow, Bill. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happened to us. There's been this erosion of education of how important the Bill of Rights is. We're looking now at a population, especially a younger population, that thinks that there's limits on speech.
Right.
There's not limit.
There are some limits, right?
What
but
are they?
The typical example is you can't yell fire in a crowded movie theater.
Not true. That was actually written by the Supreme Court to prove.
Like, come on, how is there not a moment here where she's like, what the fuck am I doing? Sitting across from Glenn Beck as he's like, actually, you can lie about there being a fire at a crowded theater leading to the trampling deaths of several people. You can do that. That's your God-given free speech right. Like, how does that not trigger like an instinctual, guttural response from you?
Against that.
Really?
Yeah, it was not.
But you can't incite violence.
Yes,
you
that's
can't
true.
engage in defamation.
You can't say things that directly incite.
What an evil motherfucker. Yes, you can't directly say things that incite violence, but you can indirectly incite violence. It is like a hell of an evil thing to say.
Violence or panic.
Right.
And it's very clear when, we're going to go kill them and we're going to kill them now. That's the end of freedom of
The only
speech.
problem
Right.
with this
But
is they are totally for taking
without
away
freedom
your
of
rights.
speech,
Oh, yeah.
where we
Because they want rights for themselves and they want to take away your rights. Exactly.
can't say,
They want the right kind of people to have rights.
sorry, I respect this person, I love this person, they can live their life, but if I'm taking them to the hospital, I am telling the doctor that's a man, not a woman. Now, they can call them.
How I'm sorry. I'm sorry here. She's agreeing with him.
The doctor, that's a man, not a woman. Now, they can call themselves whatever. I could even be cool, totally cool with it, but we have to be able to have a civil, non-hateful conversation about truth.
I mean, I agree with you on that. And, the argument, and I think this is a decent argument
I mean, guys,
that you'll hear from those who are more restrictive in
Hi,
or
Jack.
wanting.
Can you tell me the brand of that thrift store dress you posted
yeah.
on B-Sky early yesterday morning,
can.
last Friday night? Thank you. Ooh.
what are you guys doing about in chat? It's from a brand called Bar 3. Bar and then 3 written as a Roman numeral, so with the lines and such. Why you oohing? Stop oohing at me, chat. You're welcome, Elena the Dragon Girl. Thank you for reminding me. And for the $5 dono. The dono did not dono ghost. He just said, ooh. Now, also, we've been going for about an hour. Top of the hour ad break. Hey, are you enjoying stream? Why don't you hit that follow button on Twitch or hit the subscribe button on YouTube and like the YouTube stream? Hell, if you're watching this as a segment, consider liking the segment. And hey, I don't make money off of the ad revenue on this channel, so please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats, those memberships, etc., because that's what allows this channel to continue to exist. I literally couldn't make this stuff happen without the support from you guys, and I would love to become big enough to hire a full-time editor. The dream. The dream. So consider supporting Riverboat Jack, because we need to be bigger than Hassan, baby. Bigger than Hassan. Let's go. And with that, let's keep going.
More restrictions on speech is, well, we want better terms of service when it comes to, private companies, but free speech only has to do with the government. And if the government isn't violating your free speech, then why are we complaining about,
That's not a problem if the government's not in bed with all of the business. You know what I mean?
Interesting. What do you mean by that?
You are literally talking to someone who is backed by the billionaire Betsy DeVos family. Or DeVos family, sorry, because it's more than just Betsy. She also has a brother named Eric Prince, who's also a billionaire, and who has one of the largest mercenary companies on Earth. Cool.
Republicans used to be the big business people.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And
Can we have a size chart for channel goals? I'm not sure what that means, Thistles for Eyes, but if you elaborate, I'll be able to answer you.
I think they still are to a large extent.
Ah, yes, Eric Prince, the guy who owns Blackwater, the company that is rebranded like 10 times.
I think remember we talked about those, the three with Republicans. There's that machinery Republican. They're
Right.
all in bed still. They're all in bed. That section, I hope, comes to an end, but there'll always be those people.
Any journalist worth their salt would know that Glenn Beck has been bought and paid for by billionaires and would use this opportunity to push back on the fact that he's talking about those people over there are corrupt, but we're the good ones.
So I agree with you on that. But it was when you're in bed, especially now, I don't know how you define fascism, but fascism, the technical definition of fascism, is a public-private partnership with the government and private industry. Communism doesn't let you have private ownership. Fascism says, no, you can have private industry, but you're going to do it our way, and we'll let you
That's not what fascism is.
have the company. And if you don't want to do it our way, we'll destroy you, take it away from you or whatever. We've been
Just nodding along with this nonsense. This is immediately discrediting.
headed that way.
Like there's a way you could do a sit down talk with Glenn Beck and not be embarrassing, but this is not that way.
For 100+ years, both sides have been doing it. Right now, the public-private partnership where the government says, we can't do this, but you can. That's fascism. That's wildly dangerous. And both...
I feel like I'm naive for thinking this, but I do think Anna knows enough to be able to push back on this point if she wanted to. So let's see if she does.
sides have a propensity to do that because they both like power and both like control and money. But because of social media and Google and everything else, we are in a situation to where who's controlling whom? Which one is more afraid of the other, the government or Google? Who's afraid of who? You know what I mean? Who has more power?
Well, I would say right now it feels as though the corporations have more power.
I agree with you.
Especially considering the fact that, corporate interests fund politicians on both sides of the political aisle.
Like no pushback whatsoever on his definition of fascism.
And so they're completely captured by corporate interests.
Correct.
And I think that has happened to the detriment of the American people, regardless of whether they vote Democrat or Republican. And so what I see as a bigger problem when it comes to this speech question and how it's impacting private companies is that private companies are increasingly catering to niche audiences or one side of the political spectrum over the other. And unfortunately, and I understand this because I think I was also
Private companies do that because it's easier to sell stuff to a niche demographic. What?
also kind of in that bubble of seeking content or information that only validated what I already believed. Because it's comfortable. And I totally understand why people
Okay, so she's not going to push back at all. Thank you for that, Paladin Lost. I'll stop sitting in suspense now.
do that. I used to do that myself. I didn't do it consciously. It was like a thing that I think I was just doing because it's like, I trust this source because this source is reporting accurately. But it turns out, no, I actually trust that source because that source is telling me what I want to hear.
Correct.
And so this is a huge problem because the divisions in the country and the inability
Excuse me.
because the divisions in the country and the inability to have conversations with people you disagree with, I think is a product of the bubbles that we live in, right? The media bubbles we live in. And I don't know how to fix that. I mean, one way that I've tried is by providing counter narratives and a different point of view or playing devil's advocate on TYT.
Okay, if you're trying to fix it by playing devil's advocate, you're not playing devil's advocate. You're just supporting the position you actually believe while saying, haha, it's just jokes.
Or more importantly, if I've changed my mind, I want to be as honest with my audience as possible.
You have to.
And living in Los Angeles, living in California, which is completely controlled by the Democratic Party, it has allowed me to see some of the flaws in the policies that the Democratic Party is pushing for on a more national scale. And I don't want that to happen if I've experienced some of these policies and they have not worked out so well. But what's interesting is the resistance to any of that critique that you'll see from, not everyone in the audience, not even the majority of the audience, but there's always that.
This doesn't make sense to me, Jack. In what sense? I feel like I have a pretty good sense on what all is happening here, so feel free to ask.
Very loud minority of people who demand that you only tell them what they want to hear.
I know.
And validate what they already believe.
Or you're a traitor.
Or you're a traitor, exactly. Yeah. Or a grifter.
I think, one of the things, I love that one.
Yeah.
I was against Trump in
You literally take billionaire money, you hack.
2016, very vocal about it.
I remember.
And I was a traitor and a grifter. I was just trying to make money. And then he did some things that I said he'll never do. And I agreed with the policies. And I had said, if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I did. And I was a grifter and a traitor again. I mean, it's just, there's no winning. There's no way to win.
Just as an FYI, in case any of you are remotely curious about who this Glenn Beck fellow is, he has an estimated net worth of between $150 and $250 million. So, yeah, I wonder. Oh man, how could anyone accuse him of being a grifter? Crazy.
More with Anna here in just a second. First, we're all getting older, and I don't know about you, but I have felt the aches and pains that come along with the kind of aging thing. I even used to suffer from horrible pain in my hands. I went to every expert possible, every expert. Nobody could make the pain go away. And, it was, well, I guess you just kind of live that way. And I didn't want to live that way. My wife told me, try Relief Factor. I honestly did not think it was going to work.
Okay, we can skip this. It's not interesting. Hey, like sometimes you get one of those weird conservative ads where it's actually interesting. You're like, wait, what are they trying to sell me? That was not one of them.
Sea change. We're at the very beginning of it, but it's strange. I was just talking to Donald Trump. I was doing a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago a couple of days ago, and I said, I think we're like the cool kids now. I've never been at the cool kids table.
This is wild. I look, I'm going to pause.
Gonna take a screenshot here. Just for purposes. Just all right, saving now. Excellent.
On saying the cool kids.
No,
but I will
know.
say this.
But we've never been even near the cool kids. We're at the
Agreed.
we're in the hallway of the cool kids table.
Republicans still aren't cool. Being powerful doesn't mean you're cool.
You know what I mean? I know that,
Yeah.
but we've never. I mean, and he said, YMCA. How is YMCA suddenly cool?
It's not just about
Yeah, how is a song about gay hookups at the YMCA suddenly cool?
that. You know, Trump is, and the audience hates when I say this, but it's just demonstrably true. He's funny. He's an entertainer. I mean, he was an entertainer before, you know, he was a politician, that's for sure.
That's what also causes trouble for him.
It does. It certainly does.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think
Hold me down, mommy. Make me regret forgetting the safe word.
Jesus.
Love ya.
Jupiter Quake, thank you for the $10 super chat. But yeah, I mean, like Amber Brains, I don't feel I totally understand how you feel. Like, this is a betrayal. We are watching one of the largest networks of people in our online media space that has been dedicated to pushing left-wing policy fall to fascism. You know, like it is infuriating and a betrayal. I mean, they could probably still correct course at this point, but I think the presence of so many conservatives in their comments really kind of solidifies where they're going with this.
the reason why you're feeling how you're feeling about the perception of the Republican Party now versus, you know, in the Bush era.
Hang on just a second. I don't want to say Republican Party because that's not cool. That'll never be cool. There's this new coalition of Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Elon Musk, people that are coming from all different points of view. It's the way America that I grew up in. It's the way America.
Oh yeah. By the way, I'm sorry. I saw this article. I know that I mentioned that the YMCA is a song about gay hookups, but let me put it this way. He can't sue me for my interpretation of his song. Sorry. That's not how lawsuits work, and that is not how my ability to say what I think about things works. Now, the one thing I will say is it's pretty rich to hear that claim from the band that dressed like this. Like, I'm sorry, you literally had a leather daddy in your band. You had, you know, a costume that probably wouldn't pass muster today. And then you had a goddamn leather daddy. You had a shirtless construction worker. You had a cowboy. And then you had a sparkly gold front man. And you're trying to tell me that your song wasn't gay? You really worked hard to make it gay, though.
We disagree on a lot, but we have one central vision, and that is, in this case, end this corruption, end this nonsense.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, no, that's a great way of putting it. And, you know, the CEO and my co-host, Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, he is really trying to bring like a populist coalition of people together, you know, and individuals, basically Americans who see the rot in our political system thanks to the corruption. And so it's been his top issue ever since I've met him. And so he's been trying to get money out of politics. So these politicians actually represent what the people want, as opposed to what a small group of corporate executives want. And I think that's really the key in fixing what's broken in our political system.
One thing I hate is that Anna came on your show and lied to your face.
I mean, I don't know that she lied to my face when she came on my show. I don't think that she's that person anymore.
The other thing is, I mean, look, members of Congress really should see themselves as public servants as opposed to individuals who are elected into office just to enrich themselves.
All of them should be.
So we have to ban their ability to trade individual stocks. I mean, this is madness that they're able to do this.
Ban the trading of stocks. Do not allow them to go into any business that they had any regulation or anything for at least 10 years.
I totally agree.
This revolving door is obscene, absolutely obscene. I say this kindly because I've been on the other side of the table. And
I do want to say that basically one of the things you're going to notice maybe going forward, probably in this interview too, is just that you can agree with conservatives on a problem. Like, you know, one person can be like, the boat is leaking. And the other person's like, and the Republican's like, yeah, the boat's leaking. But your solution to that problem may be very, very different. You know, like identifying a problem, like two people identifying a problem doesn't mean that they have the same solution. And often the solution provided by Republicans is one that empowers corporate interests and is not in the public's interest. Right? That's one of the core problems here, where like I think you could probably find things to agree about with Glenn Beck, but he's going to have very different ways of going about achieving the thing, like achieving that thing that is going to do a lot of bad things around that, you know? Yeah, that's a good example, Mr. Malachite. One wants to fix the leak, the other wants to sell the remaining portions of the boat as oceanfront property. Yeah.
And I wish people had given me the benefit of the doubt of being a decent human being and actually...
Looks like you turned closed captioning off. Banana Brains, I don't turn off the closed captioning. It automatically turns off. I'm not doing, like, I'm not fucking with the subtitles to spite anybody.
Meaning what I say. Because I do.
I said that more briskly than I intended. I'm sorry.
So I say this believing you're an actual decent human being, okay?
Okay.
The one thing that I look for in people who say, I've seen the light, is I know when I've changed, and I've changed many big points of view and many big things in my life, but I can tell you what color the carpet was when I had that epiphany. I can tell you the time of day. I can tell you everything about that moment because it was like, holy mother, I'm wrong. And time stopped and you remember it.
Right, right.
If you're sincere.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
He's like, if you're actually sincere in your change, and then she suddenly gets a little weird.
I think for some people, change comes slowly, and especially if your career and your life depends on a particular identity, a particular outward identity, you're going to resist internal change. And you're going to resist and resist and resist until you can't resist anymore. That's what I feel happened with me.
Okay, so wait. So then what was that? I think we might be saying similar things because it's not.
That actually has me wondering, Banana Brains, is there a way to default have subtitles on YouTube? If so, it would save me a lot of headache, because I usually if the subtitles aren't on, there either aren't subtitles or I just like haven't thought of it. But it'd be nice to just have them on whenever they're available.
You know, the heavens didn't open up.
Right.
Oh yeah, she had a story about a guy named Jeff who like carried up a bike a couple of floors. That made her realize Republicans weren't all evil or something.
You all of a sudden go, I can't do this. I can't say this anymore. So was there a time, yes, it happened slowly, but was there a moment that changed you and said, I can't do this anymore. I can't do it anymore.
I mean, I would say the phrase "I can't do it anymore" for me applies to a handful of policy issues that the Democratic Party has been championing that I don't agree with.
So there's no personal, there was no personal event or anything that happened in your life to where you went,
I mean, I was sexually assaulted by a homeless guy,
oh,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, I was
I'm
sexually
sorry.
assaulted by a homeless guy in Los Angeles in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog.
Oh my gosh.
And it was awful. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. And look, I don't want to put myself in this position of being like this victim who's looking for empathy, but it is the moment where something very scary happened to me. And
Why did that?
It wasn't just that had happened to me. It was the reaction I received from a faction of the left, okay? The social justice left, if you want to call it that, who think that, you know, in some cases, the criminals are actually the victims and the victims are the criminals. Like
I mean, sometimes criminals are also victims. That's not a mutually exclusive distinction. But also, like, yeah, no one should be a dick to you after you've been sexually assaulted, point blank. You know, like, I absolutely repudiate anyone who actually went after her for being upset after that, you know?
insane. And I don't know how big this faction is, but they're loud enough to push me away completely. And so it wasn't that had happened to me. It was the reaction of the left and how they were far more concerned with me talking about it because they felt that was stigmatizing the homeless community. I have never gone out of my way to say negative things about homeless people. I mean, people who are living out on the streets are, in a lot of cases, victims who need help, right?
Yes.
But I was victimized by a guy that was strung out on something, could have been meth, you know, he was jerking around as he was walking toward me with his buddy. And
gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't.
Yeah,
it's
okay. It's okay. But it took a while for me to get over that because I still have to walk my dog. And so multiple times a day, I literally have to think about that incident. And so I thought maybe it would help to talk about it. And then when I did talk about it, I totally regretted it because I was shocked at the way people reacted to me.
I do. Now, to be clear, I do empathize with this particular portion. Like, talking about ways you've been victimized online can be a double-edged sword. It can be helpful, but also the internet is full of terrible people. You know, like, the internet is full of people who will, like, attack you for being the victim of a sexual assault. And that can be a terrible feeling, right? Is that a basis for changing your entire, like, political ideology? In my mind, no. I don't think that's a good reason to change your entire political outlook. But I can understand how that would be traumatizing and difficult.
But what that moment taught me was some of the characteristics of the quote unquote left that I thought were good, right? Like the kindness, the open-mindedness, the, you know, willingness to go out of your way to look out for people who need help, like that kind of stuff. There's a portion of the left that has shed those characteristics. They've taken on a more nihilistic approach to things. And they don't even believe in reforms. They just believe that everything about every political system, every program we have, every institution we have is just worthless and we need to burn it all down. Okay. So that nihilistic nature, I think, leads to a lot of really bad ideas and terrible behavior online. And that's pushing people out, pushing people away. And like, I mean, you look at places like Los Angeles, for instance, right? Or Cook County, which is where Chicago is. I paid very close attention to Cook County and what the election results were going to be in Cook County because you have an influx of migrants going to.
Yeah, this is some fear-mongering bullshit right here. Like, I'm sorry, like, the solution to this is state intervention to give these people homes. Like, that's the solution to this problem. And, like, I don't know, kind of feels like she's going out of her way here.
Chicago, right? You have a lot of anger among the Black community in Chicago because they've been nickel and dimed by their local government.
It's crazy.
And at the same time, their mayor, Brandon Johnson, is doling out the cash for migrants and justifying it. And so they're angry. And so I'm watching all of this happen, and I'm just like, Democrats need to wake up. Mm-hmm. Because more and more voters feel
it is not an either or situation between providing for migrants or immigrants and doing better by other marginalized communities in an area. Pitting these two issues against one another is one of the oldest conservative tricks in the book, and she's pulling it right now. It's not an either or. You can do both. You can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. And like it really is that simple. You can do both. It is a priority to integrate immigrants into your local community because they come in already with skills. Meaning that they come in fully prepared and ready to help and give back to the community in a way that a newborn baby in your community it just isn't. They are an immediate addition to the workforce after you've onboarded them appropriately. Like it is a net benefit to that entire community, and that is going to reap dividends for decades to come. And on top of that, like, yeah, the community should also invest in Black and brown areas of the country or of the city, of, you know, whatever locality we're talking about, because it's the right thing to do. You should be doing that anyway. I don't know. Maybe we could take some of that police money that never got taken away.
feel like they're being abandoned by the Democratic Party, economically speaking. And everyone got mad at me. Everyone's like, oh, you're anti-immigrant. I'm not anti-immigrant. I'm not anti-immigrant.
Immigrants built this country.
Yes, my parents are immigrants.
Yes.
Okay, I am not anti-immigrant. But I do have a problem with the Biden administration neglecting the border, pretending like there wasn't a migrant crisis at all, allowing these municipalities to be inundated with migrants without any federal resources to deal with the problem. And what? We're going to pretend like that's not going to cause electoral harm? Of course it is. So when you look at places like LA, there was an 11-point swing toward the Republican Party. Kamala Harris still won, LA County, but 11% toward Republicans, that's crazy in Los Angeles.
Can I just say real quick? The amount of money the United States spends on immigrants, on like the social services for immigrants, pales in comparison to the amount of money we spend trying to get rid of them, right? Trying to expel them from the country. Since 2003, we've spent $409 billion in order to constantly deport and hold people who could otherwise be working productively in our communities. Like, that's $409 billion compared to the $16 billion it costs in order to actually just provide them social services. And I feel like that's an important distinction, because often undocumented immigrants aren't even being paid the money from the government in the form of like Medicaid or Medicare or whatever. They are a net benefit to the economy, even by the most Republican biased studies. And so it's really frustrating here to be like, oh, they're soaking up all of the money that could be used in other areas of the community when they're actively generating money for the community that almost never gets cycled back into the immigrant community.
My problem with the policy there, again, I could be friends and debate and whatever with anyone. if it's honest. Thomas Jefferson said, question with boldness even the very existence of God, for if there be a God, he must surely rather honest questioning over blindfolded fear. Honest questioning means if I ask you a question and you present me with an answer and I'm like, I'm open to changing. You know what I mean? We don't have honest questioning. We now have got you questioning. We have cancel you questioning. And
yeah, no, Charles, exactly. We have an active labor shortage. We need immigration. We need those immigrants. That's why the money is money well spent, even if you are a stickler for nickels and dimes.
And beyond that, we have this system that props up lies and a government that is...
Keep in mind, his biggest backer is someone who wants to destroy the Department of Education.
willing to engage in lies. If you wanted to bring people in and open the borders the way you did, and then move people with our tax dollars on airplanes to cities where you're changing everything in that city, can we have that conversation first? And part of the problem was they were saying it's not happening. Well, yes, it is. And you're doing it behind our back in the middle of the night.
Well, it's interesting because, and look, I can definitely be honest about my own flaws and my own mistakes because I bought the mainstream media narrative that there wasn't a migrant crisis.
Really?
And yeah, I did believe it. I believe because, look, I was an idiot because, I mean, who do you trust in today's media landscape?
I know.
Right? There's a lot of liars out there.
Yeah,
and when it comes to mainstream media, the fact of the matter is they do play...
The only immigrant crisis we have is that we chronically underfund the bureaucracy in order to admit more people into the country, and that we have a widespread privatized prison system that profits off of them being held in their facilities. That's it. That's like the big thing. Like, we could just invest in like pro-immigrant policies and infrastructure and we'd be totally fine. But Republicans want this to be the eternal issue so they don't actually have to deliver on the economy and can blame immigrants for any hiccups in the economy. That's it. That's the entire thing in a nutshell.
Defense more and more for the Democratic Party. And that's an issue because there was a time when that didn't happen. And so I still believed in their good faith reporting, even though it turns out, you know, a lot of these reports would omit really important details about what's really going on. And so it wasn't until Texas Governor Greg Abbott started busing or sending migrants to blue cities where that woke me up. That woke a lot of people up. And suddenly America realizes, oh, there is a migrant crisis.
Why did that wake you up?
Well, because all of a sudden you're seeing migrants sleeping on the floor.
Yeah, because they didn't have any infrastructure built to accommodate them yet. If there had been a policy change where like Greg Abbott would start doing that in like 5 years, they would have had housing. They would have had services ready to receive them. When people just when several thousand people show up completely unexpectedly in a new city or town, like they need to find places to live. Them sleeping on the ground is literally part of the process if there are no facilities for them.
In the police department in Chicago, because they don't have shelter for these people, right? You're seeing, you know, these... I love watching...
Yeah, Rainbow Krampus, exactly. My opinion of Anna used to be very high. Like, I was like, oh, she teaches journalism classes. Obviously, she knows what the hell she's doing. And I gave her an undue amount of credit for knowing things. And frankly, this is deeply embarrassing, not just for her, but honestly, in a way for me, too. And I'm pretty salty about it.
Watching streams of city council meetings, because that's how you understand what's really going on in these cities, right? These are real people who live there and they get their opportunity to speak.
Chicago's been enough.
My theory is that deportation, forced birth, and bringing back child labor are all parts of the same plan. Abolish school, send the kids to work. Well, yeah, I mean, basically, you Like, no, they want to have like those school voucher programs so that some kids just don't go to school. Unironically, they think kids should just be incorporated into the labor force at all ages.
Amazing
Chicago's
thing
been
to watch.
Wild.
Yeah.
I mean, I watch every city council meeting
Yeah.
from Chicago because
They're
it's
crazy.
incredible.
Yeah.
And for me, rather than relying on mainstream media reporting or anyone's reporting, to be quite honest with you, what I'll do is I'll go out of my way and I'll watch, the entirety of a government function, local government function.
Mm-hmm.
I talk to real people and I get a sense of where hearts and minds really are. And so on election night, I wasn't surprised at all. I knew it was coming. I totally knew it was coming. I knew that Cook County was going to swing, I think it's about 8 percentage points toward Republicans. I knew LA County, and this is what I was surprised about. I did not expect Donald Trump to flip 10 counties in California from blue to red. But I guess I shouldn't have been surprised about that either. Because when you look at the conditions that people are living in a Democrat-controlled state, well, yeah, you can understand why people are turning their backs on the Democratic Party. You can understand why people are frustrated at the corruption, at the loss of $24 billion that was allocated to help the homeless, when homelessness only exploded during that time, and that money is now unaccounted for. It was funneled to nonprofits whose executives get paid.
Now, this is true, by the way. This part is true. Oftentimes, nonprofits that have cozied up to the government simply don't deliver and or lose whatever money is funneled to them, which is why we need actual government, like, branches and, like, parts of the government themselves that are accountable to do the work that these nonprofits are doing. The government should not be funneling money to nonprofits in order to do work that the government should be doing. Like that, the problem here is the chain of command to a nonprofit.
Minimum $250,000 a year. And they have multiple executives who are making at least that or more. And you just see the waste and you see the real grift. And so for people out there who are concerned about the grifters, take a good hard look at the systemic grifting that's happening right now. It's disgusting.
It is, again, I think, the problem with the public-private partnership.
100%, yes.
Stop it. These NGOs, let them raise their own money. Let them, if they're doing good, they will prosper. People will
Agreed.
find them. The government just funneling millions of dollars. It's a money laundering. Ukraine, I don't know where you stand in Ukraine, but good God, man, that is a money laundering system, and millions are being affected. And
I mean, the vast majority of what we send to Ukraine is not money. It's military gear that we long ago bought and manufactured.
Hundreds of thousands are in a meat grinder right now. For what?
I mean, look, I think...
What do you mean for what? For the sovereignty of their country, you ding-dong? So that they don't have to live as a Russian province. For what? They're stealing Ukrainian children, Glenn. For what?
I think that the UK and the US made a big mistake in discouraging Volodymyr Zelensky from continuing or engaging in peace negotiations early on in that war.
Yeah.
So that's the strongest opinion I have about what has transpired in Ukraine. My heart goes out to the Ukrainians. They're trying to defend themselves. They were invaded wrongfully, obviously. But I feel that the way the United States has carried out its foreign policy, certainly, starting in the Bush years, and it's only gotten worse from that, it's not really benefiting anybody. And it's certainly not benefiting the American people, which is another reason why I think you're noticing a bit of a shift or a realignment when it comes to our political parties. And look,
it's bizarre.
Trump came in and he just kind of messed everything up in the Republican Party. And it's really weird to find myself in this place where you hear Republican voters take on this anti-war, identity.
Republican voters aren't anti-war. They voted for a guy who's been openly talking about wanting to invade and bomb Mexico. He's not anti-war. He wanted to bomb North Korea with a nuke. He's not anti-war. And you might be like, well, the Republican voters are taking on this anti-war identity, but like, they're not. But they're not, though. Like, if Donald Trump declared war day one he was in office, they would cheer and happily go along with it. They're not anti-war.
See,
and Democratic voters take on a more pro-war, like neoconservative type flavor.
Kamala speech at the convention it was like
he wants to do a war that will prop up a fascist or an authoritarian that he can be buddies with. That's the kind of war he wants to fight.
What?
One that he can profit off of in some way.
Yeah.
Who, are you Dick Cheney? What is that? It
Not
was
Dick
bizarre.
Cheney, but she was honored by his
endorsement. I know.
Which disgusted me. Yeah.
So, but I think there's something to be said that I think with conservatives, the definition of conservative, what I believe is the right definition, is we look at things that are happening. Mm-hmm. What's working? Save that. Get that part out of here because it's corrupt, it's garbage, it's old think, whatever. And progressive should be, we're more anxious to move forward. Let's go. The two of those things together is what provides the balance, you know?
Totally. You need that tension.
You need that.
Yeah.
It's important. It's an eagle. Can't fly with just one wing. But when you look at what has happened to the conservatives, I started changing 2006. I mean, I was all for the war. I was all for Iraq. Yeah, I was all for it because I believed that we could change things. I was dumb enough to believe that you can hand people freedom and they want it, or it will just work.
Oh yeah. People in those countries definitely don't want freedom. Like I'm sorry. They do. They just want their freedom. They, you know, like they don't want to trade one master for another. They want their own freedom. And the United States was in the Middle East for 20 years, and we didn't get rid of the people who wanted to rule over them. And we lost. Like I'm sorry. You can only prop up a papier-mâché government so much.
It barely works here. You know what I mean? You have to earn it. You have to want it. And I was also naive enough to think that we were the good guys.
That's a great point. I mean, look at Iran. I mean, we orchestrated a coup in Iran, which is part of the reason why, you know, you have this theocratic, you know, situation that we're now fighting against.
Right.
Doing regime change is not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
The U.S. should not be in the business of engaging in regime change wars, period.
George, I don't know if you've read his farewell address. Okay. If we would just do that, we would have been fine. But the State Department for decades has been on this path of we're going to control everything. If you're a country that says...
You know, Donald Trump controlled the State Department, right? For 4 years? Yeah? Okay, just checking.
We don't torture, but we'll ghost plane you to some place that will torture. You're a monster.
100%.
You're a monster.
100%. I can't believe I'm hearing you say this stuff. It's
I've said
crazy.
This for years. I've said
insane.
It for years. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
But
I don't know. I feel like it's the lowest possible bar a human being could have.
You have to be consistent with your principles. And I think there's a lot of conservatives, and I'm so happy to see that now there are some Democrats that are doing the same thing. Like, I was for big food. I was for big pharma. And then I saw it. And I feel like saying to Democrats, guys, you were right. Now, why have you abandoned that position? Because we would agree. We could get so much done.
Can I ask you something? I'm genuinely curious what you think about this, because
Oh my God.
You
You guys know that, like, Glenn Beck, if he were put into a position to raise people's wages, wouldn't, right? You guys know that if Glenn Beck was put into a position to up regulations on dangerous chemicals, he wouldn't, right? Like, the entire premise of everything he has ever worked for is to deregulate industry on behalf of his billionaire benefactors. That's his entire purpose for existing. It's why he's a millionaire. You know, almost a quarter of a billionaire.
started to really sour on Biden when, in my opinion, he was pretending to fight for his agenda. And part of his agenda was to
Raising
allow
minimum
for
wage?
our Medicare system to just simply negotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. Believe it or not, and this is the most anti-capitalist thing imaginable, right? Because capitalism, you're supposed to have competition, you're supposed to welcome
Yes.
negotiation.
Yes.
Our Medicare system not allowed to negotiate drug prices. So he was pursuing a provision in his Build Back Better plan that would allow for the negotiations to happen. Well, then they whittled it down to 10 pharmaceutical drugs. Oh, what can we do? You know, this is the thing. The Democrats like to play good cop, bad cop. So you'll have the majority of the Democratic Party, in the Senate in particular, pretend like they're all on board with Biden's agenda and the idea of having Medicare negotiate drug prices.
We have the same problem in the Republican Party, by the way.
And then you'll always have the bad cops who are willing to raise their hand.
Wait, no, you don't have the same problem in the Republican Party is why we don't have a Medicare for All system, you ding dong.
And basically torpedo that provision. And that's essentially what happened with Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. But don't make the mistake of thinking they were the only ones, because sitting on the bleachers waiting were other corporate Democrats who would step in if they needed to prevent the passage of that provision.
Citation needed.
And so
I know that there are corporate Dems, but the overwhelming majority of the corporate Dems were going to go along with it. Like, they had been whipped into order to go along with it. You can't say, oh, well, you know, they would have voted against it. You don't know that.
love watching Democrats celebrate themselves because now Medicare can negotiate the drug prices of 10 drugs. And sure, that's better than nothing. But I mean, I'm not going to give you a reward.
So,
I'm sorry. Yes, 2 Democrats torpedoed this, but so did the Republicans. One of which you are talking to right now. I mean, Glenn Beck didn't personally torpedo it, but he is a Republican. He supported their inaction on that. You know, like I'm sorry, like this conversation is making it seem like Glenn Beck is like, oh yeah, Republicans really wanted to get this too. You know, we can work together on so many things like big food and big pharma. And it's like, no, you can't. Because if you could, Republicans would have voted to allow for that wide scale negotiation. They didn't. And if the question here is like, oh, well, you know, both sides are getting paid off by their corporate donors. And like, yes, both sides are getting paid off by corporate donors, but it's not in equivalent amounts. Because if you're saying, well, the reason the Republicans are voting no on this is because of their corporate donors, then it's every Republican versus like 5 Democrats. Like, the argument you're making here isn't making the point you think it is, Anna.
Whittling down a policy that made sense. That would have saved taxpayers in this country a lot of money.
I think we could come to agreement on this easily. That's why I'm so excited about RFK. Get
Oh my God.
them out of government.
RFK murdered like 50 children. I'm sorry, but like, how do you look at a guy who is directly responsible for the deaths of like anywhere from 50 to like 70 children and go, yeah, this guy's the one we want to have in charge of all of our healthcare stuff? Are you kidding me? Oh God, sorry about that. Didn't mean to bounce it, but are you kidding me?
Get them out. I don't want them anywhere around. I want our government to have that limited work of just, who do you run to if the police are in part of it? You can't run to the press and say, hey, look, because the press no longer is protecting the little guy. They're protecting the pharmaceutical company or the government, which is the same.
The press was doing positive PR for the Democrats on this issue. As the Democrats essentially destroyed their own agenda. Okay, like it was ridiculous. So I just, if you're going to run to the press to get accurate information about what's going on, I mean,
but what I'm saying, though, on that is there is no good cop. We are a system of checks and balances. Congress and the Senate, they're all backroom deals. I talk to congressmen and senators who say, what the hell am I even doing here? We don't debate anything. We don't talk about anything.
What is
They
it
come
going
out
to
and say,
take for the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future to visit Anna?
Oh God, who knows? Maybe December 24th. Who knows? Thank you for the $5 dono, Catalina Gearbox. Rainbow Krampus, thank you for the $5 super
Anna,
chat.
we shouldn't be doing regime changes. Glenn, agreed. Trump, 2018, backs a coup to overthrow Maduro in Venezuela.
Right? Drastically expands the drone war. Gosh.
hey, here it is. You have 10 minutes to read it and vote, and you're voting this way. That's there's no checks and balance. The administration, it was. Does the president work for all of these administrators, or do the administrators work for the elected guy? You know, it's all out of control. And the one that was supposed to watch is the media. And the media, and now with big tech, they're all part of that system. We have to find a way to go back to I really feel like if we could, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again and reset it to its factory settings? You know what I mean? There are things that...
Why are you nodding along with that? Do you not remember what the factory settings of the United States are? They were bad. Black people couldn't vote. You could only vote if you had land and were a white man. Those are bad factory settings.
that we need, that we can't cut. There are things that we've got. But we have got to, it's rotted from the inside on both sides. We have to, I don't want to, the American idea is right. It's great. It's to create a more perfect nation, meaning we're never going to be perfect. And the mission statement in the Declaration of Independence, there's nothing more inspiring from any country in the history of the world than that.
I don't know. I feel like some countries might have things that are equally inspiring, if not more so. I don't know enough about the foundational documents of any other countries, though, because I only learned about this one, which makes it a lot easier to make those American exceptionalism arguments, I suppose.
I want to try to create that, knowing we'll never get there, but we can make progress towards it. So we can't jettison everything, but we have got to go in with, I don't even know if you can do it with surgical knives anymore because it's so big and out of control. Just start chopping down some of reshaping the tree.
Yeah.
You know, you have to understand when he's talking about that, what he means is cutting Medicare. What he means is cutting Medicaid. What he means is getting rid of, like, the Americans with Disabilities Act. What he means is like every social service that you have ever enjoyed. He means reinstating the ability to discriminate against people for pre-existing conditions in healthcare. What he means is effectively destroying your ability to live a relatively comfortable and secure life. That's what he's talking about. Just start chopping. Well, you know what? He's not going to just start chopping at the police budget. He's not just going to start chopping at the military budget. He's going to start chopping at the other ones, the social services ones.
There's been a lot of attention focused on, DOGE, right? The Department of
or Social Security is another one of the big ones.
Government efficiency and what they're going to focus their energies on. I'm cautiously optimistic, mostly because of the fact that a lot of the conversation is focused on the Pentagon, and there's agreement.
You've been duped by a man-child. You've been duped by a man-child who's only failed upward his entire life. I can't believe it.
On both sides of the political aisle, that there needs to be a serious accounting for all of the resources that are being squandered on.
Oh, no, Jack Harper, he's talking about whenever Republicans talk about cutting the government.
Nor a ghost. But I've been looking out for when I could sub again to give you a mere fraction of what you need. You deserve so much more.
Well, Crystal Hazer, thank you for subscribing with Prime and for supporting me for the last 9 months. I really, really appreciate it. The show wouldn't be possible without people like you, so thank you so much. But no, he's talking about cutting the VA. He's talking about cutting the services that the government provides. And of course, he's also talking about gutting the administrative state. But the far bigger costs to the government are things like the VA or Medicare. Those are far bigger drains on the budget. And whenever any Republican is talking about cutting, they're talking about cutting those things.
On the Pentagon?
But that also has to happen in things that you're going to like. I mean, I believe the Pentagon is completely out of control.
I'm sorry. I think it's a bad idea to cut people who want to work from home. They're doing their jobs. They're getting all the things they need to get done. I think that's fine. I think if you're firing them, just not because they're not doing their jobs, but because they are doing their jobs in a different place, I think that's a silly reason to fire someone. But more than that, you have to understand when they're talking about cutting the government, they're talking about cutting your Social Security. They're talking about cutting your healthcare benefits. They're talking about cutting any kind of program that keeps people off the streets and in their homes. They're talking about cutting or increasing the amount you pay for insurance, for drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're talking about enabling the mass fuckery that beset people in the 1920s and 30s. They just want to do it again. The same policies that led us into the Great Depression, they want to embrace those and have another little Gilded Age before it all comes crashing down again. And when it does come crashing down, they'll just buy it all up for a song, because that's how disaster capitalists make their money. They make money off of our suffering.
They haven't been able to pass a single audit.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I completely agree with that, but I believe defense is very important. You could go back and forth. But there's also stuff on the other side. We have squandered trillions of dollars. We don't even. How do we have a government that says, geez, where did we put that $2 trillion? How does that happen?
Yeah, it's crazy. It is. I mean, I agree with you. I think that even when it comes to, look, I agree with programs that are meant to help the homeless. I totally am. So that's the type of
that's cool.
Those are the types of policies
effective.
If they're effective, but there's a lot of waste, because the way that those policies are being implemented in places like California isn't really meant to help the homeless. It's about funneling taxpayer money to nonprofits.
Yes.
That's what it's about. And so when we talk about waste, I'm open-minded about taking a look at these government agencies and really questioning whether these massive bureaucracies make sense, right? Whether the money is well spent on various programs. Let's do a little bit of testing to see if these policies or these programs are even effective in carrying out what their objective is.
See this.
Yeah, if only there were people out there whose job it was to assess social economic policy, and if only there were other places around the world who had tried different kinds of economic policy and then written up in-depth research about the results of those policies. If only that existed. Oh, what? That does exist for anti-homeless programs that help put homeless people in homes? Oh, it's called decommodified housing, and it works really, really well, huh? Oh man, that's also it works really well with like some kind of like UBI program that gives them money with which they can have housing. Okay. So we actually do have tons of data and tons of programs that actually work and can be facilitated by the government rather than nonprofits. Huh. If only we could advocate for specific policies like those.
This is why I think the 10th Amendment is so important. It creates 50 laboratories. You want universal health care in Massachusetts? Have it. Do it. Vote for it. You want it in California? Have it. Do it. If it works, we'll do it. If it doesn't work, you can't just say...
Except you don't want other states to do it in the first place. You oppose them in those states too.
Oh, we need bailout from the federal government. Why should I pay for something that doesn't work? You know what I mean? And if there's 50 laboratories, somebody's going to come up with something better. You know what I mean? But we have all of this federal regulation to stop people from trying things that might work. You know?
What you know, one of my pet peeves on podcasts like this, right, is that they never say specifics. It's so rare for one of these Republican types to actually say a specific. All of the federal regulation is just stifling innovation. All these innovative policies are dying on the vine. Oh, really? Which ones? Name a couple. Which policies have all these federal regulations killed? And how? Tell me more. Because my impression is that one of the ways you think that they're being stifled is by like having to, I don't know, provide services to both black and white people. You know, or you know, these organizations can't be white supremacists, so it's, you know, costing them more money. Or it's not, something like that. Like, name what policies are being stifled by federal regulation. Please name a few. No, you don't get to get away from this. Name them. No, we're not changing the topic. I said name them. Yeah, like anyone worth their salt sitting across from Glenn Beck here should ask him that question. Like, which policies? That's not even like a big ask. That's just a very simple way you can have a much more targeted conversation. And if he has an answer, that's great. You can go down into more specific places and have an in-depth conversation on those things. But like, have any kind of intellectual curiosity here. Even if you're not like, even if you're politically allying him with him in this conversation, right? Have curiosity.
Yeah. So are you consistent on that issue, though, on the idea of states' rights and allowing for the federal government to just kind of take a step back?
Good night, Vice.
It seems like a setup question.
No,
but
I'm
yes.
not. It's not a gotcha
Okay.
or anything. But mostly because in conversations with Republicans or with conservatives or anyone on the right,
Yeah.
they tend to have this idea of states' rights when it comes to economic policies or things like healthcare, as you mentioned. But then it comes to some of the more conservative social issues where they do want the federal government to be involved and have a standard. Like, for instance, you know, there's a small but loud group of people who are on, you know, Trump's case about not wanting to pursue a federal ban on abortion.
Right.
I'm curious what your thoughts are
Federal
on that.
government has nothing to do with it. The Supreme Court has ruled with it. I don't think you can legislate morality. I think the problem with
I do not trust Glenn Beck at all. He opened up this this episode with an ad for those fake abortion clinics that trick women into having children. Like, this man is just a liar.
As Noam Chomsky said, the country was founded on the principle that the primary role of government is to protect the majority from shimp.
It's true. It's true. We do need to protect the majority from shimp. They're too powerful. Thank you for the $5 dono, trains and bullshit. But no, like, I think the second Republicans are able to get a national abortion through, they're gonna do it. Like a national abortion ban. The second that becomes an option, they're gonna do it.
With the abortion case is on the right side. Forget about the baby for a second. Mom. Why is she in that? She is most likely not in it in this situation because she's like, I want to shout my abortion.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
They're in trouble.
Yep.
Something has happened. Something has failed. They have no framework around them to help them. We cannot just say to that person, no, because they'll go someplace else.
True.
We have to care about the baby and the mother.
He opened this up by calling for people to give $5,000 to a private pro-life clinic. I mean, like, I'm sorry, just real quick. I'm gonna pull it up here because this is literally the website. Empowering clinics to save more lives and souls. Life-affirming clinics. These are clinics that masquerade as abortion clinics and then don't actually provide abortion care. Their main service is to provide you with images of the inside of your uterus. Their job is to basically convince you to have the baby. Yeah, the ultrasound machine grant. We want to help you make the biggest impact possible. The ultrasound machine grant provides a new machine or cash grants up to $15,000 for the purchase of an existing machine, machine training included, so that they can guilt people into having babies they don't want. I don't think you get to make this argument, Glenn Beck. I don't think you get to make this argument.
And help fix what's broken. When somebody is using abortion for birth control, I don't even understand your moral sense. But I understand 80%, I bet, of people who are having an abortion. There's no law that will fix that. None. We have to find the way by working reasonably with each other. You know, I went to GLAAD.
I'm sorry, what's the reasonable middle ground here, Glenn? You can have half an abortion? What is it?
And met with GLAAD this years ago when Iran was throwing gays off of the rooftop. I've always been for gay marriage. I'm more libertarian.
When Iran was throwing gays off of rooftops, and GLAAD is an organization in the United States. They're not representing Iran.
I don't care. Marry who you want. Don't tell me and my church what I have to do, and I'm not going to tell you what you have to do. And I went to GLAAD and I said, look, we could argue all day long about wedding cakes. They're throwing people off the roofs because they're gay.
In another country, GLAAD is dedicated to domestic policy.
This will be wildly unpopular with my audience, and it will be wildly unpopular with your audience.
Your audience was against gay marriage, Glenn.
But why don't we come together and say, we disagree on a whole bunch of stuff, but this we agree on. Life has meaning. Okay? They wouldn't do it.
Interesting. Okay.
they wouldn't do it because they were in the middle of a lawsuit about not allowing businesses to discriminate against people who are gay. The entire premise of like the gay cake Supreme Court case was whether or not businesses have an obligation to serve you and whether or not they can deny you service on the basis of your sexuality. That was the entire premise. Because then you get into circumstances like, well, if you can deny a cake to a gay couple, can you deny ambulance care? Can you deny medical care? Can you deny bureaucratic services if you're a government official? Can you do, so many other things? The reason that case was important was because it allowed gay people to exist openly in society without being discriminated against. And Glenn Beck is like, well, why can't we all just value life or something? Because coming out with a statement that says you value life doesn't accomplish anything tangible in the political sphere, which is what you're supposed to be doing if you're an advocacy organization. If you're just putting out meaningless non-statements, it doesn't mean anything.
And until we have the guts.
Yeah, it was about the civil rights. It wasn't about the goddamn cake.
To stand up and say, look, this is going to be unpopular on my side. It's going to be unpopular on your side. But we're both reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Laws, when it's oppressive, when they're just forced on you, it feels oppressive. We have to change the hearts and minds. And the only way we're going to do that is by talking to each other
100%.
And actually looking at the problem, not just saying, oh, it's the homeless. That means, my father used to say, I'd say, Dad, I want to talk to you about God. Okay, we cannot talk about God.
I like kind of to get back to what I was talking about at the very beginning of this. Remember how we talked about how agreeing with Republicans can often be like, you can both identify that there's an issue, but then there are vastly different solutions to that issue, right? That a Republican and a Democrat will come up with. This is like one of those circumstances, right? Because, a leftist will look at homelessness and be like, a systemic issue that we could solve by, providing decommodified housing or like certain kinds of initiatives on the local and city level that would allow for people who are homeless to find homes and find housing, Whereas Republicans will just be like, yes, there is a big homeless problem, but that's because black people are lazy. It's because of their and not because of like their biology. They're lazy because of their culture.
Okay, we need to start Operation Get Jack on the Glenn Beck Show.
Oh God, please don't. I don't want to be on the Glenn Beck Show. But you see what I mean? Like you can, like the left and Republicans can agree that something is an issue and a problem, but come to wildly different reasons for why that is, which then lead to very different types of solutions, right? So it winds up being that, like, Ben Shapiro actually makes the argument that like black people tend to be disproportionately poor because of their culture. And like the reality is they're disproportionately poor because of the history of slavery, redlining, Jim Crow, etc. And like the issue here is that they cannot identify the underlying reasons why the problem exists and are instead content to just paint people as being inherently problematic. And I mean, frankly, I think Glenn and Anna fall into that quite neatly.
What do you
Also,
mean?
welcome, Raiders.
Let's call him first cause, because God means something different to you than it does me. First cause, we don't have any images in our head. So we start from there. When we say, we want to talk about abortion, it means something to you, means something to me that's deeply seated in us.
True.
We have to find our way to the compassionate core of the human experience.
How do we get there? Like, what is your suggestion?
This
Mm-hmm.
I'm I have for so long waited for a fair interview on my side.
Right to refuse service to anyone for any reason is still something I believe in as a former business owner. Well, I think that's a pretty shitty stance to have. I for one, don't support any business that, for example, wants to uphold their right to deny black people a spot at the bar. You know, I think that's pretty shitty, and I think that's a lawsuit waiting to happen, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
From
Should probably remember that if you become a present business owner.
somebody who doesn't agree with me. I can get fair interviews. I can get bad interviews from people who agree with me. And I don't mind somebody reporting something and me going, well, I don't think that's exactly true, but I can see how you got there. There's no such thing as it's all a setup. All of it is a setup.
Yep. And
you know it because you're on the other side. And I'm sure people on both sides right now with you. That's why before we started, the only thing I said to you was, you're in a safe zone. I'm not trying to get you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it's nice of Glenn Beck to create a safe space for Anna.
That has to happen. And the only way that happens is back to Jefferson. Honest questioning. I really want to know how you got there. Mm-hmm. When we talk to each other, and I've got an agenda. Oh, you know what? I've got some people coming over for Christmas. I know exactly. I'm going to say this, and they're going to say that, and then I can get them to that. That's not honest.
Mm-hmm.
When you say I'm not going to talk to you because I disagree, what I'm actually saying is I'm smarter than you, and you have nothing to teach me.
Yeah, and ironically, that's actually the dumbest
Yes.
way to proceed, because one thing that I have noticed is as the left kind of avoids any debate or conversation with individuals they disagree with, well, their ideas don't really get challenged, right?
Right. But I think ideas should be challenged by like valid questions and not valid questions that are coming from like a sincere place of misunderstanding or, ignorance. Whereas, and I'm always open to answer said questions, like I do this show, right? Like I'm a trans woman. I know some people are going to come in not knowing a lot about trans stuff. So I'm always open to engaging with people who just don't know and who are seeking to learn more, right? But there's a big difference between engaging in a conversation like that and engaging with somebody who just wants to call me a faggot. Like that's not helpful to me, and it doesn't move the conversation forward. And in a similar vein, it doesn't help me to engage with people who want to call me a slur, but are, they've learned to be more polite about it, I guess. Your Jesse Singals of the world, the kinds of people who, essentially are cry bullies for the liberal establishment, who come through, write discourse pieces about how, like, oh man, trans kids, they're getting medical care and that's bad for some reason. And then you look into it and it's actually like, well, yep, they got the gender affirming care that they needed, and 99.9% of them really liked it and are living happy and fulfilling lives, and the other 0.1% detransitioned and they're doing better as a result. And also, like 0.1% is a very minuscule rate of failure for any kind of medical intervention. So actually, those are pretty good statistical numbers. This is such a frustrating conversation to go over, frankly.
Your ideas get challenged in a debate,
weak.
In a good faith
Yes.
debate. I'm not talking about,
Right.
Like I can't deal with disingenuous people who hide their actual intentions. which is the category that I put people like Jesse Signal in, and frankly, now I kind of put Anna Kasparian in that category too. Like, I don't believe her when she says that she is for transgender people because, frankly, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like, I when you come onto this show and you're talking about how, like, the rights of trans people are actually trampling on the rights of cisgender women, or, sorry, women, as she says, well, you're creating that dichotomy. You're creating that animosity when none exists. We do not need to cater to the most bigoted members of society in order to be palatable. And I object to that notion whole cloth. There's no such thing as a good faith debate with a right-winger. No, there is. There is such good thing as good faith debate with a right-winger. But generally speaking, that right-winger is going to be someone who is, someone that you have a personal tie to. Not a rando on the internet and not like a podcast host,
Right.
Gross, rolling around in the mud type stuff. But, I like when my ideas are challenged because it forces me to consider the flaws or a blind spot that I might have.
Yes.
And that's so I want to make good arguments.
I think the left is so weak right now, so easy to take apart.
Yes,
because
you're right about that.
I hate that he brings up that the left doesn't debate the right cease when we try they impose unreasonable terms, demands and act like they are right when they make it impossible to debate them.
I mean, honestly, I do think that kind of comes down to a skill issue sometimes. Like, I think you need to have better, we need to have better debate skills, frankly. The left in general needs better rhetorical skills. It's something they used to teach in school, and then they moved away from it. But I think we need to bring it back. Rhetoric is really important for convincing people that you are right.
Been thrown up against the wall for the last 20
and it fosters critical thinking skills. I think it's generally a good thing for people to learn.
Years saying you're a racist, you're a bigot. You can only have that said to you if you're a good, decent person so long before you go, am I? What am I doing that makes me appear that way? What is it? And you self-examine and you either fix or you become stronger. Mm-hmm. No one's thrown the left up against the wall. I don't think people have any idea how to defend what they think they're for.
I mean,
that is true for a lot of people, by the way. A lot of people do not question their fundamental premises, and I think more people should do that.
It's interesting because I've been forced to realize this when I've been making arguments to my audience, to the left, in regard to, hey, you know what? We've implemented this criminal justice reform policy.
My issue with this is that those have been bad arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually not working out the way we expected. We need to tweak.
They're bad arguments that often demonstrate a lack of knowledge on a subject, like cash bail. Cash bail is something she talks about all the time, and she seems to think that moving to a cashless bail system means that people just do a crime and then like walk scot-free. And there's no kind of enforcement, and then they just do more and more crimes, which isn't how cashless bail works.
We could here, recalibrate it there, and maybe, this policy could actually work out really well. Let's fix these little gaps that we see. And rather than consider that I'm coming at them in good faith because I want these policies to work, all they do is just call you a grifter. Okay,
so,
that's it.
So
and that's the thing. You can call me whatever you want. Call me a grifter.
I have no idea if she's grifting or not. She's just wrong. My issue is that her arguments are wrong and bad. And we've gone over multiple times why that is.
If you want. Yeah. But please try to contend with what I'm saying. Like, debate me on this. I want to have an actual exchange.
How does cashless bail work? Well, essentially, it puts the onus on the state to show that someone who is accused of a crime is a threat to, like, the surrounding community. And if they're not a threat to the surrounding community, if they're not going to imminently commit another crime or go do some violence or, are deadly and dangerous, then they are allowed to go until their court date. It basically makes it so that you aren't able to just leave jail because you're wealthy. And frankly, I agree with the notion that no one should be in jail just because they're poor. Which is what effectively cash bail is. It just imprisons poor people.
If you just think that you're going to call me a grifter and move along and that's good enough, that's not good enough. Okay, that makes you look weak.
There are so many times, I've said this for years, please tell me, not that I'm wrong, tell me how I'm wrong.
Wait, lightening the load on bail is soft on crime? You have to, they haven't been proven guilty of the crime yet. You have to prove that in a court of law. Sorry, we have a system premised on innocent until proven guilty. There should be no penalty on you unless you are demonstrably an imminent threat to the community.
Want to be wrong.
Exactly.
Yes. I want to be wrong on some of these things. But we don't do that. So let me turn that question back to you. Nobody trusts anything.
Right.
I mean, I'm a conservative. The FBI is a danger to our society. The Department of Justice, yes, it is. And I used to be, those guys. I don't trust any of it anymore.
Yeah, because he wants all of it slashed to meaninglessness.
And it's American and responsible to not trust blindly.
Right.
You know what I mean? But when you don't have anything and you're not.
It's why crime is up, because crime isn't up. Crime is down. Every major crime is down in almost every single major city in the United States. On top of that, criminals should be in jail, not people who are just suspected of crimes. Anyone can be suspected of a crime. What matters is if you're convicted of the crime. So I don't think just because police think, or let me put it this way, I don't think because agents of the state think you might be guilty of a crime but can't prove it, I don't think you should be in jail. But that's exactly the system you are supporting in this circumstance. That seems pretty fucked. Now, also, it is shown that things like the death penalty or life in prison or any of these other things do not reduce crime. The threat of being in jail, the threat of torture, the threat of execution does not reduce crime. It just doesn't. There's no evidence that it does. All it does is make people in the public feel some kind of catharsis. And I don't think just because it might make us feel a little better that we are entitled to take other people's lives. That's a very low bar for enforcing a government policy. I believe in reals over feels. Let me put it that way.
Not even sure the people you're talking about are grounded in the Constitution. Actually, do not want a theocracy, do not want a fascist state, do not want a communist state. They do care and are willing to say, man, this kills me to say it, but you have the right to believe that.
No one is arguing that conservatives don't have the right to believe conservative things. They're arguing that the things conservatives believe are bad and harmful.
If you don't have that trust, how do we gain that trust back?
Honestly, we can talk about things like transparency, more accountability in the media, stuff like that. But I think a lot of what we're seeing in the country right now stems from economic frustration. And you have to think about it this way. When Americans feel like they have no stake in the game, That's where the nihilism comes from. When you feel like you have nothing to lose, that's what's going to give you the type of mentality that's going to allow you to literally shoot and kill a United Healthcare CEO in cold blood, in broad daylight, okay? We have some real problems in this country right now.
Right, but that's...
And I'm not justifying that that happened at all.
Yeah.
But you have to think about what led someone like that guy to think it was okay to carry
It doesn't happen in a vacuum.
that out in the morning, okay?
Right, but it doesn't...
In New York City.
I just want to be really, really careful because I know what you're saying, and I agree with you, but I want to be very clear on what you're saying. Nothing justifies.
No,
Nothing
I am not
justifies.
justifying it at all. That was murder.
But it is explicable.
Right.
And even if I have deep criticism,
Something being explicable and justified, those are two different things that conservatives love to confuse.
of our healthcare system.
Me too.
Okay, deep criticisms.
Me too.
However, the idea that carrying out vigilante justice is the solution is laughable to me. What happened yesterday did nothing to reform our healthcare system, didn't even...
Let's just take a look here. Oh, I mean, I guess it accomplished one thing. Unless this was just a coincidence, just a coincidental reversal of course. Anyway.
Inch us closer to it. And at the end of the day, it just led to the murder of one individual who happened to be the CEO of one of the healthcare companies. That's not going to fix or solve anything at all. So, but what I'm trying to get at is there's a reason why there has been this increase in political violence in the country, which I'm also not justifying. But I'm also not surprised by it because people feel like they have nothing to lose, or more importantly, nothing to look forward to, nothing to build upon.
So can I ask you a difficult question?
Yeah, of course.
I believe in the American way, not the system we have.
Right.
I believe in the founding ideas, and I believe we can be that. And I believe tomorrow can be brighter. And I believe my children can surpass me. It's going to be hard.
Very hard.
And in this, if we keep going this way, no. But I do have optimism. And I do believe the individual chooses to chart their course. Some people need help, assistance, whatever. We're not born on a level playing field. We're all born equal. We all have the equal chance, but some of us need some help, and et cetera, et cetera. What I hear, from the left is you can't do it because that group of people are in your way. You are black, whatever color, you're a woman, you're gay, they hate you, they'll stop you. That leads you to a place of hopelessness.
I agree that there's a certain level of defeatist mentality on the left that I don't think is necessarily helpful, right? We have to think a little more strategically about what type of, systemic obstacles are standing in our way of helping people become what they want to become in life, right? Get to where they want to get to in life. Look, the Federal Reserve put out data in 2021, fourth quarter of 2021, showing that the top 1% of this country owned almost 31% of the wealth.
I know.
Whereas the bottom 50% owned like 2.3% of the wealth. Like, it was insane, right? Just insane. So I give you those stats because there has been a growing problem in the country of more and more of the wealth floating to the top. And, when we talk about waste at the Pentagon, understand that one of the biggest redistributive policies that we have in this country that takes money from the bottom to the top is the money that goes to the defense contractors.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny group of people who have a lot of sway over our political system because of money in politics.
Yep.
And so our money gets redistributed from the lower end of the socioeconomic ladder,
Yes.
the tax-paying, hardworking Americans,
Yes.
to this tiny group of executives.
But I would say also, I mean, I'm not on the low end of the scale.
Yeah.
Also for me.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Middle class. I mean, it's getting harder and harder.
Exactly. Middle class people just like you, Glenn Beck. Glenn, net worth of $250 million, Beck.
For people to hold on to middle class status.
Yeah.
And I understand the frustration and anger in the country. I mean, I feel it time to time when you see what's going on. And so you think about the federal minimum wage, it's $7.25. I did the calculation earlier today because I was curious, like, what's the exact amount of money? I mean, you're barely making like $13,000 a year with that, right? So
I hate to say this, but I'm such a states' rights guy.
Yeah. Well,
why should it be $7 in New York City? That's like a dime.
Well, this is the thing. I actually think the model that you see in Scandinavian countries makes a lot more sense. They don't have federal minimum wages. You know what they have? They have unionized workers who get to negotiate working conditions and their pay.
I mean, just as an FYI, New York State's minimum wage is $16 per hour. But the issue is that there are states that have lower or no minimum wage on the books, which is why the federal minimum wage hike is necessary to help out people who are making money in those states at the minimum end of the spectrum.
With
Yeah, $16 an hour is still not enough to live in New York.
Collective bargaining, which is makes way more sense. So for me, Donald Trump choosing, a pro-labor secretary was a big deal because voting in favor of the PRO Act, which does away with the intentional obstacles that prevent unionized labor from even forming, is important to me. And so I would rather have the workers have a say over what they're getting paid and what their working conditions are.
So let me push back on it, because I know history. I actually think unions are important.
Yes.
I think business is important. When one side gets the thumb on the scale, it's bad.
It is.
Okay?
Yep.
And, FDR was very dead set against unionized federal workers. You cannot negotiate against yourself, okay? And knew that would cause all kinds of problems. He was a big labor guy.
He was, yep.
Not in the federal government.
FDR was not a big labor guy. FDR capitulated to the labor rights movement of his time because the labor rights movement was so powerful. He did not do it by choice.
Okay.
He had to be brought the heel.
I am all for, and especially now, I mean, I'm not a universal basic income guy, but I have been saying for 10 years, we have to talk about this because
like this is my problem, right? Like, Glenn Beck is trying to portray himself as maybe slightly more progressive than he would on a solo show, right? But at the same time, all he's really bringing to the table when he's discussing this, he's like, well, I'm not a huge universal basic income guy, but we gotta talk about it. And it's like, well, you don't support universal basic income. So really what you're bringing to the table here in order to make yourself look like kind of this enlightened centrist is essentially just saying we should have that conversation and then never actually having that conversation or coming to support that policy, in which case the value is just in wasting the time and energy of your ideological opponents. Really, that's all this is. That's all this is. This is just treading water, making Glenn Beck look more reasonable, and then ultimately diverting attention and energy into inaction. and apathy. It's all performative bullshit.
Because there's about 10 people that all of the money is going to flow to, and you're going to be a serf and a slave for the rest of your life.
Definitely, yeah.
Because it's all going to change. So I don't know what the answer is, but I do want a gig economy.
Mm-hmm.
I want an economy that if...
I do want a gig economy. You understand that is the gig economy is that's the scenario where everyone's a serf, everyone's a peon, and the money just flows to the top. What are you talking about, man? You want the gig economy so that workers can't unionize.
I'm a mom and I only want to work these hours. I can check in when I want,
I can check in when I want. I don't get health care. I don't get benefits. And my company can fire me at any time.
Limiting people's
The
options
dream.
is not good. Balancing and making sure you're not getting ripped off on either side is better.
Absolutely.
So how do you achieve that when labor unions...
Let's not do a company town, let's do a company country.
No, unironically so, Ren. That's exactly what he's proposing. Jazz Dog, one of the best examples of the gig economy is just Uber. Uber workers do not work like set hours. They do not work set days.
My psychic advisor told me you need $100 and extra for Starbucks and the tube you hit.
Yo, Michael Reich, thank you very much for the $154.87. That is an oddly specific dono, but thank you so goddamn much for that incredibly generous support. Folks like you make this show possible. Thank you so much. Your psychic advisor was correct and should also watch Riverboat Check. Super chill of you. Thank you so much. Is this worth a trombone? Maybe, but we're almost done with this segment. We'll get there when we get there, okay? Paid on work done, not time spent. Kind of. It's basically just, you work when you can, but it's in practice a way for people to have multiple jobs so that, you work your set hours at like the convenience store, but then you work, 8 additional hours because you're only part-time at the convenience store. And so then you work like 8 additional hours driving people for Uber or Lyft or something, There are also other ones that are more versatile, like TaskRabbit is like a service where you can just like do, you can like go chop somebody's wood for a set amount. You can do just like odds and ends jobs, basically. So the gig economy is basically just taking jobs that previously existed and destroying their ability to unionize or have like social interaction with other workers. In general, that's kind of what it means. It is the fully atomized experience of the individual under capitalism. Yeah, Fiverr is another example. Yeah.
Can give so much money to politicians.
We got to get money out of politics. And I mean that. I'm not just talking about corporate interests. I'm also talking about the power that unions have, both on a local level and on a federal level with the campaign donations that they engage in, right?
But how do you do that? You have the teachers union.
Yeah, I'm in favor of getting big money donations out of politics. Like, if we get rid of corporate money, I'm going to have a lot less of a problem getting rid of like union money in politics. But like, we got to get that corporate money out first. Like the getting the union money out is like a much farther down the pipeline idea. Ideally, let's just make all lobbyists illegal. I would love that.
Right.
Teachers union keeping kids out of school.
Right.
Because it was a union. There was no science. We now know this. How do you do that?
What are you talking about? Wait, what?
The campaign donations that they engage in, right?
But how do you do that? You have the teachers union.
Right.
Teachers union keeping kids out of school.
Right.
Because it was a union. There was no science. We now
Keeping students out of school because there was a union? What is he talking about? Wait, does anyone know what he means? Sorry, I haven't read any news stories about teachers unions keeping kids out of school because the union exists. Is he talking about teacher strikes? Okay, so he is referring to, okay, it's either COVID restrictions or it is teacher strikes. Either way, he's full of shit.
I don't know this. How do you do that?
You have to pass.
There was no science. She nods along with that bullshit.
Look, Cenk Uygur, through an organization that he founded called Wolfpack, has been fighting for a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics. And it wouldn't just impact corporations. It would impact any entity that engages in these current legalized bribes. And I think that's the right course of action. Now, it's difficult because you need...
I will say Wolfpack does good work. I will say that, like, Wolfpack, I think, is a noble endeavor. And I do hope that keeps trucking along while they do this rightward pivot.
Lawmakers on a local level, like states, to agree to a constitutional convention. And that's been an incredibly difficult thing to accomplish.
Or amendment.
I wonder was worth a fart.
One-eyed heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, and, you know, there are a ton of Democrats who don't like the idea because they're worried that it's going to be high.
Okay, he was talking about COVID. That's silly. We have plenty of science that shows that, like, COVID was dangerous and deadly. Over 1 million Americans died. He's just being full of nonsense.
Hijacked by, you know, Republicans, and they're going to get their way. But I think that really this is the only way that we're going to fix our broken system, because otherwise all of these politicians...
You know, sick of it, I would agree with you, but the problem is their platform is really too large to be ignored, in the sense that I feel like almost like a professional obligation to cover them in order to debunk their bullshit as they travel along this conservative arc. You know, like, if part of my job is debunking conservative propaganda, then I owe it to, like, the progressive space to apply that skill to and profession to this, you know?
They're not working on behalf of the American people. They're working on behalf of the individuals who have bribed them. It's that simple. And we've seen how it's been playing out. If we do away with money in politics and we pass laws banning members of Congress from trading individual stocks, which... in some cases, it's obvious they're doing it with insider information they're getting from their closed-door briefings.
No. Nancy Pelosi is just a genius.
Genius. Yeah, she just outperforms the S&P 500 consistently.
Yeah. Crazy. Well, I am thrilled that you are here.
Thank you.
And I know there's probably a zillion things we disagree on, but you are a gracious and very smart woman. And
Thank you.
I'm proud to have you on the show. Thank you.
The love bombing is so effective. It's so effective.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You bet.
It's like all she wants out of this, honestly. Yeah, that was deeply disappointing, but I continue to do this stuff because I feel a professional obligation. Yeah, that was a lot of two people nodding at each other, saying that they agree that discussion is good, but then no policies really agreed upon. Yeah, they didn't push back on each other at all. They simply used each other in different ways. And then ended with, like, just some sucking up. That was sad. That was pathetic. One of the original reasons I liked TYT was because they had fight in them. You know, they had a fight in them for Republicans that I hadn't seen before. And this is just utter and complete capitulation. It is an abdication of the struggle. And I think that we need to to call it out for the absolute failure that it is, you know? So, with that being said, we got to make sure people in the progressive space, in the liberal space, understand what's happening here and can adjust accordingly. Because I imagine that there are going to be, in the coming months and years ahead under a Trump administration, where TYT is going to be shifting quite a bit. And we need to give the people who are, becoming disgruntled and leaving that community a place to come. And I just want you all to know, if you are a TYT refugee, I'm here, and I hope we can all learn and grow together while we build some solidarity for the dark times ahead. Segment button pressed. Hello. Oh yeah, Gamer G. I came around to like them being bad quite a while ago, but out of professional courtesy, I wanted to hold out hope that maybe they would change course. They're not going to. I'm sorry, you don't go on like a Glenn Beck show and do this level of ass kissing and then change course anytime soon. Ugh. I wouldn't want Jenk as an uncle. No, I couldn't even make it through Jenksgiving. I couldn't make it through Jenksgiving. We made it like an hour and a half. That was about as much as I could handle. Jenk was always a closet Republican. I was always really suspicious of his reticence to like acknowledge the inherent flaws and contradictions of capitalism, but I always kind of held out like the idea that he was kind of like this benevolent, like liberal capitalist type. And I think that is just not the case. Hassan is built different. Hassan is very chill. It's an affect I wish I could have, but I feel like since I'm not a man, that type of attitude is not really respected in women. Does that make sense? Like being like the chill kind of like dominant type is difficult for women to achieve due to like patriarchal reasons and like culture, like that's not really seen as a cool and powerful position for a woman to take in like conversation. And like you all know, I have plenty of criticism about Hassan. Specifically when he dabbles in foreign policy and is just dog shit at it. But he's correct on Israel and Palestine. He's correct on a lot of domestic issues, and he gets a lot of hate. But yeah. It works if you're a butch. Yeah, I mean, it works if you got that kind of masculine vibe. I've worked hard to not have that. That's true. Jenk has always said he used to be Republican. Maybe he's coming back around. Yeah, 8 out of 10. Exactly. I would give him an 8 out of 10. And I think he's an excellent introduction to leftism. I do think that like as one deepens their understanding, people move on from Hassan. But like he has a mass appeal that like I probably will never have as like a trans woman, but maybe if I fitness gay hard enough, I will be able to rival him in a different way. Okay? I have been running like several miles a day. Have you seen him go off on his chat? I have seen him go off on his chat, but also like when you have the chill buff guy stats, you can do that and people are like, ah, yes, I've been shown my place, time to show you my belly, and then they respect you for it, right? I don't know. Ah, sorry, Uolata. Yeah. Do 5 arm curls. Oh, jeez. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting stronger every day. Also, I owe you guys this. It makes me so happy. Perfection. 773 toots. And that was courtesy of one Michael Reich's donos. Thank you very much for supporting the Mariah-apocalypse. I feel like we need to start calling December that. You know, it's her month after all. And healthcare debt. Hello! Hello. I keep coming back to like medical debt as like a campaign strategy. Imagine if Kamala Harris had just used the massive influx of cash for her campaign to just end the medical debt of all US citizens. Wouldn't that have been incredible? I feel like she would have just won in a landslide with that strat. Huge risk, massive reward. I have to insist this gets onto Christmas music playlists. I agree. '50 state sweep, baby. Would that have been legal? Yeah, you can legally buy medical debt. Cities and towns have been doing it for their constituents, but it would take about $900 million to buy the collected medical debt of the entire country, which totals to like several $100 billion. But you can buy it all for like 900 million and then just erase it. You can do that as a private entity, and there are groups dedicated to doing it as well. But what a killer campaign message that would have been. I love having this show on while I clean. It helps me be functional after the election. No, I totally understand. The post-election period has been rough as hell. It has not been fun. And the news has been rough as well. Now, I'm trying to see. Oh, you know what? Let's do a good story, okay? One of you guys suggested this topic. I don't remember who it was, but I'm excited to take a look into it, and I think you guys will be pretty excited too, okay? So, folks, as a lot of you know, we live inside essentially a scientific snow globe of sorts called an atmosphere. We live under that snow globe atmosphere, and that snow globe atmosphere traps deadly radiation that warms us and also occasionally gives us cancer. Now, the thicker we make the glass or gases that surround our planet, the warmer it gets inside of our globe, snow globe, and the less snow we have, which is a big problem. So, what can we do about it? Well, there are a million answers to that question, right? But one of the things I find really fascinating is that there are a lot of ways to adapt to the ecological changes that are happening due to climate change, due to the scarcity of water, that aren't necessarily reliant on like fusion reactors or like the fanciest new technology you can imagine, and are instead predicated upon essentially geoengineering as a concept. And one of these really big geoengineering projects is called the Food Forest Mega Project. And I'm fascinated by it because it sounds so cool. It sounds so cool. And it's actually working. It's something that has been in the works for years now. And
Welcome to one of the largest scale land restoration projects on.
This is from Andrew Millison. And as far as I can tell, this is one of the only like in-depth looks at this project.
The planet. Before this work, people relied on food aid just to survive. But 10 years ago, a vast barren wasteland began to transform, and now 500,000 people are feeding themselves from this land. So could this work be the key to ending hunger in Africa and beyond? Let's find out.
I mean, it
I'm
certainly looks
traveling
like
in
it
the
could be a
Sahel
part.
of Africa with the largest humanitarian agency on Earth, the United Nations World Food Program, the first responders to hunger in war zones and disasters. But what I came here to see is the mind-blowing work they're doing to actually solve hunger by fixing the underlying problem. Because when soils blow away and the land desertifies, people can't feed themselves. But what I'm witnessing here is the repair of soils and water across Africa at a scale that I never imagined possible.
This is not the throwing seeds out of planes. This is a different type of project.
This is Africa's Great Green Wall, where a massive strip of trees is being planted across the continent to hold back the Sahara Desert. But the thing is, these places I went to are not places that just anyone can visit. Access is tightly controlled. But the WFP works wherever there's hunger in the world. So they invited me along on this mission to tell this critical story that almost no one knows about. And in this 4-part series, I'm explaining the details of some of the most important work of our time. We are here in Niger, Africa, known as Niger. In this
Nitpick, I feel like you could have just pronounced it correctly the first time. Niger. That would have been, you could have just said it right the first time.
nearly 5 square mile block of land restoration, 5 different villages, planted about 100,000 trees, put in about 20 tons of grass seed, and we can see the land is starting to come back to life. But will the plants survive? The key is to make sure they get enough water. But that's not easy to do in a desert because this region has what's called the drought flood cycle. We have 9 dry months. The land becomes parched. And when the rains finally do come, the rain can't soak in. And it rushes down and it creates flooding in lowlands. But in the Sahel, we find an age-old water harvesting structure called the half moon. This simple structure has all of this capacity to store this water and hold this water until the water soaks down into the ground.
Yeah, like this is a really brilliant thing, right? Like you have a very profound, like geographic problem and atmospheric problem where like the rain cycle is constantly pushing the desert farther and farther afield, right? But you can counter that by simply building these structures en masse. And over time, it will create effectively a self-sustaining barrier that doesn't require someone to continually build these out in the desert, right? Like this is like a sustainability project that actually works. And not only that, it has the potential for creating massive carbon sinks. So like, this is genuinely like really cool, and it mainly involves just digging holes.
A lot of different variations on these half-moon structures, and which one you choose depends on what your end goal is. Are you creating a forest, or a grassland, or a millet growing area? And how well do the soils hold or drain water? But the basic idea is that the half moon's laid out on a contour and it's dug so it intercepts the water flowing down slope during heavy rains. There are deep pits dug inside and outside of the half moon called zy pits, which collect organic matter that blows or flows into the pits. And ultimately, they allow for the deep soakage of rainwater into the ground.
Yeah, basically the main problem you have is that water takes time to soak into soil. And so they create essentially mini reservoirs to filter and like give the water time to soak in appropriately, thereby allowing plants to take root and thrive in the environment. It's really, really great. And because you're deliberately building kind of these packets of organic matter, it makes the surrounding soil more fertile. So you're, in a way, fertilizing it as well as creating these reservoirs and thus pushing forward a zone that can sustain life.
Oftentimes, a tree is planted, as well as grasses and other seeds that germinate with the rains. Birds and wind bring in more seeds, and the half moon becomes a concentration point for water, nutrients, plants, and animals.
And so, like, the cool thing about this is that you can then customize each one, right? Like, you can use some to, like, provide more of, like, the carbon sinking effect or, like, the, just for grazing or what have you. Or you can build some closer to, like, human settlements that create food, That this is a really great idea. And it's an idea that works. It's not going to save the planet per se, but it is going to save this corner of the planet. And that's a really important component for, addressing climate change. And I love that this idea doesn't rely upon like some kind of hypothetical future tech or technology that needs to be refined for the next several years. Like, this is a viable strategy for making these areas livable. And that's really, really cool. Yeah, this is how you get orchards and like other types of like sustainable farming techniques. This is great.
The ecosystem grows and life returns. It's astoundingly simple, but how does it work in practice? This site is just 1 year old, and this site is the same design, but 8 years old. We've got the rows of half moons with the trees planted in them, and now the trees are growing up. They're beginning to form a canopy over the ground. We see the grasses, we see the ground covered, and even now we have water in these half moons.
So here,
and that's the thing, right? Because because you dig the holes deep enough, and because they're intended for water, they fill up with water, and they just continuously have this effect. You don't have to put in additional work afterwards. The ecosystem restores itself.
here you see this half moon. This is still the water at this stage. Still harvesting a lot of water. We have different local species and a lot of grasses. It's good animal feed. This shade, this temperature, you already have 5 to 8 degrees less compared to the places that are without treatment.
Like, I'm sorry, what?
5 to 8 degrees less.
It is 15 degrees cooler in this area of the land than out in the desert. Just from the general atmospheric cooling of not being in open desert. You know, from having like some shade creating organisms. Like this is really cool. That's a huge difference.
Compared to the places that are without treatment. This is one of the best ways to improve food security, because at the end of the day, this is a food basket in the making, but also nourish the land that nourishes people.
And you're creating the graze. Yeah, like what's really cool is like, sure, the more like longer established areas are going to have more like capacity to grow food and such, but you can use the more newly established areas for grazing, and like thus this is a very sustainable method of constructing this green wall. It's brilliant. I love hearing about these types of solutions.
You must be wondering just how this restoration creates food. You see, when land's restored, it produces the grasses that feed livestock, which means people have milk to drink and meat to eat. The native Sahel trees produce leaves and fruits that can be eaten by the tough camels and goats who browse the thorny branches in times of need during the long dry season. The trees shade, they hold the soil, they soak in water, they nourish livestock. What I'd seen so far looked promising, but it's a pretty young site that hasn't fully developed. I couldn't help but wonder, is a system like this really enough to end hunger? To find out the truth, I needed to visit the very best site they could take me to near the southern border with Nigeria. The border is porous, and there are militant groups that sometimes cross over, so we needed a military escort. But visiting this mature site was critical to seeing the full extent of what is possible in this kind of restoration work. What you see behind me was once a barren wasteland with compacted hardpan where the water was rushing quickly off, not soaking in, no organic matter, no plants, no trees, and now we see a dramatic transformation of this landscape. When we look at satellite images from the last 7 years, we can see that the area of bare exposed soil has literally dropped to zero.
That's so cool.
This land has fully recovered its capacity to hold water and grow biodiversity. And that means the potential for growing food is huge.
This land has been on HRT.
That is so clear that the
skin moisturized, thriving.
government of Niger is all in for this mega restoration. And I got the inside scoop directly from the chief forest ranger of the state of Maradi. He took me on a thorough tour of the site and pointed out all kinds of fascinating details, including some pretty remarkable ripple effects of the restoration work on the greater region.
Could you do this for Australia? I mean, I guess it would probably depend on like the climate and you know, the rain cycle and such, but I don't see why this couldn't be applied in other areas. Vegetation and hydration depending, of course.
Donc, et vous voyez, le niveau de régénération contribue vraiment à la concrétisation de la Grande Muraille Verte au Niger.
So what I learned...
But like, look at that. This is an excellent proof of concept in my mind. You've effectively turned a completely desertified area into a lush green grassland, and that is a huge success for this plan.
Since we are at the edge of the Sahara Desert, this area is really affected by strong, hot winds coming from the desert. This can really dry out the landscape. But this site's continuous tree canopy actually breaks the force of those drying winds. The point is to actually block the expansion of the desert. Niger is...
Yeah, it's basically like a micro terraforming project. And that's so cool.
One of the hottest countries on the planet. The temperatures are significantly lower in these forested areas. And it's not just deep in the interior of the sites where you have all these trees, it's also the edges of the sites. We're seeing the same temperature effects. This whole project has become a biodiversity net. All sorts of seeds are blowing in, birds are attracted, they're bringing other seeds. Right now we're here in the 3-month wet season. It looks lush and green. You can see all of this fodder. You can imagine the animals becoming fat. But the critical function of this system is really in the dry season. 9 months of the year, this is dry, when there's just not a lot out there. So this diverse perennial polyculture here provides types of foods that can be harvested in the dry.
I do wonder, like, is it really like, is fighting the effects of desertification like as simple as digging these holes? Like, is this, I want to know. It'd be wonderful if we had someone in this community who knows like climate science, but like, would this be an effective tool in other places around the world? Could you use that same structure in the United States, in Australia? Because I imagine the answer would be basically yes. And I'm wondering, like, when I see something like this, all I can think about is I remember the work programs under FDR, you know, under the New Deal, and how basically you'd have a massive number of workers who would just go around and do public works projects. And I can think of like this would be an excellent candidate for something like that, you know? Get people amazing jobs and basically hold back the spread of the desert across the United States. This would be such a good project that would employ so many Americans. There are a lot of men who like to just dig holes. It's true. It's an entire subcategory of man. It's true. They yearn for the mines.
Dry season. There are different yields that grow here even during the dry season. They're harvesting plants for culinary purposes, for medicinal purposes. We think of the Great Green...
Yeah, also, because you are planting the plants deliberately, you can decide what types of vegetation are where. It makes it, I imagine, a lot easier to now know where to get your medicinal plants. Now know where to get, you know, the different, you can have effectively different fields of different types of plants. This is great.
Wall is stopping the expansion of the Sahara Desert, but it's actually so much more than that. The Great Green Wall is actually rebuilding the ecological matrix of a region. And when we start to see the effects at scale, like this large site and the 528 other Great Green...
Would not the hardest part be to protect the land from exploitation from corpse and see 2 drops of water and want to sell bottles and stuff? I mean, yeah, but I think the people in these countries understand the importance of this particular project enough that they don't want to like undermine it by giving it over to corporations. Like if you let me put it this way, it is too big of an existential threat to give this over to corporations, which is why they don't and haven't yet.
Wall sites in Niger, we actually see the
I
restoration.
wonder if it's done by hand or machines. I mean, it looks like in a lot of these rural Niger communities, like it's done by hand. I imagine you could do it a lot faster with machines, but you know, they don't tend to have that type of machinery that far out in the sticks, you know?
Of the ecological fabric of this region. Just within this 800-hectare site, there are 3 million cubic meters of water that have soaked into the ground here instead of running off. And 15% of that water is actually soaking into the deep aquifer and regenerating the permanent water table. The actual effects on people's lives is a very tangible thing. We traveled to a new garden in the nearby village to see the real-life effects of a regenerated water table.
Over time, the water table has risen, and there's water available, allowing for production pretty much to take place all year round. In this area where we are, this is just a 1.5 hectare market garden site, one of 9. Communities here.
Okay, that also makes sense. Like the land retains more water inherently, and so you are able to get more water for irrigation for fields like this. That's so fascinating. This is so cool.
Are now able to produce crops in these gardens because they're pumping water from the ground, water that has been improved from the rising water table due to the restoration activities that have taken place elsewhere. Before this activity, 9 out of every 10 children that were tested were malnourished. What we saw earlier in the market garden, the community is able to produce a variety of diverse nutritious foods, including vegetables and fruits, which are then also used in their local diets, contributing to a better nutrition for the community and lessening malnutrition for their children and for themselves.
Over the last 5 years in Niger,
I was really waiting for him to hit us up with the improved statistic, but maybe they don't have that stat yet.
an average of 3 million people per year were food insecure and needed food aid. But in that same time period, these resilience projects have gotten 500,000 people off of long-term food assistance. Let that sink in for a minute. 500,000 people are being fed from the 528 resilience projects in Niger. So this is obviously working on a lot of levels. But the big question is, how do we scale this up to the place where it can actually end regional hunger? In Niger, in the last 10 years, the World Food Program with the government and partners have restored about 300,000 hectares. When you do this type of land treatment, you're actually helping areas downstream because this water is soaking in. Then you also get this incredible wind protection effect. So for every hectare that you restore, you actually affect 3 times that amount of land. So the 300,000 hectares really is more like 900,000 hectares. Now,
that's pretty cool.
Niger is a
this seems like an incredibly effective policy. Why is it a half moon? I imagine it has something to do with protecting against erosion and directing water into the the reservoirs.
Huge country.
Yeah, also, like there's also like flooding, so they want it to be able to hold up in the face of all of that.
Sahel is a massive area. So this is still just a fragment of what needs to happen here, right? We're beginning to see a scale of solution that matches the scale of the problem.
It's also a situation in which like the people who live on this edge are desperate to be able to get relief, and having this project and having proof of concept that this project works and can instantly, well, not instantly, but over time provide like a sustainable living for themselves, their families, while also, I imagine, producing like excess, which is good for them to build up local wealth. Like, I imagine this is an easy sell in countries all along this line that where these types of geoengineering projects need to take place. Like it's kind of a confluence of interest in a lot of different ways. Like companies, like those major corporations, also benefit from this because they don't actually have to pay for this green wall to be made, and then there's more arable land and more locations where they can like operate, you know? Oh, the hectare isn't a half moon. Hectare. A hectare is 10,000 meters squared. So basically 1 hectare is like 2.5 acres of land. Could we actually see the Sahara be a forest? Well, I don't think this changes like the sandy dunes of the land. I think this is mainly for area that used to be grassland and is where basically it's capable of reclaiming what was lost. Let me put it that way.
Walking through this, you can imagine that you're walking through the Great Green Wall. The Great Green Wall is the possibility of transforming desert lands, degraded lands into food baskets.
Ridiculous amount of rain in
Now,
Abu
the vision
Dhabi.
is how we can collectively put all hands on deck and make this regeneration in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Sahel, in Niger, an unprecedented game changer.
The World Food Program supports these projects in a lot of ways, including equipment, training, food, and money for the people doing the work. This helps to stabilize a community while growing their natural resources.
We can do this together with our partners. The government of Niger, they have taken resilience as their strong vision to transform rural areas in the country. This is very important with the context of Niger in terms of the concept of the land becoming the nourishing mother of the population.
Nous avons voulu, en tout cas, que nos actions rentrent dans le cadre donc, de ces actions de la Grande Muraille Verte.
It's basically saying that as WFP, we need to recognize that we can play a catalyst role, we can play a supporting role, but the biggest role and the biggest achievement is what actually communities are able to do by themselves. We really need to be engaged and motivated within the vision of the Great Green Wall. It means also a Great Green Wall against hunger.
That's so cool. Oh, I don't want that. We're good. We're good. Hello. We did it. Isn't that cool? Isn't it amazing what people can come up with when necessity calls? How much is it human nature to innovate out of need to survive? I mean, I feel like that's where the very process of innovation comes from, right? You know, like the reason people innovate and have imagination, I imagine, is due to necessity, you know? Sustainable and solidified. How much is it human? Oh, sorry, I just read that. Well, you were not kidding when you said this would be uplifting. Look, part of the reason I like sometimes dipping into like tech projects or like cool discoveries is because it does give us genuine hope. Okay? It does give us genuine hope because it is really easy to hyper-focus on politics day in and day out and just get absolutely black-pilled, you know? Yeah. You know, people do good things. At the heart of humanity is the spirit of cooperation, and it really does involve a recognition that, like, people want to work together to make things better for each other. You know? and we move forward together, and we can make cool stuff like this happen. It's not, we don't have to wait for a better world. You know, we don't have to wait for the technology to make a better world. We can just do it ourselves right now. You know, and in our country, maybe it's digging holes too, and if we live in those desertified areas, you know, but in order to dig those holes, you need to show up to your local government meetings. You know, show up to your city council, show up to your town hall, show up to your local Democratic Party meeting that happens once a month. Show up to your local DSA meeting. You can work together with other people in your community to do cool stuff that your community needs to get done. You can show up and make better decisions at the local level and at the state level even. You can move our political system in a positive direction. The people who want you to believe that you can't are the people who are currently in power. And you have the ability to prove them wrong. So, go out and do stuff. Do hard things. We're in a time of increased responsibility. I believe in you guys. We did it. We finished a segment. Look at that. Ray Bradbury said that science fiction isn't based on science. It's based on the hope of science. I mean, in some cases, you know, the more positive science fictions, maybe. Oh, goodness. Whew. How we doing, folks? We have been going for about 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. Let's go. Go do the things. Hit the little buttons. How many of you are here watching right now? How many people we got over in the YouTube, huh? Oh man, a lot of you guys did not like watching that segment that was positive, huh? Oh God. All right. Okay, the numbers talk. You guys only want misery. I see it. We had like 250 people earlier in stream. Now we're down to like 180. But that's okay. That's okay. I love you guys. And please consider dropping those subs and donos, all right? Hit the like button. Drop the subs and donos so that, you know, I can eat food and have an apartment. And, you know, can also cover the less popular positive stories. Play the wacky cum preacher. You know what? I do need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Nope, that... No.
Come, found over 17
Dragonfly, thanks for the tier 4.
Great. I love to see some positive content. Thank you, Jack.
Dragonfly, thank you for that tier 4 sub. That's incredibly generous of you. Look at you with your snazzy yellow name in chat, lording it above the plebes. All right. BRB, everyone.
Come, found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, 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 come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come, 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 come. Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, 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 come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come, 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 and it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come, 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 come. That word come is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, 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 come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come, 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 come.
Hello. Hello, hello. I return. Did you guys get enough cum? No. Yeah, Jazz Dog is just really talented, guys. You should all go support their work. Nothing is enough to satisfy me. Is misery content what the people really want? It's what a lot of people want. Muted? I'm not muted. I shouldn't be muted. My thingy says that it's broadcasting. Definitely not muted? Okay, cool. I don't know if Jazz Dog is ready for the link to be disseminated yet. Um... All right. Look at us doing content like we're some kind of stream. You can share the link everywhere. All right. Here you go. Come for the people. Stay for the Riverboat Jack. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. There you go. Come for everyone. I just want it unlisted because I share my songs with family and stuff. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, God. Okay. Now, what are we going to move on to here? Let's see. Now, one of the things I want to do is go over the oral arguments in Skrmetti. I've been intending to do that for the last several days. We haven't done it yet, and I think it is important that we do it. I'm just trying to figure out how we should do this, because there's no visual component for it. They don't allow cameras into the Supreme Court, right? So I'm trying to think if I should just like listen on camera, looking intently, which I'm not going to lie is going to be difficult for me. One of the ideas I had is I could continue playing Elden Ring. I could finally go for the Elden Ring finish after defeating the DLC. Do we have SCOTUS sketches? I don't know. Play a silent film? I could practice the Tucker Carlson face. It's true. Could you maybe play something else? Maybe. The issue is I don't want it to be too loud or too, like, I don't know, mindful in that it takes away from the content. And I can play Elden Ring while listening to other stuff and still synthesize that. Wondering what else. There might be a different game I could do. Have I considered SCOTUS sock puppets? You know, honestly, I had not. The thought hadn't occurred to me. Play the silly car cam? OG Prince of Persia. I do not have that. I have a lot of games that I want to like play with you guys, but not as like a kind of a background visual component. I hadn't really considered this. And I feel like a fool. What the Car has a little narrative component. Am I cool enough to play? I just played your song, of course. Let's see here. A lot of really cool games I want to play. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. 'I vote What the Car. I haven't played it yet, so I need to learn the game, and I don't want to be doing that while I'm listening to that. That's my issue. Burr, burr, burr. I know, I'm sorry. This is not the thrilling stream you thought it would be. Ho ho ho. You fools, you simpletons. Video games are hard. Video games are hard. The hardest part about video games, choosing one. Beep boop. What about Slime Rancher? I'm really bad at Slime Rancher. Alternatively, we don't have to do that tonight, and I could actually apply thought to what game I'll play while I'm not on stream. That could be good. I could do a different segment instead. Is there a master list of the songs you use when you go AFK? I have multiple different playlists. Play Shimp Catch Simulator. That'd be a fun game. You can be bad at Slime Rancher? Yeah. I didn't really reckon with the fact that all of the games that I've been playing have a distinct narrative component. You know what? I'm gonna play RimWorld. That's what I'm gonna play, and I'm gonna name characters after people who don't know. All right, that's what we're gonna do. One more time for the cum.
Come, found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Add the cum preacher as a character. Listen, if we get visited by the man in black, I'll add the cum preacher, okay?
And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. That word come is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion.
Come.
Guess what? Come.
Come.
It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh!
I love the distorted cum scream. It's so good.
On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come.
All right, cool. Thank you. All right, that gave me enough time to set up things. All right, we did it. We did it. Now, while we listen, we're gonna play a little bit of RimWorld. Okay. I'm gonna preamble a little bit here. So, I better hit the button. So, folks, there is a current United States Supreme Court case titled United States versus Skrmetti. Now, the Skrmetti case is basically about whether or not trans kids can be denied medical care on the basis of their gender identity / sex. And if this goes through, if the Supreme Court winds up siding against the trans kids, it has sweeping implications for healthcare, not just for trans kids or trans adults, but also for all kinds of medicine that is gendered. And, well, that could end badly in a number of different ways. Limits on birth control, limits on menopausal medications, limits on, like, you get the picture. It can affect a lot of different things. And it's going to be difficult to really conceive of a world where SCOTUS denies this. It opens too many horrific possibilities. So hopefully, instead, the majority of the Supreme Court sides with the trans kids, because all they're asking for is the ability to get the medical treatment that they agree they need to have, that their parents agree they need to have, and that doctors agree that they need to have, and that every reputable medical institution in the United States agrees that they should have. And the government really should have no say in whether or not they get that medical treatment or not. So we are going to listen to the oral arguments presented to the court, and one of the litigators here is one of the attorneys, or I get confused by the legal terminology. One of the lawyers here is Case Strangio, and he is the first trans person to argue a case before the Supreme Court. So this is also making history in that respect. Keep that in the back of your mind, just because it's kind of a neat fact. And let's see how it went, because reading the general synopsis of how the oral arguments went, I'm very worried, but maybe we'll gain a bit more insight by actually listening to the arguments and how the justices kind of received each argument. Keep in mind that the justices aren't going to rule on this case until like June. So they're just hearing the oral arguments, and then they're going to have that amount of time to deliberate until they hand down the case. So keep all of that in mind. And with that said, here we go.
We'll hear argument this morning in Case 23477, United States versus Skrmetti. General Prelager.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court. This case is about access to medications that have been safely prescribed for decades to treat many conditions, including gender dysphoria. But SB 1 singles out and bans one particular use. In Tennessee, these medications can't be prescribed to allow a minor to identify with or live as a gender inconsistent with the minor's sex. It doesn't matter what parents decide is best for their children. It doesn't matter what patients would choose for themselves. And it doesn't matter if doctors believe this treatment is essential.
How's the audio volume? Just it looks high on my end, so I adjusted it. Does it still sound good for you guys? Good now, was high? Okay, cool.
For individual patients. SB 1 categorically bans treatment when and only when it's inconsistent with the patient's birth sex. Tennessee says that sweeping ban is justified to protect adolescent health. But the state mainly argues that it had no obligation to justify the law and that SB 1 should be upheld so long as it's not wholly irrational. That's wrong. SB 1 regulates by drawing sex-based lines and declares that those lines are designed to encourage minors to appreciate their sex. The law restricts medical care only when provided to induce physical effects inconsistent with birth sex. Someone assigned female at birth can't receive medication to live as a male, but someone assigned male can. If you change the individual's sex, it changes the result. That's a facial sex classification, full stop, and a law like that can't stand on bare rationality.
I mean, like, that is really, really kind of what it boils down to, right? Like, the idea that this isn't a sex-based discrimination is a farce. It is a farce that relies upon ignorance and in order to thrive. And it is worrisome if that type of farce gets purchase in the Supreme Court system.
To be clear, states have leeway to regulate gender-affirming care. But here, Tennessee made no attempt to tailor its law to its stated health concerns. Rather than impose measured guardrails, SB 1 bans the care outright, no matter how critical it is for an individual patient. And that approach is a stark departure from the state's regulation of pediatric care in all other contexts. SB 1 leaves the same medications and many others entirely unrestricted when used for any other purpose, even when those uses present similar risks. The Sixth Circuit never considered whether Tennessee could justify that sex-based line. Because the Equal Protection Clause requires more, this court should remand so that SB 1 can be reviewed under the correct standard. I welcome the court's questions.
Much of the latter part of your opening statement suggests that it seemed to suggest that there's an outright ban on this treatment, but that's not the case. It's really for minors. So why isn't this simply a case of age classification when it comes to these treatments as opposed to a ban, as you suggested in your opening statement?
It's certainly true, Justice Thomas, that the statute classifies based on age, but it packages that age classification with a sex restriction and says that for all adolescents, you cannot take these medications if they're inconsistent with your sex. So I acknowledge that the state so far has not banned.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate
this
it.
care for adults, although I think that the arguments it's making that this isn't a sex-based line in the first place would equally apply in that context. But the court has likewise made clear that when you classify on the basis of multiple characteristics, you can't avoid heightened scrutiny just because you have a non-protected characteristic that accompanies the protected one. And if you look at it from the standpoint of the plaintiffs who are actually affected by this law, the reason I'm calling it a categorical ban is because the state has left no out for those patients to obtain these medications when there's a showing of individualized medical need. And that is, I think, a stark departure from how the state ordinarily handles issues related to measuring risks and benefits, even in the pediatric context.
Well, is there no difference if a girl takes testosterone or if a boy takes testosterone?
So the district court specifically considered this question in detail and found that with respect to the risks that the state had identified, it was not substantiated that there would be unique risks associated with the cross-sex use of the hormones.
Is there no physiological difference?
Certainly, I understand that there are biological differences between males and females, but when it came to the specific risk factors that the state was focused on, what the district court found is that many of those risk factors would exist regardless of the birth sex of who was taking those medications.
I'm more interested in whether or not there is a difference in testosterone and its reaction in a male as opposed to in a female, and vice versa for estrogen.
So if you take hormones, they will prompt the development of secondary sex characteristics in whether you're a male or a female. If you take testosterone, you might develop a deeper voice register. You might have facial hair growth. And in fact, that's one of the intended effects of these treatments because that can be critical to helping manage gender dysphoria that transgender adolescents would otherwise experience. But I think when it comes to the question of whether that creates unique risks, the district court found that for the most part, the state had not substantiated those risks and that it leaves regulation of medication unrestricted even in contexts where these same medications or others would pose a comparable set of risks.
General, can I just...
Counsel, you rely very heavily in your briefing on cases like Morales-Santanas, which was about the distinctions between men and women when it came to adoption and things of that sort. Here, it seems to me that the medical issues are much more heavily involved than in many of the cases that you look to, including, I understand there's a dispute between both sides on how extensive any evolution or increase in uncertainty in Europe has been and elsewhere. And, of course, we are not the best situated to address issues like that, unlike in, like Morales and Craig Reborn and some of the other ones where it doesn't strike me that they're intensely affected by medical considerations. And if that's true, doesn't that make a stronger case for us to leave those determinations to the legislative bodies rather than try to determine them for ourselves?
So let me respond to that concern with a couple of different points, Mr. Chief Justice. I certainly take the point that you might think that states should have a lot of leeway to regulate when it comes to medical uncertainty, and we're not arguing otherwise. If the state is not restricting access to medications on the basis of a protected characteristic, that is only going to be rational basis review from the outset, and it's only in a circumstance where the state is saying your access to drugs depends on your birth sex or your sex generally, that the court would apply heightened scrutiny. But even at that stage, I don't think it's necessary for the court to step in and suggest that states have no ability to draw those kinds of lines. And I think this relates to my point in colloquy with Justice Thomas as well. We, of course, recognize that if there is a lot of medical uncertainty or differential risk, and if the state can actually come forward and show that it has an important reason to restrict access based on sex, that can be taken into account in heightened scrutiny, and it wouldn't provide a basis to displace the state legislatures altogether from weighing this evidence. But I think it would be a pretty remarkable thing for the court to say that just because we're in the space of medical regulation, you are not going to apply the traditional standards that ordinarily are applied when there's a sex classification.
Well, I guess I wouldn't say just in the area of medical regulation. It's more in the area of evolving standards and technical treatment issues and the effect of certain prescribing particular medications. That seems to me to be very much in the area of medical nuances, unlike, Craig v. Boren, different drinking ages, or Morales. Can men and women adopt children in the same way?
And I think the court could recognize that concern can be accommodated under intermediate scrutiny. It is not like strict scrutiny where states are automatically prohibited from drawing lines based on sex. They just have to come forward and demonstrate that they do have an important state interest. And I don't think it would be any different, Mr. Chief Justice, than if the state were to say, we think there's some concern about safety and efficacy for this drug with respect to women, so we're going to ban women from taking it. The court would recognize that's a facial sex classification, and then the role for the court is not to come in and entirely second-guess the legislature, but you would ask questions like, well, is there evidence to suggest it's risky for women but not for men? And what does the state do when there's comparable risk in other contexts? Does it just ban medication outright, or are there less restrictive measures? And could the state have tailored its approach to the unique concerns and try to potentially screen for the people for whom this would be safe and effective while enacting a more tailored law to try to safeguard against that important state interest? So I don't think we're asking the court to break new ground in this case. And in fact, we don't even think the court needs to delve into the heightened scrutiny analysis itself here. We think it would be sufficient for the court to recognize that a law that on its face says you can't have medications inconsistent with sex is a sex classification.
So one thing to keep in mind about all of this is that essentially what's at stake here is that if the Supreme Court did side with the trans kids, it would just mean that states would retain the right to regulate medical interventions, right? But they would then have to meet an evidentiary bar, which seems like a very reasonable thing here in this particular case. It's not even saying outright with this court case that like trans kids have an inalienable right to medical treatment. What ends up happening here is that courts are forced to contend with a higher degree of evidence requirements. That's it. That's it.
But then you could send this case back and have the Sixth Circuit do the heightened scrutiny analysis in the first instance.
General, can I ask you a question about the state of medical evidence at the present time? In your petition, you made a sweeping statement, which I will quote. Overwhelming evidence establishes that the appropriate gender-affirming treatment with puberty blockers and hormones directly and substantially improves the physical, psychological well-being of transgender adolescents with gender dysphoria. That was in November 2023. Now, even before then, the Swedish National Board of Health and Welfare wrote the following. They currently assess, quote, that the risks of puberty blockers and gender-affirming treatment are likely to outweigh the expected benefits of these treatments, which is directly contrary to the sweeping statement in your petition. After the
By the way, like all of the data that these judges are getting is from like Fox News. It's like from Fox News reporting. And guess what? France just put out an overview of like gender affirming care results for trans kids, and they are unambiguously in favor of it because of the results that they found.
Filing of your petition, of course, we saw the release of the Cass report in the United Kingdom, which found a complete lack of high-quality evidence showing that the benefits of the treatments in question here outweigh the risks. And so I wonder if you would like to stand by the statement that you made in your petition, or if you think it would now be appropriate to modify that and withdraw the statement that there is overwhelming evidence establishing that these treatments have benefits that greatly outweigh the risks and the dangers.
I, of course, acknowledge, Justice Alito, that there is a lot of debate happening here and abroad about the proper model of delivery of this care and exactly when adolescents should receive it and how to identify the adolescents for whom it would be helpful. But I stand by that there is a consensus that these treatments can be medically necessary for some adolescents, and that's true no matter what source you look at. You mentioned both the Cass report and Sweden, but neither of those jurisdictions
can be medically necessary for some minors, but for the general run of minors, do you dispute the proposition, in fact, that in almost all instances, the judgment at the present time of the health authorities in the United Kingdom and Sweden is that the risks and dangers greatly outweigh the benefits? Do you dispute that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. For the vast majority of humans as a whole don't need this medical intervention. When you give an individual medical care they don't need, tends to not be good for them. But the overwhelming majority of trans people need this kind of intervention. The overwhelming majority of transgender individuals need this type of intervention. So you cannot judge what the general population might need because trans people need this intervention. It's not that complicated. What an absolute garbage person.
I do dispute that because if you actually look at how those jurisdictions are addressing this issue, they have not outright banned this care. The Cass report says at multiple points that this care can be medically indicated for some transgender adolescents. And of course it's true that they have called for a more individualized approach to these issues and have questioned whether it should be readily applied to all adolescents as a matter of course.
Is it not true that in England, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the time is running out, that the National Health Service some months ago limited the prescription of puberty blockers to adolescent males who are over the age of 16 and are already on estrogen, but for those who are under the age of 16, it's allowed only.
It is truly incredible to hear, like, the Supreme Court of the United States, like, being transphobic in their arguments. You know, like, oh, man. Oh, boy. Doesn't feel great. I get a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Don't like that. Ah, yes, this male that's on estrogen. How many males do you know that are on estrogen, Justice?
For experimental purposes. Is that not true?
So the approach in the UK right now is to allow hormone therapy for anyone 16 and older. And with respect to puberty blockers, the UK has restricted new prescriptions outside of research settings. But the Cass implementation plan itself makes clear that if a medical team determines that these medications are necessary for a particular patient, they will be provided. And that is
the restriction that I mentioned was imposed by the British government some months ago. It was reaffirmed by the current Labour government, was it not? It was upheld by the High Court of Justice as based on sufficient medical evidence. Isn't all of that true?
I believe that all of that's true. It's outside the record in this case, and so I haven't myself confirmed everything that you just cited, which wasn't before the district court in this case. But let me make a couple of additional points. To the extent that you think that this needs to be taken into account in the application of heightened scrutiny, there's a time and a place for that, and it's with record evidence on remand. We think the court here just needs to recognize the sex-based classification in this statute and send the case back. If the court wants to go ahead and look at what's happening in Europe, the UK has not categorically banned this care. Sweden, Finland, and Norway, the other jurisdictions that my friends point to, have not banned this care. And I think that's because of the recognition that this care can provide critical, sometimes life-saving benefits for individuals with severe gender dysphoria.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
In your opening brief, you did not mention any of these European developments, and in your reply brief, is it not true that you just relegated the Cass report to a footnote?
So, Justice Alito, with respect to the developments, there has been no change in the law that I'm aware of in Sweden, Finland, and Norway. Each of the medical authorities in those states has called for an individualized approach to care. They've said it shouldn't be routinely applied, but they have not changed their laws to do anything like what Tennessee is doing here, which is to categorically ban it no matter the need. With respect to the CASP report, that isn't in the record in this case, but we have discussed that report in our reply brief. And as I just noted, it likewise recognizes the need for this care in individual cases. The UK has not banned the care, and Hillary Casp is not calling for such a ban.
Your primary argument in...
Yeah, I mean, like, Hillary Cass is a transphobe. If she could call for the banning of this care, she would. Oh, God.
Both male and female.
The Cass report to a footnote.
So, Justice Alito, with respect to the developments, there has been no change in the law that I'm aware of in Sweden, Finland, and Norway. Each of the medical authorities in those states has called for an individualized approach to care. They've said it shouldn't be routinely applied, but they have not changed their laws to do anything like what Tennessee is doing here, which is to categorically ban it no matter the need. With respect to the CASP report, that isn't in the record in this case, but we have discussed that report in our reply brief. And as I just noted, it likewise recognizes the need for this care in individual cases. The UK has not banned the care, and Hillary Casp is not calling for such a ban.
Your primary argument in your oral presentation this morning is based on Bostock-like reasoning. Is that not correct?
I think that's incorrect. Our primary argument is that this statute on its face says you can't have medications inconsistent with sex, and no matter what you think about transgender discrimination generally, that's a sex-based line. It's no different than saying you can't dress inconsistent with your sex. My friends concede on page 25 of their brief that's obviously a facial sex classification, but our primary argument is SB 1 is worded exactly the same way, and it works exactly the same way.
Well, you have a Bostock-like argument, and you say that
basically, anytime they're invoking the Bostock argument, that was the case in 2020 that supported trans people. It wound up being ruled by the Supreme Court in favor of trans people, and so the hope here is that Bostock will see through this argument as well, because it's the same justifications the court gave to swing in favor of trans people during Bostock should apply here if the conservative brain rot hasn't gotten too far advanced in the conservative justices, which is kind of a coin toss at this point.
A girl who wants to live like a boy cannot be administered testosterone, but a boy who wants to live like a boy can be administered testosterone. So, and that's one of your major arguments. I take that to be a Bostock-like argument. So my question is, why should we look to Bostock here? Bostock involved the interpretation of particular language in a particular statute. And this is not a question of statutory interpretation. It's a question of the application of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And the Court has addressed the question of how an equal protection claim should be analyzed when the law in question treats a medical condition or procedure differently based on a characteristic that is associated with just one sex. And that was Geduldig in 1974, reaffirmed in Dobbs in 2022. And neither Bostock nor Dobbs saw any connection between the Bostock reasoning and the Geduldig-Dobbs standard. Bostock did not mention Geduldig, and Dobbs did not mention Bostock. So why should we look to this Bostock-type reasoning here?
So with respect to how to identify a facial sex classification in the first place, I don't think there's any relevant difference between the Court's approach in Bostock and what this Court has long done under the Equal Protection Clause. In both contexts, the Court has made clear that the right to equal treatment is an individual right, so you look at the particular person and see how the law affects them. And the Court in both contexts has already made clear that sex just needs to be one but-for causal factor. It doesn't have to be the sole reason or the primary reason. So for purposes purposes of identifying whether facial sex classification is happening at the outset, we think it's equal protection principles as much as Bostock that carries the day, although, of course, Bostock reinforces those principles. You asked why this case isn't controlled by
she's
Geduldig
talking
and
with
Dobbs.
Justice Alito.
The court's reasoning there was that when you have a statute that doesn't classify based on sex on its face at all, the fact that the medical condition might be something that only one sex can experience isn't a basis to necessarily say that's facial sex discrimination. But that doesn't apply in any relevant respect here. First, because here we have the facial sex classification. The statute says no medications that are inconsistent with your sex. And second, these aren't drugs that are limited to one sex or another. Both males and females alike for decades have been prescribed puberty blockers, hormones, testosterone, estrogen. They produce the same physical characteristics, as I was saying to Justice Thomas, no matter whether your birth sex is male or female. So this doesn't look anything like pregnancy, where the court found that the medical condition itself was expressly limited to one sex.
Well, I'm not sure that's anything more than a play on words. Suppose the statute said, let's just talk about puberty blockers. Suppose the statute said that puberty blockers may not be prescribed or administered to any minor for the purpose of preventing the onset of puberty prior to the time when puberty generally occurs. Okay, that statute makes no reference whatsoever to anybody's sex. It applies to all minors. Would you say the same thing about that?
So I'm sorry, if I'm understanding the hypothetical correctly, the statute says you can't take
any spoilers on who speaks and doesn't speak. I mean, this is a conversation between essentially there are going to be several different actors. There are going to be the justices who are asking questions, and the lawyers are going to be answering. In this case, the person you've mainly been hearing speak, I believe, has been Preligar, who is like responding, and later on in the oral arguments, Chase Strangio will be responding. But at a different point, you're also going to hear the representative of Tennessee respond. I think Tennessee. I might be off by a state. But yeah. Yeah, all of this is currently going between Alito and Preligar.
Puberty blockers before the time when you would ordinarily have puberty, so it's ruling out precocious puberty?
No, it doesn't rule out precocious puberty. It rules out the administration of a puberty blocker for the purpose of preventing puberty from occurring at the time when it generally does.
I see. So if you're hypothesizing a statute where, in essence, the legislature is trying to get at the idea of prohibiting access to these medications for gender dysphoria reasons or otherwise, then maybe you would apply an Arlington Heights type
I was making sure not to spoil. None of it is a secret
of analysis. But of course, that kind of law that you're hypothesizing would also prevent people from taking puberty blockers if they have cancer and want to preserve their fertility, because it would prevent them from undergoing puberty at the ordinary time. I think that's why the legislature hasn't tried to circumvent a facial sex classification by drafting a law like that. It would have many other applications that the state might not want to aim at. That's very different from a law like this, where the state was being clear, we only want to prevent the medications when it's inconsistent with sex, and we're doing that because we have an interest in having minors appreciate their sex and not be disdainful
Well,
of
let
their
me
sex.
ask one final question that addresses Geduldig.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's really difficult to argue around the actual text of the bill that specifically mentions that it's being done along sexual lines. You know, like, you can't argue it when the bill is saying, well, we have to teach children to appreciate their birth sex. Well, yeah, you're kind of discriminating against them on that basis, aren't you?
And Dobbs. Let's take Geduldig first. One could make the same argument in Geduldig that you've made here. A man cannot, which concerned whether a pregnant woman was entitled to disability benefits for time missed at work, when a man would be entitled to benefits for time missed at work. So in that situation, a man cannot work due to a medical condition that prevents him from working. he gets benefits. The woman cannot work due to a medical condition, pregnancy, that prevents her from working for a period of time. She doesn't get benefits. It's the same argument you're making here. Or we could do it in Dobbs. A man who has a medical condition that causes physical and mental distress and pain and limits his daily activities can get a corrective medical procedure. Let's say it's a hip replacement. But a woman who has a medical condition that produces similar consequences, namely pregnancy, cannot get an abortion. So you can make exactly the same argument that you make here under Geduldig and under Dobbs, and yet there was no equal protection problem in either of those cases.
And that's because the court said that there was no facial sex classification insofar as using pregnancy does not automatically mean that that's a proxy for sex. But here there's a facial sex classification. No one can take these medications if it would be inconsistent with their sex, and that's imposing on the face of the statute two parallel rules on classes of people according to their sex.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like she's being very clear and straightforward here in a way that's hard to go around.
All adolescent males who want to take these medications to feminize their bodies, and all adolescent females who want to take these medications for masculinizing purposes. That's a facial sex classification through and through, and I don't think it's controlled by Dobbs or Geduldig.
Thank you, General.
Justice Sotomayor?
General, just to unpackage some of this argument, your point, I think, is very clear that Bostock is pertinent only to the extent that whether it's Title VII or the Equal Protection Clause, the first question is the legislature using sex as a classification, correct?
That's right. So our argument is that when you're looking for whether there's a facial sex classification under the Equal Protection Clause, it has always been the same but-for causation principles. And of course,
the issue is here that even if she does destroy them, like with her very simple argument, it may not matter, right? Because they're the Supreme Court justices. There's not really much she can do if they aren't willing to actually hear her out or believe her, you know? But she's presenting the best formulation of this argument. She's doing a great job here. And the hope here is that while these arguments are not going to get through to Alito, they may get through to the other judges.
We agree with the logic of Bostock, but we think that that logic carries over in this context where the court has already said it just needs to be one but-for cause. It doesn't need to be the only cause. And one way you look at that is seeing whether the application of the statute changes when you change the person's sex.
Now, Bostock is very different than this case because in Bostock, what we said is if you use sex at all, unless you have a statutory exemption, you can't do it, correct?
Exactly. And I think that's an important...
Under the Equal Protection Clause, we recognize there are inherent differences between the sexes.
And that can sometimes provide a legitimate basis for classification.
That's the point.
So you're exactly right. The standards for liability are different. Under Bostock and under Title VII, you can't use
With respect to the discussion about the European countries and the fact that they haven't limited these treatments altogether, the Cass report, as you point out, explicitly says that medical intervention might be necessary for some adolescents, correct?
That's right.
And that is recognized by all the European countries, correct?
Yes, I think it's reflected in the laws of those countries which have not outright banned the care.
Isn't the purpose of intermediate scrutiny to make sure that we guard against I'm not intending to insult, but we all have instinctual reactions, whether it's parents or doctors or legislatures, to things that are wrong or right. And for decades, women couldn't hold licenses as butchers or as lawyers because legislatures thought that that we weren't strong enough to pursue those occupations. And some people rightly believe that gender dysphoria may be changed by in some children. But the evidence is very clear that there are some children who actually need this treatment, isn't there?
Yes, I think the evidence is uniform on that, whether you look at the standard of care, whether you look at the view of every major American medical association that has taken a position, many of whom are amici here. It's reflected in the clinical practice. The nation's leading children's hospitals for decades have been providing this care.
Some children suffer incredibly with gender dysphoria, don't they?
Yes, it's a very serious medical condition.
Some attempt suicide?
Yes, the rates of suicide are striking, and it's a vulnerable population.
Drug addiction is very high among some of these children because of their distress, correct?
It is a serious condition,
One of the petitioners in this case described throwing up every day, going almost mute because of their inability to speak in a voice that they could live with. These are physically challenging situations as well, too.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say that was like a thing that didn't happen that often, but unfortunately, like, I've known multiple trans people who were mute throughout school. You know, like it's a thing that happens not uncommonly. Why is trans stuff the current political hot topic? Because it's an excellent way to distract Republicans from class issues, from issues like the minimum wage, or distracting them from asking what a tariff is and how it would affect them, you know? Essentially that, right? It's a distraction from the actual material harm that is done to workers. And unfortunately, it's also like an important issue that's life or death for people in this country, and you can't just like cede that ground to Republicans because they want people like me dead and gone. And like, I don't know, like, as far as I know, Michael Reich, I don't know that there's like a correlation between environmental estrogen and like the prevalence of trans people. That wouldn't, like, even if there was, that would explain like trans women, but not trans men, you know? And it, like, I don't think that correlation is as strong as it might appear on its face. Yeah, the short answer is that it's not that like more trans people are being created now than ever before. It's just that like trans people are allowed to exist more than ever before and have had a coherent movement to keep us around more than ever before. But trans people have always been around in society.
Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And isn't the purpose of intermediate scrutiny, the level of scrutiny that we apply, necessary to ensure that whether it's legislatures or this court,
that's all good,
that we don't make those personal judgments, but that we subject the judgments about these issues to a heightened review to ensure that those children who are going to suffer all of these consequences will be made to do so only when it's compellingly necessary?
Yes, in a circumstance where the state has an important interest. And we don't think that that means the states are entirely barred from regulating in this space. Obviously, they are grappling with these issues in a variety of contexts. But you're right to say that when the state is using sex-based line drawing, a court needs to look at that. And the problem with Tennessee's law here is not that it's just a little bit over-inclusive or a little bit under-inclusive, but that it's a sweeping categorical ban where the legislature didn't even take into account the significant health benefits that can come from providing gender-affirming care, including reduced suicidal ideation and suicide attempts, and where the state leaves unregulated entirely access to these treatments in all other pediatric contexts where there's a similar risk-benefit trade-off. And for the families affected by this, Justice Sotomayor, these are difficult decisions. Obviously, anytime you're thinking about a medical intervention, you need to weigh risks and benefits. But the state has come in here, and in a sharp departure from how it normally addresses this issue, it has completely decided to override the views of the parents, the patients, the doctors who are grappling with these decisions and trying to make those trade-offs.
Thank you.
Justice Kagan? General, I wanted to get your thoughts first on why one should think of this as primarily a sex-based classification. Because there's another way of looking at a law like this, maybe a more obvious way, which is that it's a classification based on transgender status.
That's the most common misunderstanding I've seen from people not familiar with trans people and that genuinely want to learn about it. They think the increased visibility of trans people is leading more people to come out as trans, when in reality, the increased level of trans acceptance is just allowing more closeted trans people to come out. Yeah, like I've heard so many stories in the trans community of like the older generations of trans people who felt it necessary to be closeted because they were born in 1945 or during the 1950s, and they grew up and they got married, they did all the things society told them they needed to do in order to fit in, but it wasn't something they could ever shake. And then once a lot of their loved ones started dying or had moved far away, that's when they decided to transition, because they felt like it would no longer cost them everything in their lives, every social connection that they valued. And it's really sad, but it's also really full of joy to see them embracing who they are and finally get to do the things they always wanted to do and to be the person they always wanted to be. It's never too late.
In other words,
we've always been
trans young people on one side of the line and cis young people on the other side of the line.
Good night, Sarah Shock.
Both male and female on both sides of the line. And what is really going on here, I understand the formal ways in which this is a sex-based classification, but I'm wondering whether that's not a little bit formal. And what's really going on here is a discrimination against, a disregard for young people who are trans, and why we shouldn't think of the law in that way.
I think you can conceive of the law in that way, and we certainly do think that this law discriminates on the basis of transgender status, and that likewise should trigger heightened scrutiny, both because that's inherently a sex-based classification and because we think transgender status discrimination warrants heightened scrutiny in its own right. But I don't think it's unduly formal to look at this as a sex classification, and the reason for that is because of the first operative provision of SB1, which says you can't have these medications to live or identify in a manner inconsistent with your sex. That is quintessentially imposing sex-based rules and expectations on adolescents in the state, and it's true it arises in the context of medical care for transgender youth. But here we think it's a very straightforward path for the court to look at that and say, well, in any other context, when you say you can't do something inconsistent with a protected characteristic, that's obviously classifying people on the basis of.
Why are cameras banned? Largely to discourage turning court cases into media circuses. Sometimes they do anyway.
That characteristic. And here it wasn't accidental or incidental. This is threaded throughout the statutory scheme because the legislature was quite upfront that part of the interest here is in ensuring that minors appreciate their sex and not become disdainful of their sex, or as Judge White put it in dissent below, that they look and live like boys and girls. And I think that adds on an additional layer of sex classification here insofar as it shows that part of what the state was attempting to do is ensure that adolescents conform their bodies to the state's physical expectations of how males and females should appear. It's not at all surprising to think of that as a sex classification.
So is what you're saying is that the two are just embedded in each other, or is what you're saying that sex stereotyping is built into our understandings of trans and cis classifications? Or again, is that this more sort of logical analysis that might be found in an opinion like Bostock? And maybe those are not exclusive, but what's your sense of that?
So I think those aren't exclusive. I think they're reinforcing here. And I guess what I would say is I think this is an...
Yeah, this is Sotomayor. Basically coming in after, Alito just said a ton of idiocy. So basically, Sotomayor here is trying to kind of right the ship and, get things back on track.
even easier sex classification than maybe the one the court confronted in Bostock or the one the court would confront if the statute simply discriminated on the basis of transgender status, because here the legislature actually put the sex classification into the face of the law and made the first order restriction here one that prohibits inconsistency with sex. And I just go back to the kinds of examples we give about dressing inconsistent with sex or pursuing a profession inconsistent with sex. I think the court's recognition that that is a sex classification is obviously right, but it also can build in a layer of conformance with sex stereotypes that might be underlying those laws and that we think equally underlie this one.
So let me flip now to what it means to do heightened scrutiny in this area, because as you point out, this law, and I think almost all of the similar, or maybe all of the similar laws that have been passed like this, allow this exact same kind of treatment for the opposite purpose, if you will. For a person born male who wants to get to puberty already,
right?
And you say that that's a kind of under-inclusion problem, and it strikes me that on formal equal protection analysis, it is, unless the state can come forward with some piece of medical evidence that says that the risks are greater in the one area than in the other area, which you say Tennessee has not done. I guess what I'm asking is, isn't the structure of these laws going to mean that all of them are going to have to be struck down once you get to heightened scrutiny? Because you seem to want to say, no, you can do heightened scrutiny, but you can also make certain deferential moves towards the legislature. And I guess I'm pressing you on whether that's really true.
So I think it is true. To be sure, we think that a categorical ban like this one is severely under-inclusive and also severely over-inclusive, which is an important ingredient here, and so should be invalidated. And if other states likewise have this kind of sweeping ban, then they would fail under heightened scrutiny. But I don't think that means that heightened scrutiny ties the hands of the states in this regard. One of the problems with the state's approach here is that although it has targeted this gender-affirming care for disparate treatment on the basis of sex, as we say, it has left these exact same medications entirely unregulated for all other purposes, and also turned its back on how it handles the risk-benefit calculus with respect to all other pediatric treatments. But we do think there is a real space for states to regulate here, and I point to the example of West Virginia. West Virginia was thinking about a total ban like this one on care for minors, but then the Senate Majority Leader in West Virginia, who's a doctor, looked at the underlying studies that demonstrate sharply reduced associations with suicidal ideation and suicide attempts, and the West Virginia legislature changed course and imposed a set of guardrails.
Yeah, basically what the lawyer here is doing is pointing out, see, every single court that has been forced to contend with the evidentiary requirements of a higher scrutiny has had to conclude that this is necessary medical care that the state has no business curtailing. That's like one of their core arguments here, and it needs to be said over and over and over again, because the Republicans on the Supreme Court are hell-bent on trying to screw over these kids.
That are far more precisely tailored to concerns surrounding the delivery of this care. West Virginia requires that two different doctors diagnose the gender dysphoria and find that it's severe and that the treatment is medically necessary to guard against the risk of self-harm. The West Virginia law also requires mental health screening to try to rule out confounding diagnoses. It requires the parents to agree and the primary care physician to agree. And I think a law like that is going to fare much better under heightened scrutiny precisely because it would be tailored to the precise interests and not serve a more sweeping interest like the one asserted here in having minors appreciate their sex.
Thank you, General.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
First, want to ask about our role here and pick up.
So Justice Gorsuch just basically skipped his turn, and now Kavanaugh is asking questions.
Up on the Chief Justice's questions at the beginning, who decides? I mean, you've put forth forceful policy arguments to allow these medical treatments, and Justice Sotomayor's questions elaborated on that. But the 20-plus states on the other side put forth very forceful arguments against allowing these medical treatments for minors. So it seems to me that We looked at the Constitution, and the Constitution doesn't take sides on how to resolve that medical and policy debate. The Constitution's neutral on the question. At least that's one way to look at it. I want to get your reaction to that. If the Constitution doesn't take sides, if there's strong, forceful, scientific policy arguments on both sides in a situation like this, why isn't it best to leave it to the democratic process?
Well, I do think that the Constitution takes a position that individuals are entitled to equal protection of the law, and I totally understand the force of your intuition that states need space to regulate and to try to take into account concerns like adolescent health. We're not denying that that's an important interest here, but when you look at how this law actually operates, what it is doing is denying individual plaintiffs the ability to access medications on the basis of their sex. And that doesn't mean that the states are disabled from taking into account the actual biological differences between males and females.
I'm an Army combat vet. My understanding is that I was serving in the People's Army. I'm one of your people. I know how these fucks think. These arguments are making me nauseous. Yeah, it really is. This is maybe the most nerve-wracking part, because I know that their arguments are geared towards, turning people like me into pariahs and eliminating us from public life. And we can't let that happen. I'm going to do my best not to let that happen. But it is a bit chilling to see the feigned obtuseness of these Supreme Court judges not seeming to understand that having legislation that, people assigned male at birth don't have access to certain medications because they need to be taught how to love their birth sex, that's very clearly discriminatory. And seeing Supreme Court justices play dumb, it makes me afraid of what they're going to decide.
But that has to be channeled to the heightened scrutiny stage. And I think that there would be a real danger in this court looking ahead essentially and saying we think there might be benign justifications here, or we think that states should have some flexibility in this regard to overlook the facial sex classification in the statute. If you are concerned, Justice Kavanaugh, about moving too fast in this space and maybe restricting the ability of states to take a close look at these issues, I think the court could write a very narrow opinion in this case, and the court could say simply that when you prohibit conduct that's inconsistent with sex, that is a sex-based line, so you do have to apply heightened scrutiny. But the court has made clear that that's an intermediate standard, and if the state can come forward with an important interest and substantiate that it needed to draw those sex-based lines to substantially serve the interest, that's going to be okay.
Keep going, sorry.
And the final point is then you can send it back and let the Sixth Circuit grapple with this in the first instance.
On the sex discrimination point, I guess picking up on Justice Kagan's questions, the way you would think about this is, I guess, it prohibits all boys and girls from transitioning using certain medical treatments, and it doesn't say only boys can do so or only girls can do so.
Well, I think the problem with trying to put that transitioning label on it as a basis to avoid the sex classification is that transition itself is inherently tied to sex. In other words, the prohibited purpose here are those treatments that would allow a minor to live and identify inconsistent with sex, and the statute would permit anyone to have those treatments for the non-prohibited purpose, which again is when it's consistent with sex. The court has said many times that labels don't control in this space, and I think when you have that kind of purpose that's expressly defined using sex-based line drawing, you have to recognize that for what it is.
And no matter how you articulate the standard, whether it's rational basis or intermediate scrutiny, it'll come down to whether the state, and I think you said this, has sufficient justification for limiting these treatments for minors. And the state says its justification here is health and safety for minors. You say there are benefits from allowing these treatments, but there are also harms, right, from allowing these treatments. At least the state says so, including lost fertility, the physical and psychological effects on those who later change their mind and want to detransition, which I don't think we can ignore. We can't.
What about all the people who change their mind after they get a heart transplant and want to transplant it, which is a surprisingly large number of people, by the way.
Ignore what you're talking about and what Justice Sotomayor raised. I agree with that, but you can't ignore, I think, the risks on the other side of the balance. So even if it is...
I don't know. Should we benefit 99.9% of these people? Or, should we 99% or the 0.1%? Which one should we... these are equal weights. That's insane. You understand that, right?
Intermediate scrutiny or rational basis. Those justifications for the state, how do we as a court choose which set of risks is more serious in deciding whether to constitutionalize this whole area?
So let me react to a couple of different points you brought up. First of all, I do think that the standard of review very much matters. And the court has made clear that rational basis is an entirely forgiving standard. It applies to, mundane economic regulation where there's no reason for courts to take a closer look. So I think the court should hold the line that any time the state classifies based on sex, you do need to take a look at that. But I totally take the point that, of course, when a state is coming forward with an important interest like protecting adolescent health, that may well justify the lines the state has drawn. And it's not about asking courts to step in and make a first-order determination about how to weigh risks and benefits. But I do think that the state is under a basic obligation to first substantiate its concern, and here there were extensive factual findings by the district court that many of the risks that the state was asserting are not uniquely tied to gender-affirming care at all, and also to take into account the harms that would come from categorically banning access to medications on the basis of drugs, including the benefits that I was discussing with Justice Sotomayor. You mentioned fertility and regret, and I'd like to take both of those concerns head on. I do want to acknowledge that there is evidence to suggest that gender-affirming care with respect to hormones can have some impacts on fertility. Critically, puberty blockers have no effect in and of themselves on fertility, so I don't think that concern can justify the ban on puberty blockers, which is just pressing pause on someone's endogenous puberty to give them more time to understand their identity. With respect to hormone use, there are some effects on fertility, but the court found that many individuals who are transgender remain fertile after taking these medications. They can conceive biological children. There are fertility preservation measures that they can...
True. Yeah, for some trans people, you can just, stop taking your hormones and your fertility might come back. It's true.
Undertake, and that they have to be counseled.
If you haven't had, bottom surgery yet.
On those risks. And as I said before, I can understand that that could be a hard trade-off, but it's not unique to this care. There are other treatments for adolescents that likewise affect fertility, including some of those that SB1 expressly permits, like on intersex individuals who often have surgeries as infants that might permanently affect their fertility. I would also say that if you are concerned about fertility, there are measures the state could undertake, like requiring warnings, more informed counseling, trying to ensure that there's informed consent in this area. You also mentioned the possibility of regret. The record evidence demonstrates that the rates of regret are very low because for the population that has access to this treatment. So these are adolescents who have marked and sustained gender dysphoria that has worsened with the onset of puberty. They are very likely to persist in their gender identity. But if you're thinking about this from the standpoint of there's no harm in just making them wait until they're adults, I think you have to recognize that the effect of denying this care is to produce irreversible physical effects that are consistent with their birth sex, because they have to go through puberty before they turn 18. So essentially what this law is doing is saying we're going to make all adolescents in the state develop the physical secondary sex characteristics consistent with their gender or with their sex assigned at birth, even though that might significantly worsen gender dysphoria, increase the risk of suicide, and I think critically make it much harder to live and be accepted in their gender identity as an adult. Because if you're requiring someone to undergo a male puberty and they develop an Adam's apple, that's going to be hard to reverse, and they're more likely to be identified as transgender and subject to discrimination and harassment as adults. So I think the relevant question is, you have this population of adolescents, and there are documented very essential benefits for a large number of them, and maybe a small number that will regret this care, just like with any other medical care. But for the state to come in and just say, across the board, you can't have the medication because of your birth sex, we don't think that's a tailored law.
You acknowledge there is some group, though, who later changes their mind and wants to detransition. That doesn't defeat your case. I just want to make sure you acknowledge there is, as a factual matter, some group of people.
Yes. We're certainly not denying that some people might detransition or regret this care, but all of the available evidence shows that it's a very small number.
Then to pick up on the Chief Justice and Justice Alito's questions, it's obviously evolving debate. I mean, just in the last couple of years in Europe, big changes in terms of how they're thinking about it and how they're thinking about these risks and benefits that you and I have just been talking about and you've been elaborating. If it's evolving like that and changing, and England's pulling back and Sweden's pulling back, it strikes me as, pretty heavy yellow light, if not red light, for this court to come in, the 9 of us, and this constitutional.
Man, it's so rich listening to these conservative hacks talk as if their entire lives hadn't been turning their noses up at what Europeans are doing. You think Americans are, you think conservative Americans are like, oh yes, Europe. Exactly. They spent like 40 years talking about how Europe was just gay and effeminate. It was like the mainstay joke that conservatives had. But now, they're very advanced scientifically and technologically, but don't look at all of their social reforms.
The whole area when the rest of the world, or at least the people the countries that have been at the forefront of this, are
yes,
pumping
Justice
the brakes
Thomas,
on
thank
this
you,
kind of treatment because of concerns about the risks.
We certainly are not asking the court to set forth some bright-line constitutional rules in this space that is going to really take further debate and evaluation of regulatory options away from states. We think, as I mentioned, that the court really only needs to decide the first-order question here of whether this law classifies based on sex. I think that's entirely distinct from some of the concerns you've identified about what justifications the state has.
Do you think that West Virginia law you mentioned is constitutional?
I think.
What about Spain or Germany or France? No. Just pay attention to the 2 that rolled it back based off of junk science. By the way, the lawyer for the kids brought up the Cass report, and even the Cass report, which was the basis for the UK rolling back trans medicine rights, doesn't ask for that to happen. Even the Cass report, which is a dog shit document, doesn't ask for this. So trying to cite the opinion here of the UK health system is pretty rich.
I think it would likely satisfy heightened scrutiny. It hasn't been subject to adversarial testing because I don't think anyone has sued to challenge it, so I haven't looked at the record that West Virginia would build, but I do think that there is room here for states to enact tailored measures to try to guard against the kind of risks that you're concerned about and that the state has identified. And
last topic on the heightened review, and you say all we need to do is do heightened review, and that's kind of a minimal step. I mean, I'm not sure, really, that the follow-on effects of that could be pretty significant. I think Justice Kagan alluded to that in her question, or at least raised that as a question. And I want to ask in particular about one thing. If you prevail here on the standard of review, what would that mean for women's and girls' sports in particular? Would transgender athletes have a constitutional right, as you see it, to play in women's and girls' sports, basketball, swimming, volleyball, track?
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. This case is about medical rights. It's about medical rights. That question is beyond the purview of this race. Should trans people have that right? Absolutely. There's no medical reason to discriminate in that way. There's no point of fairness to discriminate in that way.
Etc., notwithstanding the competitive
this
fairness
is all
and
just
safety
Fox
issues
News bullshit
that
they're
have been vocally
recycling
raised by some
on the national
female
stage.
athletes seen in the amicus brief of the many women athletes in this case. So can you explain how intermediate scrutiny would apply to women's sports?
Yes, and just as a threshold clarifying point, I want to be clear that when it comes to access to sex-separated spaces like sports and bathrooms, courts already recognize that those are facial sex classifications that trigger heightened scrutiny. So it's actually not the question teed up here about how to classify the law in the first place or how to identify whether it's a sex classification. Instead, that's taken as given in that litigation, and the entire focal point of the disputes in those cases has been, well, does the state have an important governmental interest, and does it need to draw the lines to exclude transgender people?
Right, but how would intermediate scrutiny, which we may not, if we went to intermediate scrutiny, there's a possibility we would apply it here. How would it apply to, in your view, and maybe you don't have fully informed views, which would be fine, but how do you think it would apply to sports?
So courts have split on that issue, and I hesitate to try in a vacuum without an actual factual record to try to opine on the state's justification and whether it will satisfy that standard. It's obviously a different set of governmental interests that are being asserted there, and those would have to be analyzed in their own right. But I think that this court, if it wants to preserve space to make clear that nothing here should be understood to affect the separate questions that are arising there, the court could very well do so, and we would have no objection to explicit language saying this decision does not in any way or should not be understood to affect the separate state interests there that have to be evaluated on their own terms.
Okay, but looking ahead, do you think it's logically possible, as a matter of constitutional decision-making, to say that laws like the one at issue here do not satisfy intermediate scrutiny, but laws that restrict women's and girls' sports in a way that transgender athletes cannot participate would satisfy intermediate scrutiny? Is that logically possible?
Oh, yes, definitely. So we do think intermediate scrutiny applies in both contexts, but there are a different set of state interests at play. And I think one readily apparent difference is that in the context of sports, there are arguments made that affects the rights of cisgender women, and that the ability to allow transgender women to compete on those teams is going to be other regarding in the sense of having those external impacts. There's nothing like this here. Allowing transgender individuals who have carefully thought about this and consulted with their parents and their medical team to access these medications that have health benefits recognized here and abroad in no way affects the rights of other people. And so I think the court could well understand the statute here to fail intermediate scrutiny, even if it would survive there.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett.
Morning, General. I want to pick up on one of Justice Kavanaugh's early questions. He pointed out that the burdens of the law fall equally on boys and girls because neither can transition. And you responded that it's kind of the sex classification.
Oh, well, it's an equal burden because they can't transition, and we determine transitioning on the basis of their sex. So, like that's just such a dog shit argument.
Or the expectations that one will conform to one's, biological or gender assigned at birth. Why isn't that more of an Arlington Heights argument about intentional discrimination then, if what you're really saying, or what the legislature is really saying, is the burden of this is going to be equally applicable. Neither boys nor girls can have access to these drugs. But the reason why is because we want girls to be girls and boys to be boys, at least until they're old enough to decide otherwise.
So I think it would be wrong to overlook the fact.
Yeah, now we're in the Amy Coney Barrett portion of this, and I want you guys to pay very close attention to how she is receiving arguments, because she's really one of the big wild cards here. She could go either way. I think she might torpedo this entire thing, but it's possible she could go with the kids. So pay attention. Let's see what conclusion we can come to here.
That even separate and apart from any interest in conformity here or sex stereotyping, this is a law on its face that does not subject boys and girls to equal treatment. And you can see that if you look at how the law applies to some of the individual plaintiffs. Take Ryan Rowe, who is one of the individual plaintiffs here. He wants to take testosterone in order to live and identify as a boy, and he's prohibited by SB 1 from doing so because his birth sex was female. But if you change Ryan's birth sex and suppose he was assigned male at birth, then SB 1's restriction lifts. So he is not being treated the same as a boy, who was assigned male at birth. And I think that is the kind of quintessential test the court has applied for purposes of identifying when there's a sex classification.
So what would your argument be if a new drug is developed within, say, 2 or 3 years that just the only purpose of the drug, there's no precocious puberty purpose or anything like that, the only reason to give this drug is it targets minors who have gender dysphoria particularly?
What are you
and a
talking
state
about?
passes a law, the FDA approves it, so it's available in some states, but a state passes a law saying no one has access to it. So now you don't have that whole thing falls out.
Yeah. So that would not be a facial sex classification. And there I do think that you would have to apply an Arlington Heights type of analysis to see whether the context and history demonstrate that actually the state was intending to treat people differently based on their sex. But I think that would function very differently from
Why
SB1.
don't you have an Arlington Heights argument here, too? Because I take it one thing you think would be wrong with that law is the stereotyping function.
Well, I think that Arlington Heights doesn't seem like the natural doctrinal home for a law like SB1 that says on its face you can't act inconsistent with sex. And I take your point about that's applying some equal rules to boys and girls, but that's true anytime you have a law that says you can't act inconsistent with a characteristic. That means that there's going to be a restriction on males and a restriction on females. It's true of any other factor, too, inconsistent with race, inconsistent with religion. You might say, well, that's not just singling out one religion or one race or one sex for disparate treatment, but I think it actually increases the number of classifications when you're applying parallel restrictive rules on the basis of a protected characteristic across the board.
So let me return to Justice Kagan's questions. She asked you whether really the more natural way to think about this is that it is discriminating on the basis of transgender status rather than, I feel like
I don't know what the
trying to
Arlington
make the
case that they're
Bostock-like
talking about is,
argument,
Super
holding
Jack,
all
I'm
things
sorry.
equal, or that you have to do this by reference to, biological sex, feels like an odd way to solve the problem, and kind of that hypothetical I gave you about the drug that just has the transitioning purpose. So if we just head-on confront the question which you raise in the second part of your brief about whether transgender status should be a suspect class, one question I have is, at least as far as I can think of, we don't have a history of de jure, or that I know of, we don't have a history of de jure discrimination against transgender people, right? You point out in your brief that in the last 3 years there have been these laws. But before that, we might have had private societal discrimination. But I don't know of, but is there a history that I don't know about where we have de jure discrimination?
Yes. The answer to that is unequivocally yes. There have been explicit laws on the books for a very long time against transgender people specifically. Now, the issue here is that the language of the past is impoverished, meaning that there was not language in, like, say, the 1830s that was transgender. Like, you weren't finding people talking about transgender people with the word transgender. However, there were still transgender people around. There were still people who did not identify with the gender that they were assigned at birth. And one of the great examples of this, if you'll permit me here to throw it up on screen. All right. One of the great examples of this, again, PBS News really knocked it out of the park in 2015. There are the number of resources I use all the time. But basically, we have laws going back to the 1800s. In Columbus, Ohio, where one of the earliest ordinances was instituted, an 1848 law forbade a person from appearing in public, quote, in a dress not belonging to his or her sex. In the decades that followed, more than 40 U.S. cities created similar laws limiting the clothing people were allowed to wear in public. The wave of laws in the 1850s represented a new development specific to gender presentation, according to Susan Stryker, an associate professor of gender and women's studies at the University of Arizona. In effect, the anti-cross-dressing laws became a flexible tool for police to enforce normative gender or multiple gender identities, including masculine women and people identifying as transgender or gender nonconforming. Because back then, it would just be called cross-dressing. It would just be called, some 1800s term that I can't think of off the top of my head. It would be called degeneracy, And so I think that maybe if you've reached the point where you're going out and just like living, you're saying, I'm living as a woman and I'm wearing these clothes, you may not be just a cross-dresser. I feel like these laws are specifically against people who are cross-dressing as a lifestyle, and they may identify as cis, but maybe they wouldn't have. You know, these laws have been on the books for literally like almost 200 years. Some cities and states never got rid of these laws, by the way. They just didn't enforce them anymore. So, yeah, that pretty significant history of legislating against trans people pretty fairly explicitly.
My concern about it is this. All of the other suspect classes that we've recognized so far do have that long de jure history of discrimination. And, you know, the Equal Protection Clause applies to state action, so it feels like an odd fit to say that in their private lives, people have discriminated against transgender people. Therefore, we're going to treat it as a suspect class for purposes of the Equal Protection Clause.
So I think you may be right that the discrimination, historical discrimination against transgender people may not have been reflected in the laws, but I think there's no dispute that there is a broad history here, and it hasn't just been confined to private actors. I think that if you actually looked at the facts, there's a wealth of evidence to suggest that transgender people throughout history have been subjected to violence and discrimination and maybe lost employment opportunities or housing opportunities, even in contexts where there might be state public employment at play. And of course, that's especially reflected now in the law, where there has been this, I think, attention and focus on trying to limit transgender people from being able to live and identify consistent with their gender identity in our society. So I don't even understand the state to be disputing the historical discrimination point. But if you're approaching this from the standpoint of saying, is this a group with a distinguishing characteristic that has no bearing on their ability to contribute and that needs some protection from the courts, I think if any group qualifies, this one does in light of the current laws and what might come in the future. And our basic argument is, if you can look ahead and say, maybe the states will ban medical care for adults who are transgender, maybe they'll ban adoption by transgender people or not allow them to be teachers, you know, that doesn't look anything like the workaday economic regulation that just gets rational basis review. And I think the court could give effect to that intuition.
Yeah, and I don't want to be misunderstood to say that I don't think there's a problem or that there hasn't been private discrimination. I guess it doesn't seem analogous to me to say race or gender or national origin, those kinds of things, because we did have de jure discrimination to point to. And so I guess what I'm thinking is, when we are in the business of identifying suspect classes, you know, in Cleburne, we expressed, and I'm not saying that this is analogous to Cleburne in that respect, but we expressed in Cleburne hesitancy, you know, to identify groups such as the elderly, you know, or the mentally disabled as suspect classes, in part because those are judgments that are pretty hard for courts to make. And at least de jure discrimination of the sort experienced by women, you know, or people on the basis of race gives us something to point to if we're going to be identifying a new suspect class, which we haven't done for a long time.
Yeah, and I, of course, take that point, and I should reiterate, we don't think the court has to confront it here. But in the cases involving age and disability, I understand the...
Yeah, now, keep in mind here that basically this lawyer is trying to make this case as palatable as possible so that, well, frankly, so that the court will actually find in favor of the trans kids. The lawyer here is trying her hardest to make this a case about this case in particular and not about, you know, this case decides whether or not trans people are explicitly a protected class, which she doesn't need to, because trans people already are a protected class on the basis of sex. Like, I'm sorry, you can't discriminate against someone for being transgender because you hate the fact that they identify as something that they basically, because you perceive them as betraying their birth sex. Like, that is discrimination on the basis of sex, but the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on that, so we'll see. Yeah, she has to try really hard not to piss them off. The lawyer is a trans man. I don't believe Chase Strangio is talking yet. All of the talking up to this point, my understanding is that it has been General Preligar. Which, by the way, what a badass name. Trace Strangio didn't deliver all of the arguments. Yeah, no, the Solicitor General is Elizabeth B. Preligar. So a lot of the comments so far have been Preligar answering the questions. It's not Chase. And you can check the transcription, which I did just now, just to be sure. Let's see. Yeah, Strangio doesn't enter until page 74 of the transcript. I think we have to get through Preligar's questioning by Justice Jackson, and then we get to the section with Strangio. So, there you go. Are you able to rename characters in RIM? I am. Is my dude alive? You are. You are our mining champion.
Court to have approached those issues with somewhat different reasoning, that age is something we all experience, that disability is a broad and diverse group, and that individuals with disabilities have been able to harness the majoritarian political forces to protect their rights. And none of that is true here. Transgender individuals are a discrete minority. I think there's no dispute that they are being subject to a wave of legislation across the states today. And I think that this is the kind of circumstance where the court could rightly recognize that heightened scrutiny should apply.
Last question. Do you agree with me that the resolution of this case has no impact on the parental rights claim that the Sixth Circuit also addressed?
That's right. I think we are not making a substantive due process parental rights claim here, and this court obviously didn't grant review of that issue. I will say that I think parental rights are actually relevant to the Equal Protection Clause as well, insofar as it's significant to me that Tennessee, in choosing to categorically ban this care, is taking a sharp turn away from how it ordinarily handles parental rights in the medical decision-making space. And Justice Kavanaugh said, who decides here? But when it comes to medical risks and benefits, the state's general approach is to say parents get to decide along with their doctors and their children. And so I think from the standpoint of under-inclusivity, it's pretty significant that Tennessee now is completely overriding parents' wishes when they are best positioned to know their individual child and to have a good sense of whether the risks of this treatment are outweighed by the benefits.
But this isn't, I guess my point is, even if we decided that this wasn't a sex-based classification that triggered intermediate scrutiny, that would not prevent parents from still asserting the substantive due process right.
Yes, of course. I agree with that. I do think that the sex-based classification under Equal Protection Clause is the most straightforward way to think about what's going on here, though.
Yeah. Thanks.
Justice Jackson?
So I'm glad that you've clarified that how we characterize this law is really the issue on the table today, not the risks or benefits or the policies that justify it, but how we characterize it. And I guess I think there might be some confusion a little bit. At least I'm confused because there's so many lines that this statute could draw. The classification, as far as I can tell, is a line drawing, is the statute drawing lines, and there are lots of different ones. And Tennessee says this is drawing a line between people on the basis of age and purpose, and I totally see that. You say this is drawing a line on the basis of sex. I see that as well. But I guess my sort of initial question is, are those mutually exclusive? Do we have to choose between those characterizations? Isn't there a world in which this statute is doing both of those things? And the question for equal protection purposes is, if you're right that there is a sex-based line being drawn, then to the extent the plaintiffs are implicated by that line, don't we have to apply heightened scrutiny in evaluating their claims?
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think, of course, you could say this is a statute that classifies based on age and purpose and sex. Critically, we think that purpose incorporates sex here because the purpose is expressly defined in terms of treatments that are inconsistent with sex.
Like, I do feel I feel almost talked down to by how dumb, by how circumspect a lot of these judges are being, you know, like, just so much of the communication at this level is filtered through, you know, talking sideways, and it deeply frustrates me. I don't like that, you know. Just say what you mean, but they can't. It's very frustrating because a lot of this is conversation aimed towards one another. Like, their questions to the lawyer is not to inform themselves, it's to try and convey a point up to the other judges. And, like, one of the points that is being conveyed here is just like, now some people are saying it's because of age. Is it actually because of age, or can someone be bigoted along multiple axes? You know, can something discriminate by age and gender? And then the lawyer's like, yes, you can discriminate against age and gender, and I think that this is discriminatory against both. And it's just like, okay, yep, it is a law that affects people below a certain age and people of a certain sex, so that's not surprising. Shouldn't need to be pointed out.
Right. So I think the problem with the state's approach is to say, well, it's just purpose going on. You take one look at that, and that just dissolves down into drawing a sex-based line itself.
Can we put more flesh on that, though? Because, I mean, even if we separate out their age and purpose, and we just say, okay, so how is this actually drawing a line on the basis of sex? I think I heard you say it a couple times with respect to some examples, but I think it would be helpful to get on the table exactly who's falling on what side of the line in a particular situation related to sex.
Yes. So the way that the sex-based classification is working here is that from the standpoint of any individual who wants to take these medications, their sex determines whether SB1 applies. John Doe, one of the plaintiffs, wants to take puberty blockers to undergo a typical male puberty. But SB1 says that because John's sex at birth was female, he can't have access to those medications. And if you change his sex, then the restriction under SB1 lifts and it changes the result. And my friends say, well, that also simultaneously changes the medical purpose of using these medications. We don't dispute that point, that it might also inherently change purpose when you're changing sex.
But it doesn't have to, right? I thought of an example in which we have a plaintiff, a person a minor, who would like to take this medication to affirm their gender as a male because the medication deepens their voice, for example. They want a deeper voice, and they're biologically male. They're taking the medication because that's what they want. They, I think, can get that medication.
That's right. And
but
so
a person who is biologically female who wants to take the medication for that same purpose, to deepen their voice because they would like to live as a male, can't get it. Is that right?
That's correct. And that is on the basis of their sex.
So the purpose is held constant with that example. It's not changing. What is changing is just the biological sex of the individual.
I think that that's correct. But even in a circumstance where you might characterize that as treating delayed puberty instead of gender dysphoria, if you said, well, there is a different purpose there, even though the effects are exactly the same and they want the medications for exactly the same reason, that doesn't eliminate the sex-based classification because sex only has to be one but-for cause of disparate treatment. And I think the state will say it's perfectly reasonable to treat different medical purposes or uses differently. We don't disagree, but that's something that's channeled to the application of heightened heightened scrutiny. And if the state has a really good reason to say there's a danger in using these drugs if your birth sex was female and you want to deepen your voice,
right.
and it's different.
So that's Justice Alito's studies and all of this.
Exactly. That
can
all
come in
goes
at that
to the
point.
application of heightened scrutiny, and maybe the state can prove it up and show they have an important state interest, and they really have a reason to distinguish between who can have these drugs for which purposes based on their sex. But that doesn't eliminate the facial sex classification or provide a reason for this court to turn its back on 50 years of precedent saying if you classify based on sex, you have to justify that.
And it's interesting to me that you mentioned precedent, because some of these questions about sort of who decides and the concerns and legislative prerogatives, et cetera, sound very familiar to me. They sound in the same kinds of arguments that were made back in the day, 50s, 60s, with respect to racial classifications and inconsistencies. I'm thinking in particular about Loving, and I'm wondering whether you've thought about the parallels, because I see one.
Loving v. Virginia is the court case that allowed for interracial marriage in the United States, which, by the way, didn't happen until... When did it happen? Didn't happen until 1967. That's right. Your parents might have been alive before interracial marriage was legal.
As to how this statute operates and how the anti-miscegenation statutes in
Justice Jackson is moving pretty fast. What's going on? Well, Justice Jackson is a young liberal judge, so like she has her heart in the right place and actually is trying to like make some coherent points with the time she has. I like KBJ. I think she's real good.
Virginia operated.
Yes, and I think the court has recognized that the Equal Protection Clause was intended to force some changes in society and get us to think more closely about the way that people were being classified, including when that was based on overbroad generalizations of how we expect them to live and order their affairs. And the court has made that clear in the sex discrimination cases as well, where it said sometimes these laws operate to disadvantage someone who falls outside the average description, and that person needs the protection of the courts.
Well, and the thing I thought what was most interesting about the potential comparison to Loving is that in that case, everyone seemed to concede up front that a racial classification was being drawn by the statute. That was sort of like the starting point. The question was whether it was discriminatory because it applied to both races and it wasn't, necessarily invidious or whatever. But, as I read the statute here, the case here, the court starts off by saying that Virginia is now one of 16 states which prohibit and punish marriages on the basis of racial classifications. And when you look at the structure of that law, it looks in terms of, you can't do something that is inconsistent with your own characteristics. It's sort of the same thing. So it's interesting to me that we now have this different argument, and I wonder whether Virginia could have gotten away with what they did here by just making a classification argument the way that Tennessee is in this case.
Yes, I think that's exactly right, that there is absolutely a parallel between any law that says you can't act inconsistent with a protected characteristic, and in all other contexts, the court has recognized that as a facial classification based on that characteristic, and Tennessee even concedes the point when it comes to dress codes and to seeking a profession inconsistent with sex. But I think one other way to look at this, Justice Jackson, is that, to me, it would be a remarkable proposition for this court to say that a statute that on its face says you can't have medication inconsistent with your sex, and in part that's because we want you to appreciate your sex, isn't drawing a sex-based line in the first place. That would have no correspondence to or grounding in the text of the statute or how it works in operation or what effects it produces for individuals on the ground.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Strangio?
Mr. Chief Justice.
Strangio up, let's go.
And may it please the court. On its face, SB 1 bans medical care only when it is inconsistent with a person's birth sex. An adolescent can receive medical treatment to live and identify as a boy if his birth sex is male but not female. And an adolescent can receive medical treatment to live and identify as a girl if her birth sex is female but not male. Tennessee claims this sex-based line drawing is justified to protect children. But SB 1 has taken away the only treatment that relieved years of suffering for each of the adolescent plaintiffs. And critically, Tennessee's arguments that SB 1 is sex neutral would apply if the state banned this care for adults too. By banning treatment only when it allows an adolescent to live, identify, or appear inconsistent with their birth sex, SB 1 warrants heightened scrutiny under decades of precedent. Because the Sixth Circuit failed to apply that standard, this court should vacate and remand. I welcome the court's questions.
If you are successful, what would your remedy be?
Your Honor, if we're successful here, the remedy would be to enjoin the state of Tennessee defendants from enforcing SB 1 as applied to our individual plaintiffs.
What a bizarre. We're an hour in, and Thomas is just like, yeah, if you won, what would you do? Like, what do you mean? What would we do? It would get kicked back to the lower court, and then it would undergo more intense scrutiny. End of story. Full stop. Yeah, standard question, but like weird to ask an hour in.
So, in practical terms, what would it be? What would you get? Wouldn't you get you would get different treatment based on sex?
In practical terms, what it would mean is that an individual like John Doe, who is receiving medical treatment to undergo...
Who is the first person in relation to the case? That was the Secretary General Preligar, who the Secretary Solicitor General. My bad, not Secretary General, the Solicitor General. One of the high-ranking bigwigs whose job it is to argue in front of the Supreme Court, right? What's the that Chase Strangio, Jazz Dog?
A typical male puberty prior to SB 1 and is now barred from doing so because his birth sex is female, could then receive that treatment as he had been doing with the consent of his parents. So his sex would no longer be the basis for the denial of the medical care that his doctors recommended and his parents consented to.
Counsel, is there any significant respect in which your position departs from that of the Solicitor General?
No, Your Honor. The only argument that we make before the court here that the Solicitor General has not advanced is that this is a law that fails under any standard of review, that it is so discontinuous with the asserted interest in protecting children and therefore fails under any standard. But we think, as the Solicitor General made clear in her remarks, that it is clearly a sex classification on its face and should be resolved on that basis and remanded for the Sixth Circuit to apply that standard in the first instance.
Is there anything you would like to add, and maybe there isn't, but with respect to the Solicitor General's responses to my concern that this is unlike a case like Craig versus Bourne, unlike a case like Morales, and those where it was quite clearly simply stereotyping with respect, can men have the same rights as women with respect to adoption and the liquor laws. This does strike me, whatever you think about the disagreements between where Europe was some years ago and where Europe is now, where Europe is, where the United States is, in that...
Now, who is this? Is this Roberts speaking? Yeah, this is Roberts, I think. God, not having the visual is difficult. But yeah, this appears to be Roberts.
It is quite a distinct type of inquiry that involves medical expertise, predictive judgments in the medical area than in those cases?
I don't dispute, Mr. Chief Justice, that at the application of heightened scrutiny, there will be particular considerations that involve the underlying medical evidence, as there always is. But I don't think that it would break new ground to apply heightened scrutiny here. The purpose of applying heightened scrutiny has been because, in part, we don't know at the outset whether a classification is benign. And many justifications for sex-based differential treatment in law were defended on the ground of biological differences and were upheld by the court under rational basis. And the role of heightened scrutiny is not to make sex a proscribed classification. It is just to shift the burden to the state to show their work and show that, in fact, this is a law that substantially advances an important governmental interest.
Counsel, are there other situations, the Chief Justice's question just made me think of this, in which any of our levels of heightened scrutiny, whether they be intermediate or strict, require courts to make the judgment, the means-ends calculation in this kind of medical context? Because I agree with you. I mean, I can see your point, like, well, as a matter of logic, we should shift this to that stage, assuming that the suspect class is triggered and we say this is sex classification. But is there any other situation in which courts get into that? In the tiers of scrutiny?
I mean, so I would point, Your Honor, to recent cases involving the COVID-19 pandemic, in which many cases came up before this court, in which the states were regulating, undeniably in areas of public health and evolving science, and the court repeatedly made clear that, yes, of course, the states have latitude through their police power to regulate, but when they do so in ways that classifies based on suspect lines or infringes constitutional rights, then heightened scrutiny remains the standard that the courts apply to ensure that the state is advancing an important governmental interest.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of some. Can I just last follow-up? But even in those COVID-19 cases, courts weren't, and we certainly weren't, diving deep into the medical evidence and comparing Europe and America and looking at research. I mean, this would be, I think, of a different order. Do you agree?
I don't agree, Justice Barrett, in the sense that I do think it is precisely the role of the courts to assess the tailoring and look at the evidence, whether it's presented through expert testimony or not. It is not the role of the court necessarily to say definitively these risks outweigh these benefits or vice versa, but do what the district court did here, which is to look at the assertions of harm, make comparisons to how Tennessee treated all other medical care, and then see whether or not Tennessee had met its burden under heightened scrutiny.
Like, genuinely, it is insane to me listening to this back and forth. Like, the idea that we have to take a case all the way to the Supreme Court for the very, very, very simple ask that scientific evidence be considered when legislating policies regarding trans people. That's a simple ask. And yet it seems so difficult.
That type of tailoring inquiry, I believe, is precisely the role of the court.
Counsel, in the COVID, I have a colleague to my right, whom I think very highly of, who spoke about the need of the courts to look at that evidence to ensure that there wasn't suppression of religion, correct?
That's correct, Justice Sotomayor.
Now, with respect to Justice Barrett's question on COVID, in my mind, it's a little more similar to the bathroom situation, because there, COVID was a risk not just to the individual and the threat to their own life, but their contact with others could threaten others. So the compelling state interest was different than just a pure medical issue, correct?
That's correct. I totally agree the state interest was different.
All right. With respect to treating that issue, you can hear from some of my colleagues that they're worried that, and there is a plethora of science in this area, both that developed in Europe, and the lower court hasn't really looked at it. No one has. That courts are ill-suited to that. Why do you think they're not?
The Solicitor General pops in and out.
The fundamental role of the court makes us suited to answer those questions?
Well, I think first, Justice Sotomayor, the role of the court is to ensure that when the government draws lines based on suspect classifications, that the states are tested to ensure that they're substantially advancing an important governmental interest. And when it concerns underlying questions of medicine or science, the judges and judges in the lower courts have every ability to assess the testimony before them, as the district court did here. This is not an area where I believe Tennessee is saying that medicine is altogether an area in which suspect classifications have no bearing on the judicial inquiry. It is precisely the role of the court to ensure that the government of Tennessee has substantially advanced an important governmental interest.
I have one small question to finish with. The regret issue that was raised to the Solicitor General. Respondents cite a figure of 85% of children expressing gender dysphoria regret later. You use a figure of 1% of minors who receive this treatment expressing regret. Can you tell me where those figures lie and exactly what the difference is between that 1% of children who receive these treatments expressing regret and the 85%?
Certainly, Justice Sotomayor. And so the first point I would say about the 85%, and we address this on page 22 of our reply brief, that's a misleading figure for two reasons. I think most critically, it refers to older studies of prepubertal children. And everyone here agrees that the medications that are banned by SB1 are only prescribed to individuals after the onset of puberty. And so in JA 151 to 153, the evidence shows that once an adolescent reaches the onset of puberty, their likelihood to ultimately desist and identify with their birth sex is very low. And then as to the question of the 1%, the question of regret, which is a different question than what happens with prepubertal children, the record shows there that the rate of regret when people receive this medication after the onset of puberty is as low as 1%, and that's in JA 131 to 133. And I think what's important here, and the Solicitor General mentioned this, is that is exponentially lower than the rates of regret of treatments that are expressly permitted by SB1.
Thank you, Counsel.
Could we explore what intermediate scrutiny might look like in operation in assessing laws like Tennessee's? So the Solicitor General on page 48 of her brief lists a lot of things that she says, well, if Tennessee were really concerned about the health and welfare of these minors, it would have taken into account a variety of things. So one is waiting periods. Another is whether puberty blockers should be exempted. Another concerns things to make sure that the future of these minors is properly respected, even though they personally cannot make mature judgments about potentially irreversible procedures. So she mentions things like two-parent consent or counseling, readiness criteria, age recommendations, licensing, certification, or reporting requirements for physicians, and other guardrails which are not specified. So if intermediate scrutiny were the regime that would apply, would it not be the case that judges would have to decide whether a particular package containing this much of that and that much of the other thing is sufficient? Wouldn't this be endless litigation with the decision based on determinations by lay judges regarding complicated medical issues?
So if I could make 2 points.
Yeah, that's why you need to consider more evidence than what is based on the rationale. That's the entire purpose of asking for the higher barrier for legislation. You instead of going with the rational basis, you want the evidentiary basis. Let's go.
Points in response, Justice Alito. In the first is going back to the Solicitor General's example of West Virginia, where West Virginia looked at the underlying science and instead of categorically banning this medical treatment, created pathways with guardrails for individuals to access medical care. There has been no litigation over West Virginia's law, and if there were in other contexts, the question would remain whether or not the state could make out the showing that this is being treated in such a substantially different way than other forms of medical care. I do think that judges are equipped to make those determinations as they do in many other contexts.
A lot of categorical statements have been made this morning in argument and in the briefs about medical questions that seem to me to be hotly disputed. And that's a bit distressing. One of them has to do with the risk of suicide. Do you maintain that the procedures and medications in question reduce the risk of suicide?
I do, Justice Alito, maintain that the medications in question reduce the risk of depression, anxiety, and suicidality, which are all indicators of potential suicide.
And do you think that's clearly established? Do you think there's reason for disagreement about that?
I do think it is clearly established in the science and in the record. I think as with all underlying questions of looking at evidence, there can be disagreement. I don't dispute that. But here, and sort of going back to questions about the Cass review, for example, the Cass review only looked at studies up until 2022.
Well, I don't regard the Cass review as necessarily as the Bible or as something that's true in every respect. But on page 195 of the Cass report, it says,
I don't view it as, the Bible or anything. But anyway, here on this page, I'm going to quote a passage.
There is no evidence that gender affirmative treatments reduce suicide.
What I think that is referring to is there is no evidence in the studies that this treatment reduces completed suicide. And the reason for that is completed suicide, thankfully and admittedly, is rare, and we're talking about a very small population of individuals with studies that don't necessarily have completed suicides within them. However, there are multiple studies, long-term longitudinal studies, that do show that there is a reduction in suicidality, which I think is a positive outcome to this treatment.
Let me ask a question about another issue that came up during Justice Kagan's questioning and Justice Barrett's questioning in particular, and that is whether transgender status should be regarded as a quasi-suspect classification. And Justice Barrett referred to one of the things that our cases have mentioned in explaining when something should be classified as a quasi-suspect classification, and that is a history of discrimination. Another one is immutability. Is transgender status immutable?
May I answer, Mr. Chief Justice?
Sure.
So I would say that under this court's consideration of that criteria, it is a distinguishing characteristic. Transgender people are characterized by having a gender identity that differs from their birth sex. That is distinguishing and discrete. And that also within the characterization, I would also point, if I could, to the history of discrimination, and there are many examples of in-law discrimination, exclusions from the military, criminal bans on cross-dressing, and others.
Thank you, counsel. I think I lost track of the discussion you were having about COVID. What was the point you were trying to make?
I think
somebody was trying to make.
Yes, I think it was me, and
This is Chief Justice John Roberts, by the way.
The point about COVID and the question of whether or not this court has ever considered applying heightened scrutiny to contexts in which states are grappling with evolving medical evidence. And I would point to Justice Gorsuch's statement in South Bay United Pentecostal, in which the purpose of heightened scrutiny, even when the government is grappling with experts of a medical character, is to still test whether or not that infringement on an individual right or that use of a suspect classification meets the heightened scrutiny standard. It is not exempt simply because it is in the context of public health or medicine.
Well, I don't want to relive the COVID cases.
You and me both, yeah.
But it does seem to me that one of the issues that came up, and as to which courts around the country had vastly different views, was the lack of knowledge about precisely what was going on, what the effects were going to be, what the remedies were going to be. If this is similar to that, I think that would be very troubling to say that in such a evolving situation, we are going to decide what the right approaches are. I mean, you said at some point that the Tennessee court, or not the Tennessee court, this court is just as qualified as Tennessee to make the decisions here. And it's not really so much a question of qualifications. It's more questions of constitutional allegation of authority. And, we may think that we can do just as good a job with respect to the evidence here as Tennessee or anybody else. But my understanding is that the Constitution leaves that question to the people's representatives rather than to 9 people, none of whom is a doctor. Particularly and maybe I'm just repeating myself.
Then it seems like maybe we should leave it up to the doctor and the family and the patient.
But you can look, should we follow the United Kingdom position from 3 years ago? Should we follow the United Kingdom's position now? It seems to me that it is something where we are extraordinarily bereft of
expertise. It does not need to be immutable, Mr. Malik.
What you think?
Mr. Chief Justice, if I could first respond to the first half of your question about whether or not this is comparable in terms of the underlying science with respect to COVID-19, and I think absolutely it is not. I merely use that example to say that the court has not hesitated to suggest that heightened scrutiny applies in contexts that deal with medicine and science. And then with respect to what is the role of the courts, I continue to think it is to test whether or not a law is properly tailored. And that is what the district court did here. And in fact, the underlying science and the evidence showed that Tennessee's assertion of harm and their prevalence were not supported. The district court made factual findings to that effect, of which Tennessee has not argued were clearly erroneous. And so if what is left here is just bare rationality review, Tennessee is in essence saying, let's not look at the evidence at all, whether this is a law that bans this medical treatment for minors or for adults, that in all other contexts, what Tennessee does is recognize that there are risks and there are benefits. And usually the state regulates by informing patients of the risks and tailoring to minimize them. Here what they've done is impose a blunderbuss ban overriding the very careful judgment of parents who love and care for their children and the doctors who have recommended the treatment.
Thank you. Yep. Justice Thomas?
The point I was getting at,
like that's the slam dunk here. I feel like that was like the argumentative equivalent of a slam dunk, right? Like you're overriding the doctors, you're overriding the parents of these children, and these parents love their children, and you're overriding the children for no demonstrable state interest.
With respect to remedies, is normally in equal protection cases, there's a difference between one group and another. In Bourne, it would be that the women could buy alcohol, but the male students could not. And what would that be in this case? So
2 points, Your Honor. I think that what the birth males can do that birth females cannot do is receive medical treatment to live and identify as boys, and what birth females can do that birth males can't do is receive medical treatment to live and identify as girls. That's
okay, let's change. What if, would you make the same argument if we were only talking about puberty blockers?
If it was puberty blockers, I would point to John Doe, who is receiving puberty blockers. The purpose of receiving puberty blockers for John Doe is so that in the future he can undergo a typical male puberty.
No, I'm talking about from an equal protection standpoint, the difference in treatment. Normally in these cases, one group receives something that the other group does not. And I'm trying to discern that in this case.
And so what I would say to Justice Thomas is that a birth sex male can receive puberty blockers to undergo a typical male puberty, and a birth sex female cannot. And if I could slow it down and just explain a little bit how that works. If you're someone who was born male and you are going through puberty too early, you want to be able to have a final adult height that is typical of boys. You may receive puberty blockers so that you can develop as a typical boy. Someone who has a sex of female at birth is also receiving puberty blockers so that they can undergo a puberty like other boys. And so it is the same purpose, and what makes the treatment prohibited for the birth sex female is their sex.
Justice Alito? Counsel, I don't think you had a chance to finish answering my question whether transgender status is immutable. You cited a bunch of other criteria, but is it immutable?
I think that the record shows that the discordance between a person's birth sex and gender identity has a strong biological basis and would satisfy an immutability test. And I also think under this court's precedence for determining whether something is a suspect or quasi-suspect classification, a distinguishing characteristic is sufficient.
Does the category of does transgender status apply to individuals who are gender fluid?
I think that the distinguishing characteristic is to have a birth sex that does not align with, or a gender that does not align with one's birth sex. So it may include people who have different understandings of their gender identity, but I think it is still the distinguishing characteristic of a birth sex and a gender identity that are incongruent.
Are there individuals who are
stellar answer.
Born male, assigned male at birth, who at one point identify as female, but then later come to identify as male, and likewise for individuals who are assigned female at birth, at some point identify as female, identify as male, but later come to identify as female? Are there not such people?
There are such people. I agree with that, Justice.
So it's not an immutable characteristic, is it?
Well, I think people's understanding of it shifts, but the evidence shows that there is at least a strong underlying basis. And I think the normative reason for that particular consideration is whether or not this is something that someone should or could change, and whether they should have to change it in order to receive constitutional protections. And I think transgender status squarely fits within that.
We have said that having a disability is not a suspect or quasi-suspect classification. So if we were to agree with you on the question of
man, what a shithead. What a shithead. Does being trans count as a disability? Fuck off.
Quasi-suspect classification. How could we justify saying, for example, that a person who is schizophrenic does not fall within a category that is not a law that distinguishes on that ground is not a suspect classification? And I'm not suggesting that gender dysphoria is a disease, a mental illness. I'm not suggesting.
Then what were you suggesting with that comparison?
That at all. I'm just saying, how could we justify that different treatment?
I think that
it's immutable in the sense that there isn't any cure for it. There's been severe.
He's there. It's immutable in that it doesn't have any cure for it.
Discrimination against people suffering from schizophrenia. At one point, they were locked up in hellish institutions. They can make a valuable contribution to society. Think of John Nash. How would we distinguish that?
Justice Alito, what I think would be the difference is that in Cleburne, the court in essence said as to the distinguishing characteristic that this was a large and diffuse group of individuals who have different forms of disabilities, and that group of people had been able to secure some protection through the legislative process. But again, if this court certainly does not have to reach the question of transgender status as a quasi-suspect classification, SB 1 on its face hinges its prohibition on inconsistency.
Well, I understand that, but would you dispute the proposition that transgender status is a very broad category? Doesn't the American Psychological Society Association say it's an umbrella term?
I don't know exactly what the American Psychological Association says, but I don't dispute that there are people who fall within a transgender identity who may not fit into a binary identity. I still think that the distinguishing characteristic applies to every single transgender person, which is a birth sex that is inconsistent with their gender identity. And of course, here on SB1, this is the law that I think is easiest to understand and the most straightforward classification on the basis of sex.
Sotomayor?
So when asked whether you differed from the SG's position, I assume that if you win in this proceeding, what you're asking for us to reverse is the Sixth Circuit conclusion that rational basis review applied, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, you think, as does the other side, that each of you should win on that question, but are you differing from the SG that should be remanded to the court below to apply strict intermediate scrutiny in the first instance?
No, Justice Sotomayor, we're not disagreeing.
Now, with respect to Justice Thomas's question, I'm not sure you answered it. You did in part, and you said the relief you're seeking in the lawsuit, assuming you win on the intermediate standard review, is to permit your plaintiffs to receive the medication other children receive. I don't know if he was suggesting that one of the things we can go up in discrimination or we can go down, which is, but I don't think we've even decided who makes that choice, because the other alternative is to block the usage of all of these drugs for all children, which would present a very different than Arlington Heights perhaps question, but the point is that what the relief is still something that has to be determined as well.
Well, so if I could clarify, Justice Sotomayor, I don't think that the relief we're seeking is for our clients to receive the medication. The relief we're seeking is for SB1 to stop being a barrier to their ability to continue to access medical care and make the individualized assessments with their doctors. So it is just simply an injunction of the barrier to the medication that they had been receiving in Tennessee.
Got it. Thank you.
Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Two basic questions. So whether we apply rational basis or intermediate scrutiny, either way, you end up looking at the state's justification, and they are articulating a health and safety justification. So it's not simply morals legislation, as they've described it. It's health and safety justification. And it seems that there are risks and benefits both ways here. So it's very hard to weigh those, at least as the briefing has set out the issues. If the treatment's barred, some kids will suffer because they can't access the treatment. If the treatment is allowed, these treatments are allowed, some kids will suffer who get the treatment and later wish they hadn't and want to detransition. At least that's how I see the positions set out in the briefs.
God.
And so there are risks both ways in here, allowing the treatment or not allowing the treatment. And how to choose there is a very difficult judgment.
It's not. It's not. All of the available evidence indicates that the vast majority of people who receive gender-affirming care have overwhelmingly positive results. Guys, the approval, the patient satisfaction with having a heart transplant is like 60%. People regret like 40. It's either 40% or 60%. I'm not remembering which side it is, but still astronomically higher, 40 times higher the rate of regret for a life-saving surgery that literally you would have died without. Heart would have stopped functioning.
It seems to me, but it's one, it's a difficult judgment call as a matter of policy. And then for us to come in, and this is repeating what I said earlier, but I want your reaction to it, for us to come in and to choose one side of that, knowing that either way, people are going to be harmed. There's no kind of perfect way out, at least as I've read the briefs here, where everyone benefits and no one is harmed, right? The difficulty of the issue is some people are going to be harmed. And then the question becomes, how does the court choose which group? Why isn't that a choice for policymakers as best they can to make that choice in the first instance? So I just throw that out there and take your reactions and anything you want to say on that.
Okay. So if I could just make a few points in reaction.
Can I add one more point?
Okay.
Sorry, to add to that. And I don't think, with respect, that what you and the Solicitor General said, we'll just send it back to the district court and they'll make fact findings. It'll be back here in a year and we're going to have the same discussion as I see it. So just to get you thinking about that too. Go ahead. Have at it.
So a few points, Justice Kavanaugh. And the first is I don't see this as the court choosing what is the appropriate response here. What I see the role of the court is assessing whether the choice that Tennessee made is one that they can justify under heightened scrutiny. And so that question is whether or not by taking this decision away from the adolescents, their parents, and their doctors based on claims of harm, that protects children and protects children from adverse side effects. And what I think the record here shows, and again, this is a preliminary injunction record, what it shows is that broad categorical ban does not advance that interest. That doesn't mean that a more tailored response would not advance that interest, in which you may be able to actually come out with a solution to ensure that you are protecting those who may come to regret this treatment, which are much, much smaller than those who benefit and find it medically necessary, something like West Virginia did. And I think the relevant inquiry here is whether what Tennessee did meets their constitutional burden because they use sex-based classifications to pass this law. And then on two quick other points that with respect to the difference between rational basis and heightened scrutiny, yes, of course it will be weighing the state's asserted interest in both circumstances, but there's a world of difference between rational basis and heightened scrutiny, and we think the Sixth Circuit got it wrong by simply applying rational basis here. And to the question of, is remand, a sufficient...
Well, can I just stop you there? If even under rational basis, if there were no benefit to anyone, then it would probably lack a rational basis. So I guess in the end, you still come down to there are risks and benefits both ways. Either way you go here, and I don't know whether rational basis or intermediate scrutiny, however that gets applied, you still have to kind of look, is there a real justification here? I think you look at that either way.
And I think the difference under heightened scrutiny, there's a chance to look at the evidence in a much more substantial way and have the state come forth and show whether they've met their burden. In terms of your question, Justice Kavanaugh, about, is it sufficient to just remand it? It will be back up here again. I would say two things in response. I think that there are often examples where there's a threshold question and it goes back down on the application of heightened scrutiny. And I do think an instructive case is Johnson versus California here, in part because it gives us some guidance for what happens on remand in the application of scrutiny. And that, of course, was when the court was considering whether or not to apply strict scrutiny to racial classifications in prison or Turner deference. And when the court reversed and said the wrong standard was applied, strict scrutiny still applies, and sent it back down, it did so with guidance that even under strict scrutiny, the lower courts could take into account the particular context of prison. And I think here, this court could send it back down with instructions to take into account the particular context.
And just one point there, you agree that there's some group of people who receive the treatments who later wish they hadn't and wish to detransition. I know you say it's a smaller group. I understand that. I just want to make sure you agree as a factual matter there is some set of people.
I agree as a factual matter as there is in all areas of medicine.
And then on the sports question, I want to get your reaction as well, which is it logically and legally possible to apply intermediate scrutiny and say that the Tennessee law and the other laws like it do not satisfy intermediate scrutiny, but laws that limit women's and girls' sports to
he is obsessed with sports.
Exclude transgender athletes would be constitutionally permissible? Is that legally and logically possible?
I agree with the Solicitor General that it's legally and logically possible because in the application of heightened scrutiny, it's wholly different state interests that are being asserted.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
Mr. Trangio, I wanted to give you a chance to see if I'm not sure if you named all of the laws when we were talking about de jure discrimination before. You mentioned bans on cross-dressing and bans on military service. And I had thought of the military service, but I didn't know about the statutes prohibiting cross-dressing.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of sounds like we might get Amy Coney Barrett on this one. Like, she seems genuinely kind of shocked. And like she just learned, Which, to be honest, isn't that shocking of a thing, right? Like, a lot of people growing up in the United States have never heard that in the 1800s there were discriminatory laws against transgender people. Furthermore, the overwhelming majority of people don't know that one of those laws was still active in New York City until 2011. So, like, this isn't shocking stuff. It was like stuff like this is still on the books today from way back in the day, but it's also it's applied so infrequently that most people who are alive right now have totally forgotten, but these were the laws that basically allowed for Stonewall to happen, for police to be cracking down so much that the Stonewall riot happened. These are the laws that criminalized, wearing like 3 or more pieces of the wrong clothing. Yeah, Rad Little Razzie, it was usually 3. If you were wearing 3 articles of clothing that belonged to the opposite sex, you could be arrested by a police officer. Yeah, pretty grim. What about Gorsuch? The thing about Gorsuch is he hasn't said a goddamn thing, and he's not gonna say a goddamn thing throughout this entire time. But in the previous case, he wrote the opinion that was supportive of trans people. So if he stays consistent with the court decision he made in 2020, and Amy Coney Barrett was swayed by these arguments, we may have won. But there are a lot of maybes and a lot of time between now and June.
Could you think of others? Are there?
I mean, I would say that there are other examples.
No, we're not going to know the outcome.
That exist in which sometimes homosexuality and transgender status are sort of lumped together in discriminatory frameworks as language has changed. But I think the most salient to me would be the cross-dressing bans and the explicit bans on military service for transgender individuals.
Okay, and thinking about when we identify suspect classes, the factors that we've considered, one of the ones that the Sixth Circuit addressed was political power. Do you have a reaction to the Sixth Circuit's discussion of that?
I would just say, Justice Barrett, that I think looking out at the country at the moment, that there is a significant challenge for transgender people to protect themselves in the political process, where you do have laws excluding transgender people from places where they need to go in all aspects of life, and there is a difficulty in that type of majoritarian protection.
Roberts is also somewhat of a wild card, but I'm kind of I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. Like, I wish we could rely on Roberts to do the right thing, but we can't. We also can't rely on Amy Coney Barrett. We also can't rely on Neil Gorsuch. And honestly, I'm just trying. Maybe if we scrape all 3 of them together, we'll happen to get 2 votes. I
think that's precisely what the political powerlessness prong of the test accounts for.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm suddenly quite worried about the role of the court questions and the constitutional allocation of authority concerns, because I understood that it was bedrock in the equal protection framework that there was a constitutional issue in any situation in which the legislature is drawing lines on the basis of a suspect classification, that it's a constitutional question that is being raised when that is happening as a threshold matter. And then you may get into why is it happening, what is the justification, and you've said here at the podium today that the different levels of scrutiny account for how strong the government's evidence has to be for doing that, and the court really holds them to it in a heightened scrutiny scenario. But the kind of initial issue is that a law is drawing lines on the basis of some suspect classification. Does that accord with your understanding of what we normally do? And that's a question for the court, because it's a constitutional question. Is the statute doing this, right?
Yes, I completely agree with that, Justice Jackson. That's precisely why we think heightened scrutiny applies here, because this is a statute that on its face draws.
All right, and to answer the question, is this statute doing this, I understood that we had a sort of two-step framework for looking at it, that we don't just kind of launch into an assessment of the evidence or why the state is saying that they're doing this, or the scientific basis for it, that we're looking at something else when we're trying to determine is a class.
I love Justice Jackson. Just comes in, just like, look, we have a limited amount of time. I need to get out as many good points as possible so that we can sway as many judges' minds as possible. And we do not have time. I am going to ask you, and I'm going to keep it fast and short and concise. Let's go.
Classification being made, right?
Go, yes. Go.
And I guess my real concern, and maybe I'll just ask you to react to my loving parallel, because I'm getting kind of nervous, is that in Loving, those same kinds of scientific arguments were made. So I'm reading here where the court says, the argument is that if the Equal Protection Clause does not outlaw miscegenation statutes because of their reliance on racial classifications, the question of constitutionality would thus become whether there was any rational basis for a state to treat interracial marriages differently from other marriages. On this question, the state argues the scientific evidence is substantially in doubt, and consequently, the court should defer to the wisdom of the state legislature in adopting its policy of discouraging interracial marriages. And so for me, this kind of idea that the way we look at it is not first, are you drawing these classifications, and then state, give us your evidence so we can make sure that there's a proper fit. If instead we're just sort of doing what the state is encouraging here in Loving, where you just sort of say, well, there are lots of good reasons for this policy, and who are we as the court to say otherwise, I'm worried that we're undermining the foundations of some of our bedrock equal protection cases.
I share your concerns, Justice Jackson. I think one of the things that's happening in this case is we're seeing a lot of concerns that come in at step 2 of the analysis being imported into that threshold question of whether a classification has been drawn in the first instance. Concerns about real differences between males and females. That is exactly what heightened scrutiny is intended to test in the application of heightened scrutiny. If Tennessee can have an end run around heightened scrutiny by asserting at the outset that biology justifies the sex-based differential in the law, that would undermine decades of this court's precedent.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Rice?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court.
Now, this is the counter arguments, so it's not going to be fun.
Tennessee lawmakers enacted SB 1 to protect minors from risky, unproven medical interventions. The law imposes an across-the-board rule that allows the use of drugs and surgeries for some medical purposes, but not for others. Its application turns entirely on medical purpose, not a patient's sex. That is not sex discrimination. The challengers try to make the law seem sex-based this morning by using terms like masculinizing and feminizing, but their arguments conflate fundamentally different treatments. Just as using morphine to manage pain differs from using it to assist suicide, using hormones and puberty blockers to address a physical condition is far different from using it to address psychological distress associated with one's body. The Equal Protection Clause does not require the states to blind themselves to medical reality or to treat unlike things the same. And it does not constitutionalize one side's view of a disputed medical question. Half of the states, Sweden, Finland, and the UK, all now restrict the use of these interventions in minors and recognize the uncertainty surrounding their use. These interventions carry often irreversible and
Darth Gently, listening to this twists my stomach in knots too. Stressful.
Life-altering consequences, and the systematic reviews conducted by European health authorities have found no established benefits. Politically accountable lawmakers.
By the way, these are just lies. These are just straight up lies that don't even reflect the studies he's referencing.
Not judges are in the best position to assess this evolving medical issue. The Sixth Circuit should be
And reminder, chat, do not Fed post.
Affirmed. I welcome the court's questions.
Both the SG and petitioner have suggested that a better approach would be the approach of West Virginia. What's your reaction to that?
Your Honor, my friend's arguments with respect to the alternative approaches is pure policymaking. As Justice Kavanaugh recognized throughout his questioning, they cannot stand up here and say that if these alternatives were imposed, that there would be no detransitioners. So they cannot eliminate the risk of detransitioners. So it becomes a pure exercise of weighing benefits versus risk. And the question of how many minors have to have their bodies irreparably harmed for unproven benefits is one that is best left to the legislature.
I'm sorry, Counselor. Every medical treatment.
Oh, man, Sotomayor, let's go. Let's go. Get him.
Has a risk. Even taking aspirin. There is always going to be a percentage of the population under any medical treatment that's going to suffer a harm.
Let's go. Finally,
so
sanity.
The question in my mind is not, do policymakers decide whether one person's life is more valuable than the millions of others who get relief from this treatment? The question is, can you stop one sex from the other, one person of one sex from another sex, from receiving that benefit? So if the medical condition is unwanted hair by a 9-year-old boy who can receive estrogen for that, because at 9 years old, if he has hair, he gets laughed at and picked on, and his puberty is...
Also, keep in mind, Sotomayor is like a bajillion years old, so she's not going to get the terminology right, but her heart's in the right place. She got spirit, okay?
Coming in too early. But a girl who has unwanted hair says, or has unwanted breasts, or a boy at that age, can get that drug, but the other can't. That's the sex-based difference. It's not the medical condition is the same.
We don't
but
agree.
You're saying one sex is getting it and the other's not.
We do not agree that the medical condition is the same. We do not think that giving puberty blockers to a 6-year-old that has started precocious puberty is the same medical treatment as giving it to a minor who wants to transition. Those are not the same medical treatment. And once
what
you
you're
recognize...
saying is you're still depending on sex to identify who can get it and who can't.
I don't think so, Your Honor. If a minor comes up to a boy, goes to the doctor and says, I want puberty blockers to transition, the answer will be no. If a girl goes up to the doctor and says, I want...
If a sex-neutral looking child walks into a doctor and says, I don't want to grow breasts, Doesn't the doctor have to know whether it's a girl or a boy before they prescribe the drug?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
I got to tell you, I've made that mistake on children often.
Honestly, like, this is kind of like a pretty dominant argument. Like, it has kind of that like grandma energy, like explaining something to a slow child.
Look at one of them and think it's a boy, and I'm corrected, and it's a girl, and vice versa. I hope that you're not going to tell me you haven't made that mistake.
Well, I may have made that mistake, Your Honor, but I don't think that that is an example of where a sex-based line is being drawn.
Why not?
Because
please.
Because all that matters is the medical purpose for which the drug is used. So if the minor comes up, if you have a biological
No, it's the same medical purpose. Her hypothetical is, I don't want to grow breasts.
Let's go, Jackson.
Same medical purpose. I'm trying to stop the development of breasts.
Well, Your Honor, I think that likely would not be allowed under SB 1 for a girl.
For a woman who is, for a girl, but it
would also not be allowed under Tennessee law with respect to a biological boy.
Really?
Tennessee law doesn't just allow doctors to prescribe drugs without a medical purpose. They can't.
No. But the way I understood the law to work is it has to be inconsistent with your sex in order for it to.
Yep. The lawyer is just now lying to the Supreme Court because the law absolutely does not apply to boys with, say, gynecomastia who have developed breasts, but are still cisgender boys and seek treatment and relief for that.
Be blocked. So I don't understand why a boy. I don't understand why it would work in the way that you're saying. Why wouldn't it be differentiating on the basis of gender? A girl who doesn't want to grow breasts for whatever reason could or could not get it.
Does not want to grow breasts without a medical reason, could not get it.
And a boy who doesn't want to grow breasts could or could not get it.
Could not get it if there was no medical purpose. There has to be a medical purpose for these drugs. All my friend's arguments rest on conflating different medical purposes.
But they couldn't get it not under this law, right? Because this law is operating around the inconsistency. So if they couldn't get it, it would be for some other reason, right?
But we have other laws in Tennessee law that
gender dysphoria is a medical diagnosis. The issue that conservatives run into is that they do not believe it is a real medical diagnosis. They don't think it's a real thing to be transgender.
That prevent malpractice and that prevent the use of drugs for a non-medical
I understand,
purpose.
But this law is the one that is being challenged today, and we're trying to decide whether or not it's operating on a sex-based basis. And
I don't think
we have a. So what about my lower voice hypothetical?
Yeah.
All right. So a biological boy comes in and asks for a hormone treatment to deepen his voice in order to affirm his masculinity because it hasn't come and he'd like to deepen his voice. Can he get it?
If there's no medical purpose, no.
No, that's the medical purpose. I don't understand what you mean. The purpose is to bring on a deepening of their voice.
Let me try to rephrase.
Yes.
If there's no medical condition, the answer is no. You cannot use testosterone for purely cosmetic reasons. It's a Schedule III drug.
In this statute or in another statute?
In another statute.
Okay, so setting aside that other statute.
You cannot use testosterone for a purely cosmetic reason. I'm pretty sure adult cis men use testosterone for aesthetic reasons all the time in a way that is consistent with the law. Yeah, he is pissing off the judge.
We're looking at this one and how it operates. This statute says something about inconsistency with your biological sex, and that's what I'm trying to test. The boy comes in, he asks for a hormone treatment to deepen his voice, to affirm his masculinity. Can he get the treatment? Under this statute?
Under this statute, no, but under Tennessee Code annotated 63.
The boy could not, under this statute, to get a medication that would deepen his voice?
If there was no medical condition, no.
That's the other statute. Under this statute, With respect
Under
to
this statute-
consistency, he could.
Under this statute, he could. Under
Okay.
63-6-21412, he could not.
That was like
I
pulling
understand.
teeth.
Setting aside that other statute, under this statute, he could. Now, looking at this statute, a girl comes in biologically and asks for a hormone to deepen her voice in order to affirm the identity that she chooses, which is masculinity. I'm asking you, would under this statute she be precluded from getting that treatment?
She wants to, I'm sorry, one more time, Your Honor.
She wants to get the medication in order to deepen her voice and affirm her masculinity.
Your Honor, I think if it's for the purpose of identifying inconsistent with their sex, she would be barred from doing that.
That's discriminating against that person on the basis of sex. Yeah, he's just obfuscating because he knows he's wrong.
But isn't that the point, Mr. Rice, that if it's for the purpose of identifying with their sex, I mean, the prohibited purpose here is treating gender dysphoria, which is to say that the prohibited purpose is something about whether or not one is identifying with one's own sex or another sex. The whole thing is imbued with sex. I mean, it's based on sex. You might have reasons for thinking that it's an appropriate regulation, and those reasons should be tested and respect given to them, but it's a dodge to say that this is not based on sex, it's based on medical purpose, when the medical purpose is utterly and entirely about sex.
Justice Kagan, we think that is a slightly we think that's a request for a substantive right to engage in nonconforming behavior. We don't think it's actually drawing a line based on sex. And again, the only way that my friends can point to a sex-based line is to conflate the use of puberty blockers to address precocious puberty with the use of puberty blockers to transition. And those are fundamentally different treatments. They have different effects on the body. They're used for different purposes. I actually think my friend's response to Justice Alito's hypothetical regarding puberty blockers is devastating, because that law draws no different lines than the law that's drawn in SB 1. It just doesn't use the words inconsistent with sex. So we use the words inconsistent with sex to describe a single prohibited medical purpose. We do not use it to draw lines between males and females.
Counsel, I want to be clear about this. I assume you agree with me that no matter how difficult the science may be, and no matter how evolving it may be, at the end of the day, legislation on this subject is subject to judicial review.
Yes,
is that
sure.
correct? And I also want to be clear that the issue about the difficulty of regulating the science and attempting to figure out where to sort of stop and place the scale in the evolution is a matter that goes to the level of judicial review. Is that right? The level of the scrutiny that's applied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, given your argument, you're saying your state can block gender treatment for adults, too.
Your Honor, we think that if we're assuming a similarly worded statute, that there still would not be a sex or a transgender-based classification.
So you're licensing states to deprive grown adults of the choice of which sex to adopt.
Your Honor, I don't think that's a fair characterization.
That's what you're telling me, because you're saying to me rational basis would be the review for that kind of law for adults as well.
And this Court has not hesitated to hold laws unconstitutional under rational basis review when they are rooted in unsubstantiated fears and prejudices. That's exactly what this Court did in Cleburne. And
That's
to the extent,
quite an interesting way to protect the population.
And to the extent, Your
I
Honor,
thought that that's why we had intermediate scrutiny when there are differences based on sex, to ensure that states were not acting on the basis of prejudice.
well, Your Honor, of course, our position is that there is no sex-based classification, but to finish the answer, that to the extent that a law with dealing with adults would pass rational basis review, that just means it's left to the democratic process, and that democracy is the best check on potentially misguided laws.
Fuck off. You're here in front of the Supreme Court to decide whether or not your law is constitutional. Like, democracy is the best check. Not in this case, clearly.
So in
when you're 1% of the population,
sorry,
when you're 1% of the population or less, very hard to see how the democratic process is going to protect you.
Well,
boom. Mic drop moment. Yeah. People like me make up like 1% of the population, if that. We do not represent a significant enough voting bloc to win democratically on our own rights anywhere in the country. So how can that system keep us safe, if not through the courts? Wonderful point from Sotomayor.
Your Honor,
You blacks were a much larger part of the population, and it didn't protect them. It didn't protect women for whole centuries.
Damn, all right.
Mr. Rice, I have one factual question and then one legal question. The factual question is, the Sixth Circuit mentioned that this is an off-label use, that the FDA has not authorized. Is that still true, and is that just for children, or is it for adults too?
It's still true, I think, with respect to both children and adults. I know with respect to children, I'm not certain with respect to adults. But we do think that that's relevant in the sense that the FDA, when it approves drugs, it does so based off of the purpose for which the drugs are being used. And we think that we are drawing the same type of distinction in our law between using one drug for different purposes.
Okay, my legal question is, I wondered if you had a response. You know, I was asking your friends on the other side about de jure discrimination and what we should take account of if we're thinking about whether transgender people should be a suspect class for purposes of the 14th Amendment. Do you have a response to that, what we should be thinking about, or whether do you know the history of de jure discrimination?
I do not know the history of de jure discrimination. I mean, our frontline position is that the court has gotten out of the business of creating new quasi-suspect classes precisely because it's a very unprincipled test when it comes to creating these classes. And in some of the cases, political powerlessness means that you need protection from the majoritarian process. In other cases, it means can you gain the attention of lawmakers in the most recent Cleburne test? So the court has not applied any form of principled analysis when it comes to creating these tests. It's been an exercise of judicial power. And the intermediate scrutiny analysis that accompanies the quasi-suspect classification is no more principled, and the court has often struggled to apply that as well. So we don't think the court should even open the door for further judicial creation of new quasi-suspect classes.
Okay, and last legal question. I was just going to ask you one. I have a second one. Could you address Justice Kavanaugh's questions about what the implications of this case would be for the athletic context or the bathrooms context?
I would love to, Your Honor. So we think this is we differ with our friends on the other side with respect to their argument is that, well, there's a sex-based classification in sex-separated sports, so necessarily that means that there's a sex classification, intermediate scrutiny applies. We are not actually seeing challenges to the sex classification. When these challenges are being brought, they're not arguing that we don't want there to be boys and girls sports. They're arguing we want there to be boys and girls sports. We just want to be classified based off of our gender identity. And so we think that is fundamentally a transgender-based challenge and not a sex-based challenge if you are not actually challenging the sex classification that is it.
What does it mean to be transgender? Like that's the thing. That's the whole crux of it. Like you can't say, oh, well, that's a transgender classification, not a sex-based one. And it's like, bro, do you even understand the words you're using?
Issue.
Can I ask you, so in my
Is he about to have his ass handed to him? I hope
Virginia, in your view, would not have been making a racial classification if they had just reworded their statute to say no person can get a license to marry for the purpose of uniting with another person whose race is inconsistent with their own. I took you to say that the use of the term inconsistent with their sex was drawing a line to prohibit one use of the medication. So why couldn't these statutes have been interpreted as drawing a line to prohibit one use of a marriage license?
Your Honor, we think that in a case like Loving, when you look at the individual level, which we agree with our friends on the other side, that the protection of the Equal Protection Clause operates at the individual level, that if there is a line that is being drawn based off of race, like in Loving, where you had a white male who could not marry an African-American female under that law, that is a race-based line. You are creating multiple groups of permissible and impermissible behavior based off of race. Where we differ from our friends on the other side is we just don't think that there is any sex-based line in this.
But I don't understand why not. I mean, the law here operates in the same way. There, the question of can you marry this other person depended upon what your race was. You could marry the other person if it was the same, consistent with your race. You couldn't if you couldn't. I take your law to be doing basically the same thing. You can get these blockers if doing so is consistent with your sex, but not if it's inconsistent. So
what a great parallel. I think, honestly, Justice Jackson is coming through here really hard for us in a way that I personally appreciate, that she's making the direct connection here. And saying that the exact same logic, if applied in Loving v. Virginia, finds against the current decision and would overturn the right for, like, interracial couples to get married, which is correct and true if the court upholds that. It sets a very, very bad precedent.
How are they different?
We think it's different because we think in their use of inconsistent with sex and all of these examples that they have in the briefing, those actually do create separate categories of conduct that is permissible either based on sex or based on race. But in this case, the only way that they can point to a sex-based line is to equate fundamentally different medical treatments. Giving testosterone to a boy with a deficiency is not the same treatment as giving it to a girl who has psychological distress associated with her body. This is not only
what's your
different.
basis for saying that? I'm sorry. Is it just because of why they're asking for it, or is there some kind of medical? I took the SG to be saying that it operates on the body in the same way. So what's your basis for saying they're not the same?
I don't think it operates on the body in the same way. Take testosterone. If you give a boy with a deficiency testosterone because he has constitutional delayed puberty, that allows him to go through and develop the reproductive organs associated with being a male. If you give it to a girl, it renders the girl infertile. So we have 8 to 12-year-olds.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought your reasons for them being different was that you said they were for different purposes. I'd heard you say at the beginning the reason those two are different is because one wants them to transition and the other wants them for some medical purpose.
Well, to go back to my example in the introduction, I don't think anyone would say using morphine to assist suicide is the same treatment as using morphine to manage pain. It's the same drug, just like it's the same drug here, but they're being used for fundamentally different purposes. They have different effects on the body. And once you take out and recognize medical reality, then there is no argument that our law differentiates between treatments for males and females.
Can I ask you about one of the purposes of this law? And I note that your brief does not talk a lot about this, but one of the articulated purposes of this law is essentially to encourage gender conformity and to discourage anything other than gender conformity. And I'm wondering how you think that plays into the analysis.
I disagree with that characterization of our law.
Encourage minors to appreciate their sex and ban treatments that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex. Sounds to me like we want boys to be boys and we want girls to be girls.
If I could,
and that's
I mean, to be fair, they do view like transitioning as like a form of like suicide. Conservatives do believe like it's why they're like, oh, it's like my son died, you know. They view it as truly dying, and it's not surprising he made that comparison to me. It's disgusting, but not surprising.
Important purpose behind the law, and I understand that sentiment, but it's a fundamentally different sentiment, and it's a fundamentally different understanding of what produced this law than the one that you're talking about now.
Your Honor, if I could make a few points. First of all, it sounds like the question is rooted in a potential improper purpose-based argument under Arlington Heights argument, which, as Chief Judge Sutton pointed out below, that argument was never raised until it got to this court.
Well, I'm less interested in sort of like the legal box to put this in, and more interested in, you're spending a lot of time talking about what exactly the classification is here, and I think we've talked a good deal about that. But what produced this classification might be relevant to understanding what the classification is about.
Absolutely, and I would love to address.
And what seems to have produced this classification is that we want to ban children treatments that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex. So we think that there's something fundamentally wrong, fundamentally bad about youth who are trying to transition. And that's the way this purpose seems to me.
If I could try to unpack both of those, Your Honor, because I think both of those read in context do not support the narrative that Tennessee wants boys to live as boys and girls to live as girls. So the appreciate their sex reference in detailed and legislative findings, that is simply the recognition that given the high desistance rate among minors and given the tragic regret of detransitioners, that there is an interest in making sure that minors have enough time to appreciate their sex before undergoing life-altering changes. So I think
that's the entire point of puberty blockers. Keep in mind, children generally have a solidified sense of identity, both gender-wise and sexuality, by the time they're like 5. We're talking about kids who have had an additional 10 years, and in some cases, more, like a couple other years to think about it.
It has to be viewed in the context of the legislative findings, which both emphasized the detransitioners and the high rate of desistance. With respect to become disdainful of their sex, the challengers have never explained why it would be problematic to prevent interventions that could affirmatively cause minors to become disdainful of their sex and thus at issue for psychiatric conditions. And in fact, there are multiple studies, I would point to this court, JA 400, where minors actually, their mental health and suicidality got worse after taking these interventions. Now, my friends on the other side may disagree with that research and that assessment of whether the findings of that study, but the legislature specifically noted those studies, so I think that statement was rooted in the notion that actually this is causing affirmative.
The issue is that like they literally fabricated a study out of their ass.
Harm to minors who are undergoing the interventions. And that's why they were saying we don't want these interventions that will cause minors to become disdainful of their sex.
Go ahead.
You go.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll be back.
Justice Kavanaugh.
At a big picture level, I think the argument on the other side, putting aside some of the details, is why not trust parents rather than the state, particularly in a situation, as General Prelager said, where there's not the kind of direct harm to third parties that you might see in other contexts like sports.
Yes, Your Honor. So, as my friends recognize, the parental rights question is not before this court. And
she explained how it informs. So just take the question as best you can.
Yeah, I think our position is that there are certain times in medicine, history has shown, where the states in their traditional role as regulators have had to intervene. And that's not because, of course, the parents are trying to do the best they can and get the best treatment for their kids. But we've had multiple instances in somewhat recent history where we have stuff like lobotomy, eugenics, that had widespread acceptance among the medical community, and the state had to intervene as a
Eugenics discriminated against trans people. Lobotomy was a form of discrimination against trans people and gender nonconforming people. It is disgusting to invoke those things as if they are equivalent to someone being transgender.
Regulator to protect the children.
Mr. Rice, just to let you kind of finish what you started to say to Justice Kavanaugh, you agree that the parental rights question is not before the court, so it would be open to parents to continue to press that point in other cases.
We agree, and we think Chief Judge Sutton got it right, but we agree.
Can I just ask you about, I don't understand at all the similarly situated argument that you make, and I hope that you can help me, because I don't know how you can say both that girls and boys are not similarly situated at step one when this law is being evaluated and it's not making a sex-based classification. It seems to me that recognizing their lack of similarity, as you do in making the argument, is making a sex-based classification. So,
Your Honor, I think our position is that if you're in the point where we're treating giving testosterone to a boy with a biological deficiency as the same thing as giving testosterone to a healthy biological girl who wants to transition, then there has to be some threshold inquiry that recognizes the biological differences between those two.
Right, but when you're doing that, you're making a sex-based classification. I mean, the very argument carries with it the characterization that we're trying to identify here. You start by saying it's different to treat a boy who's using this medication for a particular reason from a girl who's okay, so that's a sex-based classification. Haven't we dealt with step one now? We should be going on to step two? No. Intermediate scrutiny applies by the terms of what you're arguing.
I don't think that we agree that we've checked the box at step one, because there is no medical treatment that boys can receive that girls cannot. So we disagree with the notion.
Didn't we?
Your entire case rests on that distinction. What do you mean? This guy is just so full of shit. Transphobia is so full of shit. That in a just world, this man would be laughed at until he left the courtroom.
Already dispose of that kind of reasoning with our equal protection cases that looked at things like interracial marriage, where we said even though it applies to both, it's still making a racial classification. Even though whites can't marry non-whites and non-whites can't marry whites in the statute, right? So both are equally disadvantaged. We said that's not an argument for why you shouldn't have a heightened scrutiny or why the statute is not making a race-based classification.
Bingo. And that's not the argument that we're making,
okay,
Your Honor.
So what is
we are not arguing that you can discriminate.
She's just like, all right, then what are you arguing? Why are we even here?
And draw lines so long as you do so both against boys and against girls. We're arguing there is no sex-based line. If you're a boy and you go in to get puberty blockers, you can get the puberty blockers if you're going to use them for precocious puberty. You cannot get the puberty blockers if you're going to use them to transition. That is not a sex-based line. That is a purpose-based.
It is a sex-based line, because you want, the entire reason you're preventing it is to prevent them from transitioning. And transitioning being affect their sex. And the only way you would know if it was for them transitioning is if you were to know their sex and say, oh, you can't do that on the basis of your sex. You gotta love your sex instead. This is actual drooling morons.
So our fundamental point here is not that you can discriminate against both sexes in equal degree. Our fundamental point is there is no sex-based line here, and the only way they get to a sex-based line is by equating fundamentally different treatments that defy medical reality and defy how the statute itself sets out what is a treatment.
And the treatments are different because of the biological sex of the person, right? I mean, that's what you said. The purposes are different because of the biological sex and why you're going in to get them.
Not at all. I mean, with puberty blockers, the purpose, nothing turns on sex. Take puberty blockers. There's nothing that turns on sex as to whether there's a sex-based classification there. Everything depends on what is the reason that you are using those puberty blockers for.
Oh my
Happy
God.
to take more questions if the court has them.
You're so dumb. They're marveling over how dumb you are.
A number of times you've mentioned off-label uses of these hormones. What are some of the other off-label uses that are not legal in Tennessee?
So, for example, Your Honor, testosterone, we have a separate law that prohibits the use of testosterone for hormonal manipulation intended to increase muscle mass, strength, or weight without medical necessity. We have, like every state, we regulate medicine and we regulate the use of drugs. You cannot use drugs in the state of Tennessee if it's not for a legitimate, viable medical purpose. Here, through this law, all that we have done is make clear that these treatments, which are irreversible often, have significant effects on minors and often leave them with
Having a sex appreciation class is just state-mandated conversion torture.
Yeah, no kidding. They're just trying to incorporate conversion therapy into the broader curriculum. Oh, God, this is awful. Also, folks, we have been going for about 7 hours now. If you are enjoying the show, please consider dropping those subs and donos. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. I know this isn't riveting stuff, but I really wanted to do this stream and get it in this stream because I've been waiting to cover this and hear it for myself just so I could have an idea of what the judges' responses were. And honestly, this is a bit more positive than I thought it was going to be. I know a couple people told me that, but I do think that this, being able to read the tone in their voices, I do think they are more susceptible to, Chase Strangio's arguments. I do think that it helps that the lawyer representing the state of Tennessee is a dribbling moron. So that does help.
with bodies that are infertile and permanently damaged, that you have to wait until you turn 18 to receive those type of treatments.
A number of times you've tried to say that what the classification that the state of Tennessee has advanced in this legislation. Would you spend a few minutes on that?
Yes, Your Honor. So again, we think that our law fundamentally draws a distinction based on medical purpose. I'll go back to puberty blockers. If a boy wants puberty blockers, the answer is yes if you have precocious puberty, no if you're doing this to transition. If a girl wants puberty blockers, the answer is yes if you have precocious puberty, no if you're doing this to transition. That is.
But you're blocking it. You're blocking the transitioning on the basis of their sex.
Fundamentally a different treatment, and what is dictating under this law is the use for which you are putting the drug. And just to kind of build out on the notion that these are not the same treatments.
Thanks, Marco.
We talked about earlier testosterone. If you give it to a biological boy, it allows the boy to develop a normal body and healthy body, whereas providing it to a girl causes a physical condition, hyperandrogenism, and that results in clitoromegaly, atrophy of the lining of the uterus, blood cell disorders, increased risk of heart attack. So the notion
it doesn't. The things he's saying are cis men have higher rates of heart attacks than cis women. That's just part of going through puberty in that way.
That the risks are the same when you give testosterone to a boy as when you give it to a girl are simply not borne out by medical reality.
They absolutely are borne out by medical reality. There's virtually no distinction between a boy or a girl pre-puberty. They're basically the same type of creature.
Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor? Justice Cade? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just one clarification. It's an obvious point, but I want to make sure you agree with it, which is you're not arguing that the Constitution takes sides on this question. You, as I understand it, you are arguing that each state can make its own choice on this question. And so from your perspective, as I understand it, it's perfectly fine for a state to make a different choice, as many states have, than Tennessee did, and to allow these treatments, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. And we think that's because of what Your Honor has pointed out, that no matter how you draw these lines, there are risk and potential benefits and harms to people on both sides. And the question of how to balance those harms is not a question for the judiciary, it's a question for the legislature.
Thank you.
Can states make a different choice if doing so means that a state's law operates to treat its citizens differently on the basis of name the suspect classification? I thought that was the work of the Constitution and the Equal Protection Clause.
Your Honor, we don't think that it draws any lines based off any.
No, I understand. I'm not talking about this law. I'm going back to Justice Kavanaugh's suggestion that the Constitution doesn't play a role if the state is making a policy choice regarding issues such as these. And I guess I'm still seeing a role for the Constitution in circumstances in which the claim that is being made is that the state's choices are implicating the equal protection rights of its citizens.
Your Honor, I think the point, I don't want to misstate the point, but I think the point is that the Constitution is neutral in the sense that it does not provide heightened protection based on any suspect classification, and thus rational basis review applies in the presumption of legislative validity and the presumption that these types of policy choices are best left to the democratic process. I think that is exactly what the correct way to think about this case.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, General Prelogar.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Two quick clarifying points. I want to make clear that Tennessee...
Oh my God, their rebuttal is only like 3 minutes long because they don't need that much time on this one, I guess.
Here is not regulating based on off-label use. Off-label use is extremely common in pediatrics, and we've pointed to a number of uses of these medications on page 40 of our brief, the very same medications that likewise are off-label use. If there are problems with safety and effectiveness, then that would not become the standard of care, and there are self-regulatory measures to address that issue. Justice Kavanaugh, you said this might be a space where each state can make its own choice, but I think it's important to recognize that my friend's arguments would equally apply to a nationwide ban if this were enacted by Congress, and so I think that the court should keep that in mind when thinking about the level of scrutiny here. There were a lot of questions about how to take account of disputed medical evidence when there might be some uncertainty, and I want to make a few points. As my friend acknowledged, that doesn't go to the level of scrutiny, so that doesn't mean that you should ignore a sex classification when one exists in the statute. But at the point of applying heightened scrutiny, the court can take context into account, and we're not asking courts to step in here and say, we want to figure out as a matter of policy exactly what the right approach is, but you can ask the familiar judicial questions like, does the state actually have any evidence to support its claims that there's a harm to adolescent health? And is this law severely over and under inclusive? And if the court conducts the analysis here in the first instance, this law doesn't look anything like a typical medical regulation to protect adolescent health. That would look like the West Virginia law, where you're tailoring it, but still leaving some possibility for care when it can have enormous benefits. And the reason it doesn't look like a typical medical regulation is because the legislature was doing something different in trying to get minors to appreciate their sex and not become disdainful. That's not a medical-based justification, but I think it shows exactly why the state drew the lines where it did. Finally, I think the court should think about the real-world consequences of laws like SB 1. Consider its effects on Ryan Rowe. As Justice Sotomayor noted, Ryan's gender dysphoria was so severe that he was throwing up before school every day. He thought about going mute because his voice caused him so much distress. And Ryan has told the courts that getting these medications after a careful consultation process with his doctors and his parents has saved his life. His parents say he's now thriving, but Tennessee has come in and categorically cut off access to Ryan's care, and they say this is about protecting adolescent health, but this law harms Ryan's health and the health of all other transgender adolescents for whom these medications are a necessity. And the state says it doesn't even want the courts to take a look at whether this protects adolescent health, but the reason Ryan can't have these medications is because of his birth sex, and a sex-based line like that can't stand on rational basis review. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Let's go. I think, I was initially disappointed by the court's lack of knowledge on past discrimination against trans people in the courts. But I think that might actually play well for us. Because it did genuinely seem like the court, like even the conservative members of the court, were moved upon learning that that discrimination was real and did exist. Yeah, I have a sense of cautious optimism about it. I don't want to get my hopes up too high, because I feel like they're going to be dashed. But I feel better than I did when I was just reading some of the highlights and didn't have the context of like what their voices were saying and how they were saying the stuff. Statman, you were absolutely right. You were absolutely right. I was skeptical when you brought up like that it was going to be, it was maybe a bit rosier than a lot of the reporting would indicate. But I think you're right. I mean, I don't think we're getting a 9-0 in favor of the trans kids. But I think we have a shot at that 6-5 or 6-4? 5-4? 5-4 decision? Yes. I think we have a shot. Sorry, my brain is cooked. We've been going for 7 hours. I think we have a shot at the 5-4, which would be really, really cool. Oh, that was a lot, though. If you enjoyed the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. This was a long one. You're such a language gay? Yeah, especially when I'm sleepy and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. It is late. It is so late. Rise and grind, folks. Rise and grind. This shit is hard. It's really, really hard. I work too hard. I literally was working for about 8 hours prior to stream. It's been a 15-hour day. It's a lot. Ay, ay, ay. We all deserve like a year-long vacation. We really do. I am gonna go pass out. I don't have the energy to transition you guys out of stream. I apologize. But good night, everybody.